Carrying carcass, I cross threshold. The masses won't knowing that could quite possibly be their person. Bursting the final answer life to live feel once again seems so natural. Rational sight cleared, his mind's eye blurred, a beautiful haze kaleidoscope smile. The locusts lie dormant too within their own hazy web, waiting to feed upon your firstborn. Torn between breath and death, parts mount the black nipple breast to build his chest with precious life once again. So blessed to breathe in time of our demise. Over strolling amongst the riots, wondering which politicians shall play role upon this pilot. I from those who can spill your life's blood to appease the sun. Wander streets long before you ever acquire speech your first tongue. First tongue, first tongue, first tongue, first tongue. From slums radiate a marinade above the store. The brightness of the days remind me how heavy through my shadows. As the boarding hallways narrow my statue and so-called similar men wielding death in arms. As I chronicle beds and catapults with ink-soaked pens, we will remember them as they remember friends fall into every same cycle. Reciprocal hell holds our children hostage. Ironic, the shining prime-time role models follow paths of ignorance even with the quiet riches. Because wisdom never entered this picture. The mixture of wealth and wisdom is one bid in sun-soaked hands. Keep the mule in man's. What's been diagrammed in plans is much more grand. Much more grand. So now I see the cliffs and tree dangling, managing to run up broken paragraphs, paraphrase incorrectly. You set me force of flight, recite my last rites endlessly, sipping Hennessy. Revert to seconds past, contrast of life you sought. I contend to form long shadows from sag walls. Broken pen clues be my voice, let them review frequencies of white noise. This line house, between the sun reviews, I'm out of lies, I'm out with the truth. Child's eye clue to cap or rate 2. I choose to not be sure for the flood of discontent. I'm now in the bed, all you may have wish with pain. I'm on the picture, remain a richer. Sinister blast forever hold among us. Breathe deep from the same numbs us. Breathe deep from the state of air. Breathe deep from the state of air. Breathe deep from the state of numbs us. Breathe deep from the state of air.
came to this earth in the form of a raindrop, 1 out of 7 million. So how'd I make it to this spot in an unorthodox world that I can't fully touch? Through the clearness of one eye, my visions are corrupt. Think I landed in the forest of Coldwater, Michigan. Used to shine down on humans like lost friends, evolving from a dreary place to the earth's dreary face. Teary lace can barely see over the grass blades. Cracked ashtrays, polluted pathways of the mist. Chunks of tree bark missing from shotgun slugs hitting. But before me, the depths seemingly hidden by night. I see a body with torn jeans and blood spattered knife. Scaling my eyes over this demise man with silent cries. My sight's tinted red, I'm in the blood puddle, he lies. It's ungodly how these humans take lives. It's still harmony. They should burn right, but then burn out, losing Illuminati. Life's harder, like Socrates wandering in the garden. More like floating around them, killers' footprints surround them. Horrific picture, astounding. My father's got the world drowning. Died with his eyes open like somebody he knew smoked them. Hoping I can help, but all I can do is just glance. No more rain dance until this globe finally understands that I get beauty, but I also birth poisonous plants. Pictures of his voice in his hands make me want to evaporate. I wish these trees could talk so they could elaborate. It's raining. It's raining. Rain, 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 how did me say? Rain, 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 how did me say? Rain, 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 how did me say? Rain, 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 how did me say?
A reincarnated raindrop, filtered down from peaks and mountaintops, cascaded in the form of locks. Life cycles faded. I appear on men's faces, witness more than the generations of sapient races. I embody violence, the silence with no eyelids, observing the assailants and pain of the victims' cries. I rest in puddles alongside my brothers, and when I lay on branches, I observe the masses create confusion. I was born in the sky, result of white tone gaseous fusion. So when I grew, I became a lost teardrop and knew the filthiness of this drowning world would put an end to this. It's all blurred. I was burning into a world that was burning, and I refused to be a part of this negative love. So when I landed, I just marinated in the sun. Bullets cut straight through H2O with no damage. I just managed disbursement with no drainage. This world is tainted, executing my own carnage. Separate parts of me start to rise, and I prophesize humankind will understand these words when I die. Think, evaporation, holy sacred nation, open up your eyes. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining.
Rain, rain, how did me say? Rain, 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 how did me say? Rain, 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 how did me say? Rain, 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 how did me say?
Yo, yo, yo. Just kidding. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Yeah, bless you, man. We'll smoke together soon, my brother, man. You know, Arjuin, glad to have you here, brother. Creek Mary, blessings to you, ma'am. Lizard Tree, thank you for being here, my dear friend. And all you people here, you know, who are watching from afar and not communicating with me. Pill Eater, blessings, brother. Thanks for being here. And blessings to your family. Provo Kid, man. Thank you, brother, man, for being out here, man. Browns boy, you already know. Browns boy is quickly reaching OG status in this channel realm. You know what I mean? It is what it is, you know. Not everybody puts in on this shit, you know. But the few that do, you know, we really respect them. You know what I mean? Bluebird's the homie for real. You know, bless you, Bluebird. Thank you for being here, Celia. ESP revaluation. Good shit, Holmes. OTW News. Peace to you, old man. Hope everything's going okay. See, that kicked me out of your chat the other day. Our poll. Yeah. Nice. Good shit, brothers and sisters. Today we're here to talk about Islamic modernism, you know. And you know, I do have some resources here to help you guys talk about it with me, you know. But I don't know what I should do is a historical presentation first or just go with the resources I have. And I think I'll go with the resources I have first because it's always a question about how much of those I'm really going to be able to cover, you know, and I'm trying to end this whole segment tonight. So I'm going to try. So you're going to see some rapid, fast covering of some material, hopefully, you know. But yeah, here in the book, Technological Slavery, you know, I'm holding upside down, Technological Slavery, you know, by Theodore Kaczynski. We have a line at the end of his letters to Dr. David Skrbina, where he quotes a article, you know, and by a person. I'm trying to find out who their name is, but yeah, this person who wrote this article, you know, is part of talking about the fanatical Islamic movements in the Islamic world. And he said, quote, a radical remake of faith is indeed the underlying intention of bin Laden and his followers. Bin Laden and his followers. Attacking America and its allies is merely a tactic intended to provoke a backlash strong enough to alert Muslims to the supposed truth of their predicament, and so rally them to purge their faith of all that is alien to its essence. Promoting a clash of civilizations is merely stage one. It's merely stage one. The more difficult part, as the radicals see it, convincing fellow Muslims to reject the modern world, absolutely, including such aberrations as democracy, topple their own insidiously secularizing, quisling governments and return to the pure path. Okay. Now, this is a interesting proclamation about the dual aspects of what the Islamic terrorists wanted. You know, it said A, they wanted to get Muslims into the supposed predicament. Okay, this is promoting a clash of civilizations. And if you're wondering where this term clash of civilizations comes from, you know, it comes right out of the Council on Foreign Relations, which has ties to the CIA and all these people. Okay. So we were looking at that last time. Samuel P. Huntington, okay, in the Foreign Affairs magazine, okay, at the Council of Foreign Relations, okay. And this is also related to such other documents as a project for a new American century, right? And they got all these kind of reports, you know. But this CFR report, this specific CFR report was related to other concepts developed by other thinkers on the international stage. So last time we looked at some of these ideas, okay, a lot of them coming from the University of Chicago, okay, and a lot of these ideas, okay, like from Paul Berman. Okay, Paul Berman saw a link between Islamic sex and hyper liberal sex. Okay, so he made these connections in his book called Terror and Liberalism, which we'll be reading shortly. So we watched a interview with Paul Berman about these, or actually we read some of Paul Berman's Terror and Liberalism, his views about it. Okay, then we saw and analyzed a little bit of the work. Well, actually, first we started with the work of Sayyid Qutb. Okay, Sayyid Qutb is basically the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. Okay, so we started with the writings of the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, who actually came from America. Okay, he left America to go to Egypt. Okay, and he had some writings and thoughts about the American society and modernism. You know, he seemed to talk about capitalism and modernism and colonialism. Okay, in a very interesting way. Okay, most of his reactions were a response to these things. Okay, so they begin to assume these things and even presume modernism as a starting point. That means they start to assume the reality of a world based in science and technology and liberalism, okay, before they construct their ideology relating to the religion. Okay, this project, roughly speaking, is known as Islamic modernism. And last time I talked about some of the progenitors of that idea, okay, including people like Jamaluddin Afghani. And you could look at some of these names later, okay, on your own and figure out what's going on. I'm just going to quickly click on the Wikipedia right now. But we're talking about ideas that bring Islam into the modern age, okay? Islamic kind of, I want to say reform movements, okay? But yeah, here's one. He is one of the founders of Islamic modernism. Islamic modernism is a movement that has been described as, quote, the first Muslim ideological response to Western cultural challenge, unquote. Okay. Okay. And what did people, so you have people like Jamaluddin Afghani, you know, who are bringing Islam into the modern context, okay, a response to Western culture, okay. Okay, you have people like Khomeini, you know, the Ayatollah Khomeini, and people like Sayyid Qutb, who are combining Sharia law with aspects of the socialist state. Okay, and then you have people like Abdul Wahhab, who creates the sect of Wahhabism. Okay, and this sect of Wahhabism is basically the state religion of Saudi Arabia, right? Right. So, what was this attempt of Wahhabism? Okay, well, it was an attempt to form a sort of Protestant Islam. Okay, we talked about that. All right, last time. Okay, and then we talked about the clash of civilizations. Okay, which is the first thing that's going to be promoted in this push. And then the second push is the rejection of the values of the modern world, especially liberalism. Okay, liberalism. All right. So that's where a lot of these ideals come from. Okay, and how do they spread to the Muslim world? Well, you know, they combine the concept of colonialism. Okay, okay, as a socialist response to colonialism. They first have a socialist response to colonialism, and then they have an Islamic response to modernism. So they reach into the traditions of the past to save them from those of the modern world, right? And but then they also have a socialist flavor, okay, such as the Baathists. You know, we were talking about the Baathists last time, when we read Terror and Liberalism, right? You know what I'm saying? So, in Paul Berman's Terror and Liberalism, which we've seen few responses to that too. We saw the response of Samuel P. Huntington, who thought the world is more into ideological factions. Okay, certain ideological factions and themes, okay, based on cultural schisms. Okay, and he said the new conflict with the West, the Western educated, okay, rich, industrialized, democratic societies, right, is going to be a conflict with the Eastern world, the Eastern bloc of countries, okay, including those in Asia like Russia and China, but also in the Muslim or Islamic world, all right, that hasn't quite been updated to the modern world here, okay? Yeah, bless you, Apple Scab. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, but this is dealing with the Ba'athists and how the Ba'athists were the Ba'ath socialism. Okay, so I'm just going to start reading where I left off. The scholarly and journalistic, and this is Paul Berman in Terror and Liberalism, folks. Okay, Terror and Liberalism by Paul Berman. Okay, which we saw a response to by Samuel P. Huntington, who also got a response from Francis Fukuyama, and we looked at some of those thinkers. Samuel P. Huntington talking about cultural schism, and then Francis Fukuyama taking some sort of neo-Hegelian, view of it, about the end of history, how actually science and liberalism had led to universal values, and that was the end of cultural progression, okay? That there's only one viable culture on Earth, So we looked at all these varying theories, okay, last time. Now, I'm going to start reading from this work entitled Terror and Liberalism by Paul Berman. Thank you for joining us. The scholarly and journalistic literature on Ba'ath socialism and the Islamic radicalism has become fairly extensive by now, and the literature has opened to us large panoramas. Sorry, there's a scratch off on the page there. Large panoramas of politics in the Arab world and in Muslim countries. At first glance, whole facets of the panorama do seem fairly exotic. From a Western viewpoint, let us take a second glance. Kanan Makiya in his Republic of Fear describes the philosophical underpinnings of the Ba'ath socialist movement. Ba'ath socialism is a branch of the larger pan-Arab movement founded by Saria al-Husti in the years of the First World War on the basis of his philosophical studies. These studies were in Fichte and the German Romantics, okay, the philosophers of national destiny, of race, and of integrity of national culture. Okay, I'll stop right there. Now, it was routine for many of these thinkers, okay, to study Marx and Nietzsche. Okay, so they studied socialism, okay, and those those views that were the progenitors of ideas of fascism and other ideals. Okay, Nietzsche famously had a very vehement rejection of modern values and liberalism, okay, which he thought came from Christianity, A, and led to nihilism, B, right? So you can observe these in his work on genealogy of morals. So these critiques of Enlightenment philosophy, okay, these critiques of the Western worldview, okay, and response, and these ideals like socialism that led to a world culture, a world response to colonialism, okay, they deem these ideas to be provocative insights into the ways in which you could stage a successful resistance against quote unquote Western society. All right. At the time, this is what they thought. Okay. So they studied the German Romantics. Okay. We talked about the post Enlightenment thought of the German Romantics. Okay. In a few of our previous episodes here, But yeah, during the 1930s and 40s, the Pan-Arabists tended to align with the fascist axis and did so for political reasons that anyone can understand. The enemies of Pan-Arabism were the British and French imperialists. The British and French imperialists, okay? And Pan-Arabists duly tilted toward the enemies of the enemies who happened to be the Germans. Still, it's easy to imagine, with an eye on al-Husri's scholarly studies, that more than realpolitik brought the Pan-Arabists to and the philosophical roots. Okay, the philosophical roots. Okay, let's just skip to this. The philosophical roots of Europe's right-wing nationalisms were, after all, the same. In 1943, the German victory in war was likely the war still likely. Excuse me. The Arab Ba'ath, or Renaissance Party, met in Damascus and established its own more radical branch of the Pan-Arabist movement, a revolutionary version, dynamic and determined. The inspiration that went into this movement was openly racist. Sami al-Jundi, one of the early Ba'ath leaders, explained very clearly. I'm quoting him from an easy Bernard by Bernard Lewis. We were racists, admiring Nazism, reading its books and source of its thought, particularly Nietzsche. particularly Nietzsche. Okay? So we read earlier in the Antichrist, okay, Nietzsche actually argues that Islam should have conquered Europe because the Islamic culture of the Moors was more modern in its cultural refinement than even that of the Greeks, and much more suited to a society run by men and not women than the modern society. So he lamented the rule of modernism, which he thought was birthed through two things: Christianity and alcohol. So it was a fascinating critique that Nietzsche had of modernism in the book Antichrist. We read some of that earlier, but yeah, I mean, these guys, these Islamic thinkers, are reading Nietzsche, just like Muhammad Iqbal, is writing the poetry in the Nietzschean, way of writing. He wrote a book called, a poem called Moses' Rod in the sort of Nietzschean style. So they're reading the writers, okay, of German Romanticism, okay. They're turning to German philosophy. Why? Because it's the enemy of French and British philosophy, and they're being ruled by the French and the British. Okay. Yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. Existentialism and socialism. That's right, Hank. Crystal Shaman. Real shit. Bless you, ma'am. Human Betterment Foundation on Fabians came from the same place. So weirdo, they stem from the same root, but they're supposed to be in opposition. Very good, you guys. Bless you guys, man. You know, greetings, TML. Bless you, brother. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, Christianity and alcohol. That's what he said. Nietzsche. Yeah. Yeah, he said Christianity and alcohol ruined Western civilization. Nietzsche's words, not mine. But yeah, I'll continue reading here. Then again, some of the intellectual fathers of the Ba'ath, men who had done their university studies in Paris, began to write. And I noticed so many more people just joined us. We're reading Paul Berman, Terror and Liberalism. Okay. Began to write in the 1930s for the communist press in Syria. Okay. Many intellectual writers began to write for the communist press in Syria. Okay. So there was a smidgen of leftism too in the origin of the Ba'ath, and a smidgen that endured not just in the socialist adjective that was added to the Ba'ath in the 1950s. Okay. Like Saddam Hussein was a Ba'athist, right? So this was a movement, a pan-Arabist movement, and so is the rulers in Syria, right? And not just in some of the Ba'ath movements, Soviet-style economic ideas, but in the Ba'ath ideas of how to construct a revolutionary organization. Saddam Hussein, it is said, always felt a keen admiration for Stalin. The combination of ingredients in the Ba'ath movement, a racist worldview somewhat influenced by Nazism, a few dabs of the ultra-left, Stalin's inspirational example did have its peculiarities, but nothing about the combination was intrinsically Arab or Middle Eastern. Okay? That's what he's saying. Okay, he's saying nothing about its intrinsic. Nothing about it was intrinsically Arab or Middle Eastern, he says. Okay, or ought to seem incomprehensible to Western observers. The idiosyncratic mix of extreme right and extreme left was perfectly the formula, excuse me, that went into National Socialism and Mussolini's fascism. Ba'ath socialism told a myth about man and history, and this too was recognizable. In the Ba'athi myth, there was a people of God. They happened to be the Arab nation. The people of God had been corrupted and polluted. Man, this sounds a lot like Zionism in a lot of ways, right? Especially in its messianic tinge, right? The people of God had been corrupted and polluted from forces within and forces without. Makia quotes Michael Aflac, the greatest of the Ba'athi theoricians, quote, the philosophies and teachings that come from the West invade the Arab mind and steal his loyalty. Man, I'm gonna get some coffee. I'm not gonna keep reading this with this fucking clear my throat here. The Arabs needed to return to direct relationship with their past original nature, needed to return to the Arab spirit, quote unquote. So Ba'athi prepared to do battle against the forces from abroad who had invaded the Arab mind. The forces from outside and inside in the Ba'athi too cultivated manias about people and the people of evil who had corrupted the nations. Okay. These people, the corruptors, were the Jews. The Jews. Okay. We're just going to leave it right there. Okay. Okay. So they are tying Zionism to Westernism. Okay. This is the first impulse they have. Okay. They're also following socialist doctrine, and reading the works of the German idealists and the German romanticists, and even the even more extreme thinkers like Nietzsche. Okay. In response to the British and French philosophy. Okay. There's nothing about it intrinsically Arab. Okay. Or Western, he says, of course. But there is a kind of attempt to modernize Islam as well, as I was talking about, with people like Muhammad Iqbal, Abdul Wahab. You know, you have people combining socialism with Sharia law, like the kind of people I just mentioned. You know, so there's lots of different types of theories there, and of course, Paul Barman is pointing that out in the Ba'athist. You know, that they have this kind of policy as well. But anyways, you know, I'm looking for a interview with Paul Berman if I could find it while I grab this coffee for you guys, because this guy is actually very knowledgeable on a host of subjects. He gave this interview on Book TV, I think. Then I'm trying to find. Let's see if I can find this. Terror and Liberalism. Here it is. Terror and Liberalism. Let's check it out, guys. Book notes. This is cool, man. I didn't know they still had this up.
Paul Berman, what is terror and liberalism about?
Terror and liberalism is my response to the attacks of September 11, 2001. It's my theory of the terror war. And beyond that, it's a book in which I lay out a long account of the last 2 centuries of life in the Western world and in the world as a whole, in order to explain the predicament in which we find ourselves in lately.
I wrote down when I read the book that my own social democratic heart, referring to yourself, my own social democratic heart.
Right.
What brought you to write that?
Well, I'm a man of the left on most issues, certainly on all domestic issues. I favor greater social equality, higher taxes for more social equality, more strength to the trade unions, universal health care, gun control, abortion rights. I favor a left-wing program domestically. I think that in most ways, domestically, society in Western Europe is, in many ways, domestically, society in Western Europe has a lot to teach us here in the United States. So in all those ways, I'm a man with a social democratic heart. On the other hand, the position I've taken on the
damn, even abortion rights. Jesus, Paul Berman.
The different wars we've been in lately has been a little different from most people with views like mine on domestic matters. But when I say my own social democratic heart, I'm quite sincere. I'm a social egalitarian. I'm in favor of. We could go on through the social issues.
Where did all that start for you?
Well, I'm somebody who came out of the radicalism of the '60s, and I'm as a student, I was active somewhat in the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement against Vietnam. I think those 2 movements were excellent and did a lot of good things for the country in spite of the bad things that can be said, and I've said some of the bad things myself. And I'm somebody who came up in a family that owes everything to the trade union movement. If my family has had some advantages in life, those came out of in some degree out of the trade unions. Without the AFL-CIO, I wouldn't have had the advantages in life that I've had. And I look back on the New Deal and that sort of thing, and I think that did a lot of good for working people and working families and for people like me.
Where did you grow up, and what was the family like?
I grew up in the suburbs of New York. It's old New York family from the great Eastern European Jewish immigration from early in the 20th century, and typical family of that sort.
So the guy who's writing the book on terror and liberalism is a J. Don't know how significant that is. I think it's more significant that he's from the Chicago school, than any of his, because see what's significant about his writings is his conservative take, his liberal underpinning. Okay, and you'll find this a lot with the writers of the school of the University of Chicago. Okay. But this book that explains the modern terror, terror and liberalism, in my mind, a highly astute analysis. But anyways, it's interesting to hear his background. Paul Berman, he's from New York. He's a New York intellectual.
Where'd you go to school?
I went to public school in the suburbs of New York, and then I went to Columbia University.
Studying?
At Columbia, I studied history, literature in some degree, but mostly history. And then I was in graduate school for a few months, but I couldn't really last in school. I was too much of a free thinker, maybe too much of a radical at the time. Any case, I was always someone drawn to follow my own interests in books and literature and ideas and that kind of thing. So I've always been, intellectually speaking, a freelance. I'm not a professor. I'm a freelance writer. The kind of intellectual work I do is not that of the academy. It's in the old-fashioned tradition of the New York intellectuals.
You dedicate your book, or at least maybe it's not a dedication. You actually have two quotes at the front of your book. One from Albert Camus. I suppose it's Albert Camus. Someone whose name I'm not going to even try to pronounce because I bet you can.
Said Qutb.
Qutb. Q-U-T-B.
That's right.
Why the two?
Well, the two because Albert Camus was a great French philosopher, and Said Qutb was an Egyptian philosopher. Albert Camus was born in Algeria, so in a certain sense he was a North African. Qutb, as an Egyptian, was also a North African. Said Qutb was the philosopher of Islamist radicalism. He's really the greatest theoretician or intellectual behind the radical Islamist currents that have given rise to Al-Qaeda as well as other groups. Camus was a man of the left, of the free-thinking left in France, who also managed to be one of the great philosophers of mid 20th century anti-totalitarianism. One of the philosophers who could tell us the most about what is the totalitarian mentality, what is it that drives people to want to engage in mass killings.
Okay, so the anarchists, okay, and the Islamist founders are both responding to fascist instincts within their societies, totalitarian instincts within their societies. Qutb is writing in response to the Pan-Arab movement, and Camus is writing in response to the Arab movements, Watch the collapse. Bless you. Islam, Christianity, worshiping the God of Zion. Interesting. We had an interview with Adam Green. You might want to check that out. That's what he says too. He's a friend of the show. Shout out to Adam Green. Bless you, brother. Hank likes Albert Camus. Unfortunately, the easiest way I've found to judge a man is by his failures. I'm certainly not going off to war with somebody unless I understand their true character. Good shit. Apple Scab. Good stuff. Existentialists are like jazz players, shitty Discordians. Yep. Yep. I hear you. Watch the collapse. Get up on the panel, Holmes. 11 o'clock. Yep. We had him. We had Adam Green here. We had priests, you know. Some people do think he's Jewish, you know, following in line with those thoughts of Herzl that we saw. You know, Herzl said that, you know, the founder of Zionism said, encourage anti-Semitism. You know, he said it'll increase the solidarity of the Jews. You know, this is the thoughts of the liberals. He understood liberalism, because mediation brings about a higher value in the end. That's evolutionary and revolutionary, if you will. This is the Hegelian dialectic, or the Hegelian dialliterate. They got flow state going on, huh? Bless you guys, man. Let's see it. All right, let me read some more of this shit. Okay, let me read some more of this shit for you guys. Now that I got my yellow glasses on. All right. The fascist movement. Okay, fascist interpretation. Okay. It would try to appear autochthonous, provincial, inimitable, and ancient, skewing its own pot and remitting its own idiosyncratic vapors from the distant path. Okay. The fascist interpretation of history, that is. Okay. This poses a problem. If a movement appears to be local and ancient, how to compare it to the other movement? How to judge and classify the views and political actions of people who are laboring mightily to emphasize their differences from everyone else? Still, the scholarly and journalistic literature on Baath socialism and on Islamist radicalism has become fairly extensive by now, and the literature has opened to us large panoramas of political. Oh well, shit. I'm reading from the wrong thing. I'm sorry, guys. That was where I started reading. Here, let me see. But yeah, I did read part that I didn't read yet. But yeah, the people, the corruptors were the Jews. That's where we were. Okay, they always blame the Jays. All right, so blaming the Jays, okay, seems to be controlled opposition. Okay, in this whole thing. Okay, and we already saw that Herzl predicted this. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, he predicted this. Okay. Makia tells us that the principal anti-Semitic outbreaks in the Arab world during the 20th century, in the 1940s, and during again the 1960s were associated with pan-Arabists of one stripe or another, and not with any other political movements. The Freemasons too. The Freemasons too, he says, were a people of evil, just as the phobias of Mussolini and Franco. And how were the Arabs going to return to their quote unquote pure and original nature? They were going to do so by revering the revolutionary leader who embodied the Arab spirit. And the quote unquote Arab spirit, it was the spirit that had once been embodied by the Prophet Muhammad himself, which is to say, the spirit of Islam, a spirit that is more than human. And what did it mean to revere someone who embodies a more than human spirit? It meant it could only mean mass obedience with no limits at all. Mass obedience with no limits at all. And we know that Paul Berman has a sort of atheistic tinge, so we'll ignore that for now. But yeah, he's got this kind of thing. The constraints of any sort of conventional morality. Okay. Makia says about the Baathi and about their morality, quote, once the political identity is accepted as belief in an absolute moral imperative, and once morality itself is seen as a striving for perfection towards an unrealizable goal, then no aspect of conduct is in principle outside the purview of the political organization or the state. Okay? This is exactly the crux of leftist ideology, especially classical liberalism, as we've seen. Okay, the foundations of classical liberalism are inextricably linked with the development of this thing we call the autonomic state. Okay, we talked about this before, right? Okay. Okay. Lame fairy tales on the Bible, lame fairy tales. Yeah. And you compare it to some of those religious histories, it's definitely uneventful, non-theatrical, but the political maxims and the ethical maxims found therein have greatly influenced civilization. So there has been that. So and even a combination with a sort of neo-paganism now, of Nietzsche's kind, because they're anticipating the work of Nietzsche, you know, so you know, and actually these thinkers are actually post Nietzsche, so they've already incorporated some elements of Nietzsche's neo-paganism, so it's a fascinating type of fascinating combination of ideals here. So there was a totalitarian element, and I'm reading now from Paul Berman, Terror and Liberalism. So there was a totalitarian element in the Ba'ath idea, and the totalitarianism turned out to be nihilist, not a new phenomenon, he says. That's right. Nietzsche saw that, right? In Iraq, the Ba'ath socialists established their dictatorship on a firm basis in 1968. That is 46 years after Mussolini's fascists, 35 years after Hitler's Nazis, 39 years after Franco's Falange. Not just a long delay. In the first days of 1969, the new government announced in the revolutionary intentions by hanging 13 Jays. Okay? And 4 other people accused of being Zionist spies in front of a crowd of hundreds of thousands in Baghdad. It was a golden moment for the Ba'athi revolution. 10 years later, Saddam rose to power within Ba'ath, and the posters and statues began to appear. The amazing series of images of Saddam in heroic guises. Saddam as a Superman, a man of the people, a warrior, dapper rake. I don't know what that means. As pious zealot. The images in their multiplicity only suggest that Superman was mad, therefore touched with the divine. Were these posters, okay? He's referring to the divine madness of the Sufis, okay? Were these posters and images, okay, and sign of profoundly non-European and Mesopotamian culture, a heritage from Azurbanipal or Hammurabi, or from the ancient traditions of Islam? People do make the case. Izzat Ibrahim, vice chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, meaning second under Saddam, said it himself, quote, the condition of Iraq, unquote, he explained in 2002, quote, is that of the early Islamic societies, unquote, by which he meant a time which no great gap and divided leaders from the masses. Quote, don't evaluate this from an intellectual viewpoint or make comparisons from your experience in the West. Iraq is quite different, unquote. Okay, bless you guys for being here. Discernment. Someone named Discernment has entered the chat. Yellow limits the blue light that comes from computer screens and handheld devices. Yes, sir. Thank you for watching Watch the Collapse. Bless you, brother, man. Yeah, I'm friends with Yurt in a thought experiment. He's reading my book right now. So if you want to know more, have him send you the book there, Bless you guys, man. You guys are free to send that around, man, Tell Yurt I told you that you get a copy for free. Bless you, brother. 400 pages of free knowledge for anybody who wants it. It is what it is, folks. I'm poor and I know things. Yeah. But Iraq is so different. Mussolini and Hitler cultivated a similar style. Saddam launched his persecution of Jews and Freemasons. Woo! Kill them, shoot them. But what's the cost? Is the resulting society going to be Islamic or modern? Well, it's definitely not Islamic. Actually, we saw a lot of Islamic revolutions that turned against the rule of Saddam Hussein, right? And of course, they would point to his liberal or socialist underpinnings of his sort of fascist ideology. Anyways.
From practical aims, that kind of thing. So on one hand, Qutb and Camus were contemporaries. They, in certain respects, they had a lot in common, but I think in Camus, you can read the analysis of what's wrong with, or what is the nature of the thinking of Qutb. So they're a kind of an odd couple, and those two thinkers, the ideas of those two thinkers really form the two poles of my book. That what I'm able to do in the book, I think, or what I try to do, is to lay out the philosophy, the deep thinking that has gone behind Islamist radicalism and the kind of thinking that the people in Al-Qaeda engage in. I think I'm able to lay that out on one hand, and on the other hand, I'm able to offer an analysis of where that comes from, what it really means, what it's about. And my analysis derives in good part from Albert Camus. So the two thinkers are my two poles.
Let me go to Qutb for a moment, because you say he went to the University of Northern Colorado?
He did. He grew up in Egypt. He had a traditional education in Egypt. He studied in Cairo. He was a modern man of the 1920s and 30s. He was a socialist intellectual, a literary man. He wrote novels. He wrote a book of literary criticism. And in the late 40s, he was able to go to the University of Northern Colorado and study education. He was a worker in the Ministry of Education in Egypt. Yet at the same time, he was already by then an Islamic fundamentalist of a moderately radical sort. After he returned from Colorado, he returned to Egypt in 1951, he became more radical. By 1954, he was in prison in Egypt, and in prison under the most barbarous circumstances, in a hideous cell with 40 other prisoners, most of whom are criminals and are political prisoners like himself, and with a radio blaring most of the hours of the day, blaring a tape recorder blaring the speeches of the president of Egypt, Nasser, who had put Qutb in jail. And under these circumstances, Qutb spent most of the rest of his life in prison. When he was out a couple of times, but most of the rest of his life. And under these circumstances, his thinking became more radical. His Islamic fundamentalism became more radical, took a more political turn from what I would call Islamic thought to a political radicalism based on Islamic thought, which is what I call Islamism, to distinguish between Islam and Islamism.
Okay, there we go. There's a distinction between Islam and Islamism. Okay, and the distinction is about the political ideology developed from Islamic thought. In the modern world, that's Islamism. Islam is the pre-medieval religious connotation. Okay, stemming from the unification of the Arabs tribes. Okay, just as Christianity basically united the European tribes. Okay, anyways. I gotta get y'all off this fairy tale thing. It's more powerful than fairy tales, guys. Or at least or Plato. What about Plato? Is that fairy tales? Plato and the Bible, really, those are the two poles of Western civilization, whether we like it or not. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say it was made up by the Jews. Okay, in the Bible, the stories they told. That's partly true, because if you look at the evolution of the biblical stories, there's been many interpretations of Bibles. Just during the Second Temple Judaism, there was several interpretations by Jewish sects. You have the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes. Okay, they have different books, different laws, different interpretations of the Bible, and some would even argue that they had different Bibles. So there's some truths to what Watch the Collapse is saying there, so don't sleep on that view of Adam Green and these kind of guys. There is an ostensible amount of, manufacturing of consent within these religious tales. Okay, let's just put it that way. How can't people see this? Yeah, for real. Imagination. Uh-oh, my internet's. Am I still visible? Am I still audible? My internet's going out as I start ramping up the discussion. Of course. Watch the podcast knows a decent amount about. I know. Watch the Collapse. I've been put on Watch the Collapse podcast for a while now because of In a Thought Experiment. So I see you guys out there, man. You guys are mad knowledgeable out there, man. Bless you guys. Yes, TML. Bless you guys, man. The homies. Cool, man. Yeah, cool. Thank you, brothers.
Islamism being the radical political movement based on Islam. And in these circumstances, in prison for year after year.
I'm actually going to go back on that because that is a very salient point to be made. Let's just hear that again, because a lot of people confuse these two things, okay? Islamism and Islam, just like people might in the next ages confuse a political ideology linked to Christianity, like Christian nationalism, with Christianity itself. And I do see that my internet is doing some things. But yeah, in terms of, Zionism is not Judaism. Okay. I'll say that so my internet comes back on. Okay. Christianity is not so easily linked to nationalism, and Islam is not so easily linked to modernism. But these three things nevertheless find ideological marriage in the through the liberal ideology, far left ideologies especially. Okay, once you get to the postmodernist, okay, anything is possible there. Okay,
which is what I call Islamism, to distinguish between Islam and Islamism. Islamism being the radical political movement based on Islam. And in these circumstances, in prison for year after year, he wrote a gigantic commentary on the Quran called In the Shade of the Quran, which in Arabic is in 30 volumes. I don't read Arabic, but I've read what there is in English. At this point, I've read about half of it, which is, I think, everything that there is in English. And what he does in this book is he goes through the Quran, chapter by chapter, or surah by surah, as the names of the chapters in the Quran, summarizing what is said and offering his commentary and a general exposition, and going off in all directions to comment on what meaning this ought to hold for contemporary life. And in this form, he laid out his his general philosophy. His general philosophy was quite radical, really a revolutionary philosophy.
Let me ask you, how did he die?
He was hanged. He was hanged in 1966 by Nasser. He and Nasser actually knew each other. Nasser came to power in 1952 as part of a nationalist revolution, a pan-Arabist nationalist revolution in Egypt, overthrew the old king. Was intended to lead Egypt in a nationalist revolutionary direction as part of the general anti-colonialist or third worldist revolutions around the world. And
here's another thing I'm beginning. It's always Egypt, isn't it? It's Egypt at the time of Plato. It's Egypt at the time of Jesus with the Alexandrian Jews. And now it's Egypt at the time of the Pan-Arabist movement. I mean, can you believe it? How come all world events are centered around fucking Egypt? You know, man fears time, but time fears the pyramids. Isn't that right? I mean, crazy stuff. Yep, he was hanged after he was thrown in jail for a very long time. Yeah, the guy did not have a good life. You know? Yeah, I did two whole shows how they're linking Christianity to nationalism. It'll blow your damn socks off. Watch the collapse, because it pervades the entire world. It's for the Goyim, the nations, the whole world, billions, right? So how could anyone be a Christian and a nationalist? Yeah, really. Yeah, Christianity founded universalism, is what some people say, like Nietzsche. Yep. Man fears time, but time fears the pyramids. You know what I mean? You guys ever hear that one?
at first, Qutb and Nasser were allies. Qutb was the intellectual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamic fundamentalist organization. Nasser, the nationalist, somewhat secular nationalist. They were allied in some degree. There was some talk or some belief among Qutb's followers, at least, that Qutb might have ended up with the Ministry of Education under Nasser's revolutionary regime. But instead, the two factions, the somewhat secular nationalist radicals and the Islamist revolutionaries, fell out. They had different visions of what the revolutionary movement ought to do. Qutb ended in jail, and finally in 1966, Nasser hanged him.
Go back to you say he had 30 volumes.
Yes.
This is a couple hundred pages. How big would each volume be?
Well, let's see. In the English edition, in English, it's going to be, when it's finally brought out completely in English, it's going to be 15 volumes. And each of those volumes is, I think, 300 or 400 pages. So this is one gigantic book.
All right, I have maybe a naive question. How can you write that much about this subject?
Well, there are many disadvantages in being in prison, but one advantage is that you might have a lot of time on your hands. In any case, Qutb was a genuinely talented man. I mean, a brilliant man, and an extremely well-educated man.
Exactly. What else you gonna do when you sitting up in the bang? Except for write some shit.
And he knew the Quran backwards and forward. In fact, he'd memorized the Quran by the age of 10.
Memorized every word.
Memorized every word.
What is it? 800 pages or something like that?
Well, it's long. It's like the Bible, and he'd memorized the whole thing, which was and is the traditional method of education. And
by the way, there is a staggering amount of Muslims in the world who have memorized the Quran. Okay. There's not that many Christians who routinely go and memorize the Bible, but there's thousands, and if not 1 million Muslims on earth who actually have the Quran memorized by heart. Okay. So it's fascinating stuff, guys. That is one of the Islamic traditions, is to commit the Quran to memorization by heart. And there was many people in the beginning few centuries of Islam who had done this, because it was a prophetic tradition. But yeah, it's like they've memorized the Bible. There's been, it's wild.
I mean, it used to be the same. I mean, medieval Jewish education was the same, and I'm sure there are many traditions of Christian education that are identical. So he knew the Quran backwards and forwards, and he was able to write his commentary. He wrote it. I'm sure that he wrote it as a pious exercise that a pious Muslim reads and rereads and rereads and studies, engages in a lifelong study of the Quran, and I imagine that Qutb's method of doing that for himself was, instead of just thinking his own private or personal thoughts, actually just to sit there and write them down.
At what level do you write for? I mean, I can hear people listening at this stage in the game of an interview like this. They're either gone because they say, I don't care about that stuff, it's off in some other place, or they say, maybe I can really get some insight into.
And what about my show then? They're probably thinking that about my show. Fuck this shit. Let me go listen to some of those drama streams or whatever the fuck it is. Right, where people talk about people they don't know and speculate about their personal mishaps. Yeah. Try to psychologize characters on the internet when they are characters, my friends. You know what I mean? Bless you, Dominic. There's a face I love to see. Dominic. Bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. Much love to you, my friend. Mad love, as some would say. Bless you, brother. We got Silver Tongue Cavalier. You guys already know. People or aggregation of men existing in the form of an organized jural society, inhabiting or distinct portion of the earth, speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, distinguishing from other groups like the racial origin and characteristics of the generally, but not necessarily, living under the same government and sovereignty. The definition of a nation, huh? Interesting. Yeah, so let's do this thing, man. What else we got here? Oh, part 2. Yeah, let's take a look at some more of this, man. Part 2.
This because the reason that we're doing the book is that you have been quoted in so many articles since this book came out.
Yeah.
It seems like one of those that caught on somehow.
Yeah.
Do you know how it caught on? What was the first thing you did to introduce the fact that this book existed, that people started reading it, and then in the intellectual world?
Well, I'll answer all those questions. At what level do I write at? I try to write at the absolute most serious level, and I take my own ideas seriously, and I don't water them down, and so I'm writing at the most serious level I can. At the same time, I take great pleasure. It's one of the joys of my life to write as simply and lucidly as I can. If something strikes me as humorous, that goes in too, and so if I can write about serious things with a light touch, I'm delighted to do it, and I try to do that. At the same time, when I wrote this book, I brought a lot of emotion to it, so the book is powered with an emotion as well. So it's a book about ideas, the most serious ideas that I've been able to come up with about the most serious topics, which are death, totalitarianism, terror, how we should respond to it, things like that, religion. But I've filled this sail with all the emotion that I've had about it, and I've tried to do.
Interesting. He said, "My religion." He believes in abortion rights and the full scale of liberal philosophy, but he still says "my religion" when he refers to Judaism. It's fascinating stuff. Okay, so we see that these things cut deep. You know, they're not just superficial. You know,
Do it with as light a touch as I can. So I think of it as a book on the most serious topics, but it's directed toward any reader who has an interest in this kind of thing. It's not a book directed just toward experts.
How did it catch on though with the intellectuals?
Well, it caught on. It caught on in a series of ways. The original version of the book is something that I wrote as an essay in a matter of days after September 11, 2001. And the original essay under the same title ran in the American Prospect magazine, which is a small liberal magazine, and that caught on a bit. But the main thing is that after I'd written this thing, the New York Times magazine asked me to take a section of it, the portion on Sayyid Qutb, who we were just discussing, and to adapt it for their pages. And I did that, and it ran in the New York Times magazine, big cover story on Qutb as the philosopher of radical Islamism, and I think that attracted a lot of attention. At the same time, who's to say how books catch on?
Yeah, of course, what we've researched, that's a oversimplification. You know, it's not a Islamic. It's just a over simplification because yeah.
I turned on the Charlie Rose show about Islamism, and I think that attracted a lot of attention. At the same time,
and the reason why it's an oversimplification is merely this: is because there's many ideas that predate Islamic modernism. I think, including Jewish nationalism and some of the radical thoughts of the Puritans and some of those kind of ideals that they had, you know, in organizing society. Even those of John Winthrop, you know, those those thoughts from the 1600, you know, pre the formation of America, you know, from the Protestant Reformation, you know, even containing extremist ideals based on religious precepts, you know, that influence all of these changes too. So you know, there's many things, and of course, the response to French and British philosophy through German idealism, you know. So as we've seen, there's many underpinnings to these thoughts, you know. So to say, oh well, you know, Sayyid Qutb just thought of this in his mind, you know, obviously that's a grand oversimplification. But yeah.
Who's to say how books catch on? I turned on the Charlie Rose show one day and discovered Richard Holbrooke talking about the book with Charlie Rose. That fascinated me, and I'm sure that caught some people's attention. But mostly, how a book catches on is a mystery.
Well, then let me go far beyond the book and go into a mosque somewhere in the Middle East. And if you were to sit down with someone who follows Islam and ask them, what is it? And let's say they're radicals, and they say, what is it we can do to stop the terrorism? What would they tell you if they were being, based on your investigation of this?
Well, if somebody's
go into some random place and ask some random Muslim, how do you stop the terrorism? Oh my God, what is this guy fucking smoking? You know, right? It's crazy. In other words, what kind of a fucking question is that?
radical, I don't know what you mean by radical. If they were really somebody who's in the in one of the several movements or currents of thought that descend from Sayyid Qutb and people like that, what they would tell us would be, well, if they were going to be really honest, they would.
Now I want you to tell us if what they would say if they were honest.
Well, the doctrine that comes out of this really is to spread Islam in this particular politicized version, which is not identical to all versions of Islam, all over the world, and
What a interesting way to ask a question. He said, "What would happen if you talk to a random Muslim in a shop somewhere, and let's just assume they're radical and they follow this extremely arcane ideology, that's developed by combining, aspects of socialism with Islam and the aspects of Islamic modernism, and let's just assume that this person is going to respond exactly as as we predict they will, but they're combining the notion that this is an average person and this is a person that follows a distinct ideological sect, because now he's switching between a Muslim and an Islamist rather freely. But it is what it is.
to make Islam the world religion and to rescue all of mankind. And by bringing Islam to mankind.
Okay, then go to the politicized version. What are the things that would be required in a society for them to say, okay, we'll stop the terrorism?
Well, I mean, the goal of the terrorism, as conceived of by the followers of this kind of thinking, the goal of the terrorism is to advance the notion of jihad, which is the struggle for Islam, as conceived in this version, and the goal plainly, I mean, the goal is at different levels. At one level, it's really to destroy.
This is an interesting comment by Pistolero. He said, Muslim terrorist thing. Christians are more closed-minded to what have you. Hence why I'd rather speak with Muslim than a Christian. Yeah, Nietzsche kind of had that in his book. He kind of said that there should be no more choice between a Muslim and a Christian than there is between an Arab and a Jew. So that's an interesting comment that he made. He kind of said that, that the Jews are the elites of European society. The Arabs are kind of the poor people of the third world, so they're a lot more amenable, to his response to liberalism than the average person. But I wonder if he ever tried, if he would ever give up his German, his German society for an Islamic one. I don't think Nietzsche's ready for that. I don't think he's going there.
The kinds of societies that are not upholding the principles of this version of Islamism.
Those principles are?
Those principles, well, the principles of this kind of Islam. Well, let me explain further that I'm saying other people would answer this question by saying that the goals of this kind of terrorism are specific political goals.
By the way, I'm not an Arab. I'm colloquially Indian or Pakistani, so I'm not even Arab, by the way. So people out there think just because I'm a Muslim, I'm talking about just because I'm a Muslim that and I'm talking about Islam that I'm an Arab. You know what I mean? No, that's not true. I was born in Pakistan.
That the goals are to force Israel to withdraw its settlements, or to force the United States to withdraw its troops from Saudi Arabia, or to force certain other specific kinds of political issues. But that's not actually how I understand the movement. My understanding of the movement is really that the goals are much larger, much more revolutionary than that. That if those relatively small things were the goals, they could be approached in a rather different way. That the goal really is to make a revolution all over the world. And the reason I speak about totalitarianism and why I'm interested in Camus and the philosophers of totalitarianism, the theorists about totalitarianism from 50 years ago or so, is this, that I think that the radical Islamist movement is a totalitarian movement in the 20th century style, that my theory is this, that after World War I, a whole series of extremely revolutionary movements arose, and they arose for the purpose of overthrowing what I think of as the essentially liberal doctrines, not liberal in the right-wing, left-wing version, but liberal in the sense of the liberal doctrines of Western culture. And by the liberal doctrines, I mean the notion of a separation of church and state, the notion that there should be a difference between the private and the public, a difference between the government and the society, a difference between the government and economics. The notion that in one's own mind we can think in different categories at the same time, that in part of your mind you could be religious, in another part of your mind you can be scientific or
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, that at the time the Christians were involved with Platonism. So when it went to the Jews and the Muslim science, it was not as curtailed by Platonism. So they had a kind of empiricism because they assumed that God was not in the world. So they kind of assumed that since God is exalted, that the world is kind of just this, had this empirical sort of causal nature to it, by which, they had kind of a methodological atheism, attached to their science, which made way for empiricism. When people like Leibniz and Descartes went into these things, they much rather look at the Muslim and the Jewish thinkers than the Christian thinkers, because they were so ensconced in the Neoplatonic views. But this is just what was going on at the time in Europe in the intellectual scene, and of course at the time of the Renaissance. There was many intellectual battles. There were people like Martin Luther were going back to the Kabbalah and to alchemy in order to interpret the Bible. So there was all sorts of ideological shifts going on in European society as well.
or rationalist. It's the notion that a society, the liberal idea is the notion that a society based on those ideas will progress and can offer progress for all mankind everywhere. This had been a large governing idea throughout the 19th century, and it wasn't in practice everywhere, but people subscribed to this idea and had a great faith in it. There was some reason to have a faith in it. World War I came along, and the idea came to seem preposterous because World War I was so horrible, so industrially murderous, that people who were thinking in those old terms of the liberal optimism in the 19th century were unable to conceive of it, unable to explain it. And as a result, in the years after the war, a series of movements arose which were rebellions against the old liberal idea. Each of those movements had the same idea, which was to overthrow liberal civilization and replace it with a civilization of a different sort, rock-like, granite, without any separation of spheres, a single sphere, permanent, unchanging, eternal, governed by a leader with a single organization, a single party, and like that.
Name just for examples, the leaders and the countries that you're talking about.
Right. The first of these movements was Lenin's, and the movement was Bolshevism, or the Communist Party, and then Lenin to Stalin. The next of them was Mussolini, who founded the fascist movement in Italy very few years later. Franco with the fascist movement of Spain. Hitler with the Nazi movement in Germany. The Iron Guard in Romania, the extreme right in France, and so forth, through almost every country through every country in Europe and many countries around the world. And each of these movements was different from each of the others. At the time, if anybody had said to you, there's something in common between the Bolshevism of Lenin and the fascism of Mussolini, they would have said that's preposterous. Those movements are opposite. But from our perspective now, looking back on them, we should be able to see that all of those movements had a lot in common. And what they had in common was this urge to rebel against liberal civilization, the principles of liberal separation of spheres, replace that with a rock-like, granite society, the permanent, unchanging society with a single party, the single leader, and so forth. So each of those movements had, in this respect, the same idea. They all arose in the immediate years after World War I. Those movements all arose in Europe, but at the same time, the same inspiration spread to the Muslim world, and it spread into to the Muslim world in a kind of Muslim totalitarianism arose, which had all of the main principles of totalitarianism in Europe, and it arose in the 1920s and 30s.
Great. And that's the subject of today's stream, is these Islamic movements. So thank you guys so much for joining us here, you know. We're going to keep going here for a little bit, but we're going to take a little break here, a little musical break for you guys. You know, we do this often on this show. Take a little musical break so I could smoke, you know, but yeah, bless you guys for being out here. You know, it's 10:45. You know, I'm going to be opening up the panel soon. You know, we'll see what we can get into here, you know, and if you guys have any questions, send people out here, you know, send people to challenge the views. You know, it's all good, man. You know, don't care who comes to debate. If we get some big name people in here, we'll just fucking shut it down, the panel, and fucking have a debate here. You know what I mean? Whoever wants to come in, you know what I mean? It's first preference. Bless you guys, man. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. No worries. Be happy, my friends. Okay? Okay? We're going to listen to some music and smoke here. Mullah said by Muslim Goals. Okay? Perfect for Islamic modernism, is it not? You know, but yeah, let's go. You guys ever hear Muslim Gauze? Man, you guys don't know music. Thank you for joining us here. And we're going to get back into our reading here. You know, in Iraq, the Ba'ath Socialists established their dictatorship on a firm basis in 1968. 1968. Okay, and we're reading from Terror and Liberalism. That is 46 years after Mussolini's fascists, 35 years after Hitler's Nazis, 39 years after Franco's Phalange. In the first days of 1969, the new government announced its revolutionary intentions. Okay, Iraq is not so different. He later says Mussolini and Hitler cultivated a similar style. Saddam launched his persecution of Jews and Freemasons. Okay, that's where we're at. Now let's go to this here. The next page. And other people. His suppression of Iraqi Kurds, whose crime was to be non-Arab, his cult of the more human leader, his public executions and revolutionary exhortations and war. And these things were intended to achieve the same goal that animated every one of the fascist movements from the years after the First World War. Only instead of wanting with Mussolini to resurrect the Roman Empire of ancient Italy, or with Hitler to resurrect the Roman Empire of Nazi myth, or with Franco, to resurrect the medieval Spanish crusade for Christ the King. Instead of that, the Ba'ath wanted to resurrect the Arab empire of yore from the days of Muhammad and the first caliphs. That was the Ba'athi, quote-unquote, Renaissance. Franco represented himself and his followers as a medieval knight of the Christian crusade. And Saddam presented himself as a figure in the Prophet Muhammad's family tree. This was fully in the 20th century tradition. For as Michael Aflac has so wisely said, quote, the philosophies and teachings that come from the West invade the Arab mind, unquote. Though Aflac, in making that observation, had no idea that he was speaking about himself and his own radical doctrines. Hoy! The Muslim world's other grand-scale radical movements, the Islamists. Okay, he was just talking about Islamists, the political movement that flies the flag of Islam. Okay? Or what it claims to be Islam. Okay, the Ism Schism. Okay, Islam plus Ism Schism, Islamism. All right. Does appear seen from afar as to be something else entirely, without any European influences at all. Here again, let us take a second glance. The Islamists came into the world of prominence later than the Pan-Arabism and the Ba'ath, but they got started at roughly the same time, or even a few years earlier. That was in the hands of the that eventually became Pakistan and Egypt. How about that? Okay. In neither of those places did the early Islamists resemble in any obvious fashion a European fascist movement. Islamism got underway in Pakistan during the 1930s, originally in 1941. And from the very start, the movement in South Asia plotted a path of peaceful political reform, just like any democratic movement. Though the undemocratic goals in Egypt, by way of contrast, the Islamist movement was founded as strictly religious society called the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood. This is what later formed into Hamas. Okay. So this is the origins of Hamas right here. Okay, if you guys are wondering, the Muslim Brotherhood, and we'll talk more about this next time, as well. When we continue our lectures on Islamic modernism, as we did a 3-part series on Christian nationalism and Jewish nationalism. We're going to also do one on Islamic modernism here. You know what I mean? And the Christian nationalism segment was actually called Christian futurism, because it's related to those ideas of the dispensationalists and the millenarianists. Okay. It's kind of a response to those. Anyways, the Muslim Brotherhood was devoted to the charitable works of and the encouragement of an Islamic lifestyle and did not present itself as any kind of political organization at all, fascist or otherwise. Still, in Egypt, during those years, a sympathy for the European extreme right and even for Nazism was fairly common. The militants of young Egypt society, the green shirts, quote unquote, were openly pro-Nazi. The Muslim Brotherhood's founder, Hassan al-Banna, expressed, I am now quoting from the Malise Ruthven from his A Fury of God, quote, considerable admiration for the Nazi brown shirts, unquote. His organization did choose to designate its organizational units as Kataib or phalanges in the Franco style. And what did those Muslim phalanges hope to accomplish? Question. In 1924, Kemal Ataturk, the Republican leader of Turkey, abolished what seemed to be an anachronistic holdover from the ancient post in Istanbul, which was the institution of the caliphate. Okay. Now, this is a very important historical event. Okay. Okay. We have the fall of the caliphate. Okay. The formation of Saudi Arabia, the formation of modern day Israel, the Bolshevik Revolution, okay, and the First and Second World Wars, okay, and the development of nuclear weapons, and the development of the Federal Reserve banking system, all from 1917 to 1933, okay? Now, this is a very eventful time in history, okay, where they developed modern technologies and all sorts of things, all right? Modern ideologies refurbished them for the political stage, for the geopolitical stage, okay? And one of the main factors is the fall of the Ottoman and the Sykes-Picot agreements, which formed the modern Arab states of today, such as Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, Iraq, what have you, okay? Anyways, the caliphate in the 20th century, Turkey was a purely ceremonial office without power. It was venerable, though. In the early Middle Ages, the caliphate had been the seat of the Ottoman emperors and had descended to the Ottomans from the still remoter times when it served as the seat of the Arab Empire and from the days of Muhammad's companions. Ataturk, the modernizer, was eager to sweep away every mote and cobweb of the distant past. And the caliphate was among the motes and webs. And so out went the caliphate, along with the many other dusty old relics of the Turkish past. And in Egypt in 1928, the new Muslim Brotherhood observed Ataturk and his forward-looking reforms and reeled in horror. The Muslim Brotherhood wanted to see the caliphate restored, though not as a purely ceremonial office, nor as a pious bow nor as a pious bow to the past. The Muslim Brotherhood wanted to resurrect the office of the caliphate in order to resurrect the world of Islam in its pristine age, that of the 7th century. In that fashion, the Muslim Brothers' notion of religion did tip here and there into a dream world bordering on politics. And the Brotherhood's dreamiest world of all, the return to the 7th century, turned out to be strikingly similar to Baath's socialisms. Naturally, there were differences, more of a spiritual emphasis among the Muslim Brotherhood, more of a racist emphasis among the Baath socialists. But these movements were ideological cousins, certainly certainly to one another. A little more remotely to the European movements, the Baathi and the Islamists were two branches of a single impulse, which was Muslim totalitarianism, the Muslim variation on the European idea. Their dreams bore the mark of the Muslim world, but their dreams were not exotic. The whole phenomenon of people wearing monochrome shirts and organizing phalanges calling for the resurrection of ancient empires was definitely a trend of the moment. Or was it? I wonder what he'd think about today and the rise of Christian nationalism or Christian futurism. But in drawing up and the distinct religious wars we have today between the Zionists and the Muslims today, the direct offspring of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Hamas terrorists, going into the modern age, hyper modern age, of today, of the explosion of even AI and these concepts, transhumanism and these things. But in drawing up the list of similarities between Islamism and Baath socialism on one side, the fascism of Europe on the other, I don't want to lean too heavily on superficial resemblances, on phalanges and ancient fantasies and readings in German philosophy, which may be suggestive but are bound to mislead sooner or later. Let me turn instead to the Islamist theory. Okay. To what the Islamists actually say. Okay. The single most influential writer in the Islamic tradition, at least among the Sunni Arabs, is generally recognized to be Sayyid Qutb of Egypt, a formidable person. Qutb was born in 1906. Okay? The same year as Hassan al-Banna and 7 years before Camus, his fellow North Africans. Okay, interesting. Qutb grew up in the village in Upper Egypt and received a proper religious education. His biographer, Badrul Hassan, the author of Sayyid Qutb, Shahid, published in Karachi. Okay, Karachi's in Pakistan. Okay. A few of Qutb's childhood recollections. They come from a book that Qutb dedicated to his mother. Okay. Anyways, I'll read more of this later. Hopefully. All right. But yeah, so far you guys are getting the picture here. I hope so, And I'll turn back to this interview here and I'll open up the panel here for you guys, because as I promised at 11 o'clock, I'll open up this panel here. So we'll get into some panel discussions if you guys want. There's still a little bit of material I have to cover on Islamic modernism, the concept, which I may either do on Friday morning or I may reserve it for Saturday night. But I already know it's not a very popular topic, but, people are always saying I don't criticize Islam or I don't talk about Islam and I'm a Muslim or whatever the fuck they want to paint the picture, but it's obviously not true. Okay, I've done hours of material on Islam. I've done just as I've done hours of material on Judaism and Christianity, and those are not the only topics we cover. We also cover topics in technology. Okay, the philosophy of technology, especially. Okay, we cover ancient and modern philosophies, and we also study the occult here. Okay, and different aspects of those things. Coming into focus with everything that it takes to understand what's going on around the world today, the architectonic, okay, the religious, political, philosophical, and historical aspects of today's world.
It had different strands. One of those strands is the one that was finally given a theoretical shape by Said Qutb in his commentary on the Quran. Another of those strands is the one that finally evolved into the Ba'ath Party of Saddam Hussein. But these different strands really had a lot in common. But in any case, they had the same idea as each of the European totalitarian movements, which was to effect a revolution in the world everywhere, not just to effect a few local reforms, not just to make a few political demands on someone, maybe be a little rough about it, but to advance one's cause in a reformist or small fashion, not just to get a slightly bigger slice of the pie, but instead to make a complete revolution that was going to change thoroughly the whole of mankind.
So Lenin and Mussolini and Hitler and others all had the same goal as the Islamists do?
In this deepest of ways.
In the overall...
In the overall deepest of ways, they had the same goal. In all other ways, once we leave the very deepest level, they each had different goals and one opposite from the other, and one fought wars with the other, and each one was different. But at the very deepest way, it was all the same. And this deepest way was to overthrow liberal civilization, replace it with a different kind of modernity.
Yo.
So, brother.
What's up, brother?
Lucky, man. Lucky God gave me 2 eyes. Just lucky.
Hell yeah, bro.
Well, 3 of them maybe. I don't know. Shit, there could be 4 of them motherfuckers.
Exactly. All the better to see you with.
So,
as the wolf said, you mean? Yo,
Hello.
what's going on? Yo,
hi.
brother. What's up, Hank? What's up, Lanza? Look at him. He's a bee.
To be or not to be.
To be. We got these things called bunties. Bunties. They're like M&Ms, but they're like a knockoff brand in Pakistan, and they got a B on them instead of an M. It's pretty funny. So you kind of look like a bunty. Right? But yeah, man. Thanks for being here, guys. Talking about certain things. We might go and call into some shows, be disruptive, be intentionally disruptive.
Oh no!
Oh, I already did one today. I was
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, what was it? The Sanity Machine.
Oh no, you're on the Sanity Machine, dude.
I tried to be on the Sanity Machine, but he was just.
Did he kick you off immediately?
He didn't even know me in. I mean, he was just.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's no way he'd let you in. Yeah,
he was scratching backs, and I said, "Oh, okay, you won't even let me in." I went.
I saw that with
and we tried to. They tried to just watch the thing. A whole bunch of the audience tried to walk in. He just blocked them out. Then he eventually came over. Yeah, Dr. King Stephen Esquire eventually came over, and he couldn't handle the OTW show. In his majesty.
That's where I was watching this Bex and Sanity Machine thing going on. But yeah, I actually don't know what to make of any of this stuff. But yeah, they got some good shows on. Maybe we should call into some shows and be intentionally disruptive on these shows. Sounds like a good idea. Maybe Flow State. Maybe we'll call into Flow State. Let's see what's going on. I don't really think I'd get kicked off of Flow State. So, that's not even.
Have you been on Flow State before?
Got Mitchell out here. What's going on, dude? You doing okay, man?
Yo, thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure, bro. No worries. Yep.
You've been on Flow State before, haven't you? The Machine Lies.
Flow State.
Yeah, have you been on?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm featured on there quite a lot, for real,
Yeah, so am
Last
I.
time I played our little thing, we were talking about Nietzsche. Flow's a cool dude. He talks about different subjects and stuff. You know what I mean? Sometimes, they get into intellectual discussions of religion. They cue me in. They're like, Machine Lies, what do you think about this? So it's not just all bullshit over there. You know what I mean? But yeah, a lot of times they be doing some drama shit. They started doing some drama shit at Talcos. And, yeah. What's up, Cecil, man? You doing okay, man?
You guys talking about raiding people?
Yeah, I was thinking about raiding some societies out here, some online societies. Now that I have the credibility, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, but
I might be able to help with that.
yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Yeah. Today I've been reading Andrew Dworkin, reading the feminist writer. I've been reading yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
I've been reading. Yeah, I've been reading.
Tell us about it. I'm gonna grab my charger. Tell us about this feminism piece.
Yeah, I've been reading pornography, men possessing women, and right now she seems super anti-porn. But the thing is, feminist ideology is Hegelian, so I pretty much say it's bad. But then usually I expect her to say, at least either say or behave as if, well, I'm gonna be the bad guy now. So I'm still like 20% into this book.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you said it's Hegelian, and we were looking at some of the Islamic modernism and their take from their takeaways from German Romanticism and all those types of things, and German idealism. So it becomes a ism schism of Islamism. You know what I mean? So how do you create an ism schism? You got to get into ideologies. And how do you create an ideology? How do you manufacture an ideology? You have to get into classical liberal ideologies of the state. How they construct the modern notion of the state and the notion of man in the state of nature. So it's a biological and political thing, okay? Scientific and artistic, all right? That's the dialectic of the modern world, is art and science. What do they promote? You see all the commercials. What do they promote in the commercials? Design, innovation, future, technological innovation, art. Look at the world. Look at this fucking circle fucking couch. Look at this circle chair. Look at this circle person. Look at this circle building. Everything's looks like a fucking iPhone, all slick and, or whatever, just
modern art.
Yeah, modern art.
But there's a huge issue with that, because a lot of times you go in the future, but leaving the things that work on the table, and you're not getting the best possible product with the technology you have.
They're all about trying to progress to this future where everything's better than now, because apparently now sucks or is oppressive or something like that.
And that's the Hegelian aspect. And you're going with Simone de Beauvoir and the whole kind of that aspect of feminism. Isn't that right, Hank?
I guess so. I'm reading Andrea Dworkin right now.
You know who Simone de Beauvoir is?
I must have, remind me.
She wrote the book The Second Sex. She was the wife, open relationship of Jean-Paul Sartre, the French existentialist.
Mm-hmm.
So she was a communist, and so was Sartre. So that's notable. They're French communists. And she was one of the founders of feminism. But a lot older is Mary Wollstonecraft. And it's interesting if you read Mary Wollstonecraft's in her work on women, on I think it's called The Subjection of Women or something like that. She was an interesting character, and she drew from, I think she was married to Percy Shelley. You know, he like drank out of a skull. Like,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, yeah, and her daughter wrote Frankenstein, you know, by the way.
Yes. Mary Shelley.
So,
Yes.
so the founder of the horror genre, but the thing is that in Mary Wollstonecraft, she applied Puritan virtues, you know, to the equality of women, universal values derived from Christian morality, you know. So it's actually interesting that there was that older 1800s feminism, and then there's kind of the newer, more modern, hyper modern version of Simone de Beauvoir, you know, and then you have the second and third wave feminisms, you know, and that's probably the trip that you're on now with this book that you're reading, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly.
Look, I kind of want to get into the psychology of women. No, I don't care what psychology, sociology of women, why they seem to prefer the most evil possible men.
Well, we could definitely bring Islam into that discussion because of the view of Islam and women. Oh boy, you know, it's got a lot to you know, say about women that a lot of people find you know, sort of unnatural, you know, but you know, so there's that aspect to it, you know, that Islam's view of women is not exactly embrace feminism, you know. Actually, as Nietzsche says,
not necessarily. No, I actually disagree, because Islam acknowledges that women's seduction power is part of women's power. So Islam acknowledges that seduction is a power of women. That's why they try to ensure that women dress modestly. Islam is the most I guess liberal of the Abrahamic religions, pretty much. Well, you can debate between Islam and Christianity now, but at the time, Islam was more progressive.
I think Christianity it took the lead at this point.
Yeah, but when it was founded, Islam was the most progressive Abrahamic religion.
That is true. Although I contest with the term Abrahamic, because obviously Abraham did not follow Moses because he was before Moses. But it's an interesting term nonetheless.
But the Prophet Muhammad would classify Abraham as it's called them Islam, because they were submissive to God.
Yeah. Yep, that's correct. Yeah, they just refer to them as Islam.
Yeah. So it's kind of this pretty much the class, at least from the Islamic perspective, they'll be classified in the same banner anyways. But I just use a different word for it.
Okay, let's try to call into flow state, you know. Because he likes all of us anyways, you know, so we'll call into flow state, and if all of us get thrown out, we'll come back here and figure out what we're gonna do. But yeah, all right. Let me get up in.
How are we gonna do this? Are we going to just watch what's going on from your ship?
No. We're all just gonna go over there. So yeah, not from the chat, but from the hopefully my whole chat doesn't leave me and my whole viewers don't leave me. But yeah, stick around on this channel. I mean, we're just gonna call in from my show, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are you able to bridge us in, or we just need to leave and go there?
You got it. Well, it depends on what type of device you guys are using. If you're using a device that might not allow you to be in 2 StreamYards at once, then you'll have to leave here and go over there. But my audience will still be able to see you over there. But if you're not able to do that, you know, then I mean, if you are able to get into 2 different StreamYards, then just stay here and sign into the other place. You know, you can sign into both. Yeah,
but
yeah,
there's something you could. I'm sorry. There's something you can do though, as this channel's owner. You can like drop the link or port us over to there or something like that.
No, that's if I end this show, I could pour my audience into the other audience. It's just the mechanics. Okay. Yeah, but you have to put in their name. You have to allow them in your YouTube settings to do that. So So yeah, yeah, that's a whole complicated thing. All we're doing is calling in. So if you guys are on a cell phone, sign off of here and go call into Flow State. And if
Okay.
you guys are on a laptop, you're able to go to both places at once because your internet browser will allow you to.
He's
You know,
just having
either
a semi-open panel right now, but check out his title. It's pretty ironic. Love it.
it might be about me.
It is about you, probably. Well, they're not drugging you right now.
you said is
No, they're
it
not
is about
drugging
me?
you, but they know he was thinking about you. But they're not drugging you.
I doubt he'll let me in there. He always has some excuse to not let me in there, but whatever. I'll see you guys over there.
Okay, for sure. Yeah.
I'll pay Cecil on.
Yeah, we'll
Then
be
he can
back.
sleep
And
over
Cecil,
there.
Cecil's chilling in the Discord too. So I'll be able to send him a message and get him back in on our show if he kicks him out. But yeah, we'll be out here. Let me see if I could sign in there and see what's going on. Well, yeah, it's interesting. If the title's about me, I guess I should call in. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You mean?
Well, I don't think it was about you, but I just thought it was coincidental. You know.
Yeah, coincidental to an extreme capacity. But the thing is that I'm sure I've been on his mind recently because we had several interesting discussions recently, especially with this character too. me and them gave them a show. Me and him gave him a show the other day, so that was pretty fun. But yeah, and also Hoppins, but Hoppins is like a little bitch. He actually gets offended for real and just doesn't talk to you anymore. So yeah, whatever, dude. I guess you don't like people said mean things to me, so that's Hoppins.
Yeah.
That's Hoppins for you. But yeah, I mean, shit, dude, we got to figure out who's who out here, man. It's not a fucking gang, in terms of everybody's characters they're playing out here.
So
oh yeah, so
there's an issue. There's
I've
an issue.
seen
You
them
didn't.
LARPing, man. I've seen them LARPing. You make a couple jokes a little too funny, and watch the script try to scramble back. I'm telling you, bro.
Okay, I think he's I just wrote in the chat, y'all got the link. So I'm about to go up in this thing, see what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna email him for the link.
Yeah, email him for the link and then post it in the private chat here. You know what I'm saying, Hank? Thank you so much. Since you're more proficient than I am at that sort of thing, it'll take me 20 minutes to pull that move. Lanza, I don't know what happened. Lanza, his phone probably just fell out, but yeah, it is what it is. Lanza is an honored member. I don't know if Lanza's up in the Discord, but he needs to be because I seen you send me an email, Lanza, but it's much easier to communicate with me in the Discord. I'm still figuring things out.
You get the link to the Discord in the private chat. I'm gonna email Flow State.
Okay. Yeah, I need to get up in this thing where, but the logistics of this, it is what it is. I mean, I already covered 2 hours on the concept of Islamic modernism. So if you guys are getting bored with these dynamics, just go back and listen to that presentation if you guys are just joining me, but there's also the previous episode I did way more than 2 hours. I did like 6 or 7 hours before I was viciously porn bombed by infidels. But the thing is that there's a lot to cover there on that topic. I mean, we don't just get to fucking 9/11. That's with the baby truther shit. That is just fucking some crazy shit just happened. But yeah, no. There's a whole political history behind it, a whole ideological factions and ideological divides that go back fucking centuries. You don't just get to the state, who created Lebanon and Syria and Israel and Egypt and all these countries, all these nation states. Where the fuck did they come from? That's what the fuck we're trying to figure out here. Who created democracy and liberalism and capitalism? That's what the fuck we're trying to figure out here. These things didn't just end up happening. Before, all the property was the king's property. It was king, God, and people. It was a trinity of things, you know,
Mhm.
and then everything changed. In the 16th century, everything changed. You can't just take it for granted that we just live in a world of fucking, you know, with no kings. You know, we live in a society with fucking factories of machines are running the whole society. You know, it's because of modernism. It's because of liberalism. Okay, it's because of democracy that we have these things. It's because of capitalism that we have these things. You know, we can't just take these things for granted. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, anybody who does, you know, good luck figuring out the world, you know, because, you know, shit's moving fast out here.
Okay. Flow
Yeah.
State's dropping the link.
For sure. Okay, we got the link out there in Flow State. Let's get up
Yeah.
in there and let's
I'm gonna put
call
the link
in.
in the.
And I gotta go take a piss, but yeah, I'm gonna call in there and take a piss. So I'm gonna turn my cam off here and yeah, man.
Okay, I'm
See
gonna
you guys
pull Flow
over.
State's link into the private chat.
Oh, thank you, Hank. Yeah. And anybody else who wants to call in, I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody want to join the panel with us over there,
Yeah.
I'll drop.
Also, I'm going to put our Discord link in the private chat as well.
Well, you could just throw that in the public chat. I'm not really
Okay,
worried.
public chat it is.
I'm not worried about people joining the Discord, but hopefully we don't get any crazy stuff in there. I gotta make Reddington and Neurojack and a few other people mods out there in there so that they can take care of if there's any horrible shit, people doing horrible shit there, you know. But yeah. You know, but yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me, you know, and thank you to everyone. Let's go see what this Hegelian you know, illiteratism is about. You know, stop reading. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said on Jax the other day. I said, give up learning and put an end to your troubles. It's chapter 20 from the Tao Te Ching. Huh? he says, in the path of learning, one gains incrementally, but in the path of the Tao, one gains by relinquishing, by giving up things. You know, knowing one's ignorance, knowledge of self. You know, these are just as important as learning. Are they not? Come on, guys. You know. I love Brother Talcott because he said I talk to myself in the mirror a lot. I was like, that's some badass shit, Holmes. You know, you sit there and talk to yourself in the mirror. Man, I never heard that shit. You know, like you know, it takes some fucking real balls to do something like that. I'll tell you. You know, you just sit there, just fucking talk to yourself in the fucking mirror, dude. You know?
Well, people compare him to Narcissus all the time, so
Narcissus. Uh-oh. Narcissus, huh? Well, you know, I always pray that God makes me a narcissist, you know, because the thing is that I have too many empathetic qualities or pseudo empathetic qualities, and they always drag me into relationships with people that end up owning me in every sense of the word. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I mean, live a life of
yeah, I've been
service.
training Machiavellianism. It's almost complete. So,
Oh my God, you're telling me, yeah. What's going on, Holmes? We're also live on my channel. Let me go ahead and full screen this shit. But yeah, I was just doing my show and I was like, oh, this is Hegelian shit. Let's do this. Yeah. Shat bricks. Shat bricks. No, it's not.
He followed you over here. He's back. He's backstage. I said, I'm not bringing up chat bricks. You look like a troll.
Yeah, my whole panel should follow me over here.
Okay, yeah, but he turned on his camera and he's doing the thing I told him not to do last stream when I had to kick him off. I said, don't hold your face so close to the camera. I can feel your breath when you speak.
It must be Cecil.
It was, and so he turns on the camera and he's all up in it again. Let's see.
Well, I told him we'll go back if we get thrown out, but
I don't. You know, I'm pretty chill with it, honestly. Like I think I am at least, but I'm not afraid to use it. But
I've never.
The Lanza came through with the best name change double tap, I think, in channel history. Last stream,
I did. It was a world record. I feel
it was fucking funny. I've It's not like I've uploaded it as its own short. I'm just waiting for the monetization review to get over, but
Let's
yeah,
go.
it's good enough that it deserves to be its own short.
That's what's up, man. Internet fame. I can't wait to watch it, bro. That's funny.
It was that and when Bex came in and trolled Tommy at the end of that same stream. There's a couple of things. There's a couple of funny ass things last stream.
Bex trolled Tommy. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with Tommy recently because he unsubscribed to my channel. He never comes on my channel and tells me like what he's been up to anymore. But yeah, I got into it with him one day.
I just got my first notification from your channel, and I've been subscribed for almost 2 months.
Whose channel?
Yours.
Oh yeah.
I'm Caucasian Sasquatch. I've been subscribed to you since I met you on Flow State Channel that night. And I just today got the very first notification without having to go look for it. I usually lurk your chats. They're kind of strange.
They've played me hardcore. Oh, wait, what was that, Barbie?
Because if you set the bell to all, then you'll get all of his notifications. I get all of them.
Stop that. Stop that.
I do.
Don't be silly.
Yeah, there's some trick to it because I noticed like Talcott and Gen X Jeff, like I watch those fucking shows every day, but I don't get the notifications for them, so I don't know what the fuck is going on, you know? Like it won't even tell me that they're live. That's the fucking odd part. Like they'll be motherfucking live and they'll just show the blue dot. It won't show the 3 red shits. You're like, what the fuck is this? This is like shadow banning or some shit. Like how the fuck is this?
You would think that they would promote Gen X Jeff because he like is actually
that's what I thought.
An autistic Satanist who believes in the system.
That's why
he's everything.
Yeah. I mean,
it doesn't make any sense. That's what I keep telling some of these conspirators. It doesn't make any sense how little power Jeff has, how little attention I get.
No, Jeff is gonna blow up. He's gonna blow up way bigger than Machine Lives and Flow State because the thing is that he you guys are picking onto something, and that's why I'm sneak tip doing these appearances on Gen X Jeff because you guys don't know it's gonna blow up. So that's.
Oh no, I'm not shit talking him. I think that he's really he's calm and even keel. He does good with panels.
And he likes Hollywood.
He's skilled. He likes Hollywood. He likes the modern world. He fucking hates conspiracy theories. He's like the perfect New World Order shield. They need to hire this motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck.
I mean, he's also gay.
Yeah, I mean, like, how has Gen X Jeff not blown up yet? That's my question. I mean,
it's probably because the conspiracy people are wrong about who's in charge. That's pretty simple as that. I mean, of everyone here.
Well, first of all, you have to know who the conspiracy people think is in charge.
I think it's
right now. It's called Klaus Schwab. They think Klaus Schwab's in charge. I mean, I watched play of Alex Jones's game. Klaus Schwab was the final boss. So,
am I in charge, or am I a conspiracy person?
Probably.
Yeah, I think I am.
Yeah, I think
I don't think Klaus Schwab is in charge, but I do think I'm probably a conspiracy theory.
No, if you were just a former member of the Proud Boys, you'd be considered a conspiracy theorist, just right off rip, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, so there'd be no way in the mainstream narrative you'd be considered a conspiracy theorist just right off rip, just for being a member.
They would consider me a fascist.
Yeah, just being
the joke is on them though, because our economy is fascist.
Yes.
Yeah, I think just alt-right on the right or Antifa on the left, if you just have those ideological like divides, like you're basically just considered a total conspiracy theorist.
What about like I mean, there's 2 ways I know. There's 2 ways around conspiracy that I know. One is it's called Pretty Sure because everybody can agree to Pretty Sure. And I forgot the other one. Oh, the other one is a conspiracy theory analyst.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. You're talking about how to get like media attention, like that one. There's a what's his last name? Oh my god,
what's his first name?
A Rothschild. There's a Rothschild who's a conspiracy theorist expert. Have you seen this dude?
Yes, I forgot. I need to look him up.
Yeah.
Rothschild and Rockefellers are the richest people in the world today.
No.
I don't know that that's accurate either, but
Some of the richest.
they're definitely scuzzy and they're rich.
They're still in the 13 family. They're still up there with them. Yeah. They're
Another one of the books that that John Taylor Gatto mentioned that was recommended.
David D. Rothschild. Yes, he's the guy.
That was recommended.
That's an excellent author, John Taylor Gatto. You know, that's one of
yes, he's awesome, man.
He's great. He talks about how the public school system is basically socialism. You know, so yeah.
I was listening to one of his videos earlier today, and he mentioned books that elite students get at like these, you know, where the Rockefellers and whatever send their kids.
Yeah.
And I bought one of them, the Julius Caesar one about the Gallic Wars. And then the other one that he mentioned in that same video was Thomas Hobbes.
Oh, yeah. That's I covered that on my show. Yeah.
Which one is it?
Well, I covered the Leviathan. That's
the one.
You said you had 2 books from the Rockefellers or Rothschilds. Isn't one of those books the Enchiridion?
Oh,
I did. Oh, that was. Are you asking him or me? I don't have one of those.
He was asking you.
Oh, I don't have a Rothschild book.
You don't have a Rothschild. Oh.
No.
Been in part with.
I've got 2 different versions of Black's Law Dictionary.
But yeah,
what was that second book?
That's hilarious.
Hobbes Leviathan.
Leviathan
Yeah,
by Thomas Hobbes.
Yeah, Leviathan of Thomas Hobbes is one of the most important books in modern times. He was against the Cromwell, protectorate, so he was kind of on the wrong side of history. But the thing is that the thing he supported was government by consent, even though he believed in a monarchical form of government. You know, he was an inventor of government by consent, but he also was a scientist. You know, he formed the concept of gases. You know, like, you know how they say like solids, liquids, and gases. Like, yeah, he did experiments, and he was like the first to discover things like that. He also was like a proto-Darwinian guy who believed that man could be reduced to biology. You know, that and that the nature of man was mechanical, just like Newtonian physics said. Right. The whole cosmic realm is kind of based on mechanism. He reduced man to the same quality, and he reduced him to a general equality in the state of nature, which influenced things later like socialism and stuff. You know, Hobbes was hugely influenced by
Darwin.
Marx was influenced by Hobbes, you know, a lot. You know,
so I was looking up that book because I want to buy it too. And with books like that, when I'm on Amazon, you know, I try to find the oldest publishing date that I can. But when they're translated, it throws another wrench in it. I actually thought about emailing you.
Get the C.B. McPherson, the Penguin Classic Edition. You know.
All right, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
The Secret History of the World is a good one.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah.
My dad has Penguin, and I actually like the book. I read the small version of it.
Of Penguin?
Of Penguin. And,
I've never read that book.
Thing about how the Constitution was written.
Yeah, and after you read it, it's very lengthy, but after you read it, you know, you can read the preface written by C.B. McPherson, and he shows you how the notion of general equality actually influenced Marx and Engels as well. You know, so it's fascinating stuff. You know, but Thomas Hobbes, because Marx was looking for a response to Locke, you know, the Lockean notions of labor, and Locke himself was writing his true treatises of government as a response to Hobbes' Leviathan, you know, which Hobbes was writing in response to Machiavelli's Prince. You know, he actually refers to Machiavelli as the fool in the Leviathan. You know, he has this, yeah.
Where does Monte Russo come in on that?
Rousseau, it basically,
Yeah.
it basically goes that Hobbes is a response to Machiavelli, Locke is a response to Hobbes, and Rousseau is a response to Locke. You know,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, you know, in his second discourse on inequality, he begins the second discourse of inequality, the second part of the second discourse with the statement that whoever was the first guy who plucked the fruit from the tree and said that the trees are the tree and the land is mine and the fruits of the earth you know belong to somebody, you know, and created the notion of the property, is the most influential and the stupidest person who ever lived. So so this was Rousseau's statement, you know, which they used to find the radical ideas of the French Revolution, you know, especially derived from his social contract, you know. But in the discourses on inequality, he rejects the views of the Enlightenment. So he's like he's like wiping his ass with Diderot and Voltaire and these guys, you know. So it's been crazy.
What were you saying? Tell me about how he responds to Prince, or what the relationship between those two are, because I've read the Prince and I quite like it.
He talks about the notion of justice, and how the prince had said in his heart, he said the fool had said in his heart that there is no such thing as justice, and that's his response to Machiavelli. And he brings an order of justice into the picture through this government of consent, this notion of the autocratic state, and says that the concept, the main pull of his argument is in the concept of sovereignty. He talks about sovereignty, how you can derive rights through this notion of sovereignty, and how the sovereignty could be brought forward through the notion of consent. So they vote in the sovereign, and then and they give their rights up to the sovereign, and they allow the sovereign to create rules for the society. The sovereign is the artificial man, you know.
Oh shit, that sounds like Jack.
Yeah, so he empties the sovereign of like his will and creates this notion of this artificial man in response to Machiavelli. So he turns it like this hollow prince, you know, guy who's kind of like this fucking, you know, I mean, artificial man, I think, is like, you know, like I talked about on my show. It kind of sounds like AI. You know what I mean? Like
do you think that there is? But I sort of agree from just what you told me. I agree with. I do not believe that justice is achievable.
Yeah, so yeah, you would go with Machiavelli, you know, versus Hobbes, and there's good arguments for that. You know, there's good arguments for that, especially the notion of yeah. Go ahead.
It's because it's subjective. Because because my definition of justice is going to be different from, say, JG's definition of justice. I think it's perfectly just that he gets to sleep in cardboard boxes because he's homeless and he sucks, and he probably doesn't feel the same way. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's why
justice can only be achieved through the effort of trying to achieve it. It is an admirable aspiration, but an impossible eventuality.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Plato says in the Republic, you know, and all of these books, by the way, of these modern books are a response to Plato's Republic, you know. So really, in Plato's Republic, he says that everybody has their own notion of justice. That's how it starts out. You know, it says, therefore, it's not achievable. So you have to create a political ideal. And then the thing is that you imperfectly follow that political ideal. You know, so the thing is that this political ideal that you imperfectly follow, this notion itself is called the noble lie. You know,
that's the justification for hurting the goy.
Yeah, and the Sidian speech is the justification. Yeah, and then in Machiavelli, he says that all sorts of political idealism, all sorts of imaginary states like the Republic, they're just nonsense. You know, he says that's just made up shit. So he says, you know, what do I think about the Republic? I think history doesn't show it. He says if you study history, there's been no such thing as the Republic of Plato. So what the fuck does it matter? You know what I mean? It is what Machiavelli says, you know?
Oh,
Machiavelli
Well,
also believed that any
marginalized.
amount of manipulation applied to a situation is perfectly justified, provided the ends justify the means.
Maybe.
There's no such
Go ahead.
thing as true justice.
Right.
It's persuaded on multiple dynamics is what it is.
It's
And
it's
everybody wants their own set of justice.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Justice is it's a righteous indignation of sorts that justifies, whatever,
I thought that one leader used Plato's Republic as a rule. Oh, what's his name? I can't remember.
While you're thinking of it, I want to say, where to go? I started. Flurfers are us. Oh, flurfers. I was like, what does RU stand for? Like plural RUs, but that's R us. Okay. Flurfers are us. You mentioned that you wanted a hoodie like Angela's. They discontinued that. They've since, last I checked, I think that they had brought back something else in the similar design. I'll get back on, actually probably after the stream and try to see if I can make that again. But yeah, she bought the only one in that design, and they discontinued it later the same night she bought it, or the same day that I uploaded it. So check back on the store tomorrow. I do have a merch store if anybody hasn't seen it.
So they only made one, and once they sold it, they was done.
That's it. Yeah, you can, and on her channel, she did a little short modeling it. It's dope. She loves it. It's a great hoodie. I'm a little jealous myself. I didn't buy one. I actually had one in the cart, but just like most of my carts, most of my carts I ended up loading up online and then just forgetting to check out.
You need a Mr. Rogers sweater.
I did.
One.
Did you agree, Sasquatch? Is that what I heard?
I fully agree. You definitely need a Mr. Rogers sweater. You need to use that for one night a week when you come in and sit down with a little tinkle-linka-linka background.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
And that's what happens.
Except I'll think that will happen, and then.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Dude.
Just stinks.
I'm thinking more like the music video.
Oh, yeah. Then it'll evolve, is what you're saying.
So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity, what? You got to suck your own dick.
That's not right. That shit actually gets stuck in my head though.
I know. I love it.
That's fucked up. You doing that to people?
I hope nobody's like sleeping right now, just like and hearing that, just dreaming like right now.
Programming their subconscious.
Hey TML, you seen the Utopia video, didn't you?
Yeah. I seen the Utopia one. Yeah, that one's funny. Yeah.
I'm gonna retitle it to Jacktopia.
Yeah.
Jacktopia.
This one costs me nothing.
Yeah.
I like that one where it's like Jesus Christ is my nigga. You ever see that one?
Oh yeah.
It sounds like Tommy's.
Respect
the original G.
I don't know that one.
I don't know, man. You're sus to me, bro. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
Truther Cop, right?
Oh yeah,
Truther.
Yeah, he said that to me the first time. I don't remember if it was the first time I did come up on his panel or that I had mentioned from the chat I'd come. I don't remember, but yeah, that was.
He's not been fucking with the Proud Boys shit because he went into the J6, whole conspiracy angle of it. So he was very, very so.
Well, we've talked to him a few times, and he seems pretty interested in it.
Yeah,
that was when he first learned he was in the Proud Boys. That's why he said that.
Yeah, his show last night was pretty epic, man. If you guys haven't seen his show last night, he was on some other shit, man. I wouldn't even. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's doing talking to people like that. I wouldn't touch people like that with a 100-foot pole. But yeah, it's crazy.
Who was it?
It was the former bodyguard of John McAfee.
Of John McAfee?
Yeah, and he was also a former SEAL, and also I think he was involved in Blackwater and stuff. So this guy was like he's like.
Oh wait, yeah, I did. I came in right as he was ending.
Yeah, this guy's like a fucking cyber ninja, So I mean, it's
okay. Time to tell everyone what I was cooking. This is literally what I was cooking.
Hold on a second.
Oh man, you got some good scallops on it for your
And
tape, man.
that shit looks
Andrew
good.
Andrew approves. And is this is the after picture?
Tonight,
yeah, this is the after picture. Yes,
with my dad.
But I can cook it some more in the broiler.
How did they know you were cooking? Did you say something in the chat, or were you like hot plating it off screen over there?
They're seeing me drinking coffee. They thought I was cooking, but there's an association. But yeah, I was just drinking my coffee. They thought I was cooking, but they guessed right this time. So
yeah, my cam is fucking up. I apologize for that.
Oh, you're fine. No matter. I can.
Well,
see, I'll put Barbie here, and then she'll turn off her screen later, and then I'll move her, and right after I move her, she'll flip it back on because she doesn't like being moved.
That's not it. It's just timing. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Oh yeah, that's the sort of mood we're in.
Most of the time, people aren't paying attention to me, anyways. Unless I'm picking my nose.
It's the rest of us as dudes. You think anybody's looking at us?
They're
We
looking
could
at me.
probably just do the rest of the stream like this.
Nope, that was you.
I always felt the person. I always felt the person in the center was like the target for some reason.
I can see that. It makes sense.
And that's why they called us the brain.
All right, good. Yeah, you could end the stream. Just end the stream right
what
there.
What just happened? I was. Did you just show your ass? Oh,
Over his head, yeah.
You know what?
Because he's under me.
Oh, over his head.
You teabagged him?
Sasquatch, you want to hit her with the nuts? Hit her with the teabag.
I prefer just to be shat on. It's fine.
I got you. Barbie, tilt your head back. Tilt your head back.
Look up, Barbie.
Oh yeah.
Yo, dude, when I saw Flo pull out the Call of Duty teabag on someone for the first time, I was like, "Oh my god, that's genius, bro!"
Oh, is it Tommy? Tommy's the first
dude.
person
When I saw
teabag.
that, yeah, it was Tommy. And I remember I didn't really like Flo at that time, and then I saw that clip. And I was like, okay, I fucking think he's hilarious now.
That clip, that was when I first started fucking around with shorts, and that one kind of like, that's the first one that took off. I mean, I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get this is how I'm gonna be. This is gonna be my ticket up. It only made like 1,600 views, but at the time it was like I'd had all of my shorts be at like 40. And then I did that one, and it was just like going. I was like, fuck.
Welcome. Yeah.
Chuck, do you want to hit Jeff with the teabag too while we're on the topic?
I've had 10 back surgeries. I don't think
Jeff, you want to hit Chuck with a teabag? Welcome.
I don't have a teabag to give him.
All right. Before I lose the thought again,
Andrew's been hit.
I'm gonna drop some scissors on Andrew real quick.
Andrew's been hit. Oh, by Hank.
I don't have anything to drop.
And then he dropped scissors on you. Mitch, before I forget, what do you think about the new edition that you were arguing with?
Yeah, you called it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
It's obvious. I mean, I can get into some specific details, but it'll bore people to death.
I'm interested in it. That's why I brought it up. I sort of left it obtuse in case you didn't want the drama of.
Is this another fight? You're in?
No,
more
it's
drama?
not. Like I haven't. It's not. It's just. Mitch called. There's a dude who. What's his name even?
Steve Martin.
Yeah. And he's just full of shit.
You mean the Sandy Machine, Steven? Dr. King.
No, Paul's little
Esquire.
I don't know.
He's the new guy on Paul's channel, and Mitch got up and debated him, and I just saw a few minutes of it, but well,
that's
Mitch
about
was
all
making all
it is.
Yeah, I was just he's
all right.
He's full of shit. He's completely full of shit. But basically, when I pressed him for evidence of, to substantiate his idea that
happens all the time.
he can do what he's thinking, his only evidence is he got a message from God.
Oh, okay. Well, I got a message from Eris that said that message from God was a lie. So there you go.
Thank you.
Oh, we can figure it
Thank
out.
you for confirming.
He got a message.
First of all, you
God.
can't even spell, dude. That's not we.
I know, right?
We should correct his spelling so he can pay to have it spelled
No.
wrong again. Like
I can't. That would be dishonorable of me to extort him. I can't do that.
You did it last. I have no sympathy for dumb people or any issue
Thank you.
extorting them at all.
Come the fuck on.
It's spelled wrong on purpose.
You know that.
That's not.
You know that by complaining and resisting, you only guarantee more in your future.
He doesn't know that yet.
Now, Jeff, you know that's not true.
Hey, Jeff, you want me to pay attention into something better? I know you don't have to.
I do. I think that you should. Yeah, you should definitely do that. Oops.
I just had a short removed that I don't
enjoy
even
being a host.
I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Was that another carpet bomb?
No. People, the carpet bombs only happen for membership gifting because the concept of you light up because you light up the chat. It's not for. I was actually working on a new on one for name changes. Oh shit, my phone's going down.
No apostrophe.
But I didn't get anywhere with it.
Bye. Have fun storming the castle.
He just says that and walks away.
Yeah,
What
right.
kind of host is that?
Don't worry, we have spare hosts here. We have Jeff.
Oh, he's got
here.
to charge.
We
He's
have
got to charge that shit.
Jason Sasquatch here. We have the Machine Lights here. And we have me here. So we're fine.
Not a host.
Typical Emma shit. That's typical Emma shit right there.
What is?
You pointing at Mitchell? What
What
happened?
you just did.
What did he do?
What? Abruptly walked. I wasn't screaming into the mic. I wasn't chewing on my microphone. I wasn't squawking. Not one squawk.
No, the getting up, the walking off, and the going to get the charger because you're so fucking unprepared. That's so mean.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing too.
Walk.
But actually,
All right. Well, I guess everybody wants to steal the attention from me that I didn't know I was getting. Fine, Emma. It can be an Emma thing. You can have it. It's yours.
Thanks.
Everybody was thinking about Emma when I walked away. Hank, hit her with the tea bag. No, hit her with the scissors. Give her both.
Scissors it is.
Her head's tilted back for you.
Gives a whole new meaning
got
to deep throat.
I was gonna play the guillotine one, but I got to change that audio. That audio gets me a strike every time. Not like a full strike, just a monetization. Because it's got a few. It's got 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds long. 10 seconds of a perfect circle. Or no, that was. Yeah, that was a perfect circle.
Okay, we had to get some other soundtrack. Probably something. From,
Yeah, send it to me. I'll give you a
or something.
You give me what? Oh, I can do it. It's unless here. I will though.
Just hanging out.
Well, I'll have to do it later. I don't know how to do that.
We're scissoring.
No, shit! I didn't even look at that. Just us.
You guys are in there.
Stay here, Chuck. Oh, that won't work. Does anybody else have strips? Ah, damn it! All right.
What are you trying to?
Chuck, are you trying to get in this? Here, Chuck wants to scissor somebody. Will you please scissor Chuck so they?
My pleasure. I mean, you ain't gonna tell me twice, bro.
That's some of that lesbianic shit.
I'll scissor Chuck.
Well, we lost.
I swear I did not know that.
Move him under me.
Scissor Barbie.
Sure. Again.
Yeah, dude.
All right.
Chuck. Yeah, I think Chuck made up the word lesbianic. I like that word.
Yeah, I did.
Lesbianic
I was just
faggotron.
think-
It's the
I was
best made
just
up
thinking
word
of it.
since Amulet.
Hey, Flo, what was that word off of that money political party from a while
Here,
ago?
I got it. Automationism.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, automationism. I'm looking at it right now.
That was a new
If
one.
it's an ism, can it also be a tism?
If it's an ism, it's not great. From scarcity to abundance. This is actually, I'm looking at it again. I'm not, from scarcity to abundance. There's Jack. Restoring ecosystems. There's Jack. End inequality. There's Jack.
Commies.
Dissolve the corporations. Collaborate. Creating world peace. Fuck. Open source everything.
Oh, I'm fair with that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Dude, Jack's entire fucking channel is just line for line pilfered from this shit. That's crazy.
Is there anything about secrets and lies on there?
Yes. Open source everything.
Yeah,
the hoarding of information works against progress. Our science and technology will increase exponentially once we begin sharing knowledge and discoveries online all around the world. This is the kind of collaboration that will deliver a world of abundance in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah, this is one of the main, yeah, this is one of the main philosophies of of the alt-right. Even if you read these guys like Peter Thiel, and and also Mencius Moldbug and and Nick Land and these kind of guys, they have this kind of philosophy, in terms of, they talk about how open source technologies. This guy, Mencius Moldbug, which is his pen name. He actually is a guy named Curtis Yarvin who developed an open source software system. And Peter Thiel talks about open source software systems and how the idea of developing open source technologies can be applied to organizing a society. It's crazy shit. So they're actually talking about, like developer groups and stuff like in Silicon Valley, and how you could organize society around that concept, and also around stakeholder capitalism.
Yeah, but they mostly got the idea from Richard Stallman's free software, so they're not even relevant when it comes to open source.
I haven't heard
Richard
of
Stallman and Larry Wall.
Richard Stallman. I've never heard of that one. Hank,
Oh, you're in for a real treat.
Yeah,
Richard Stallman made a GNU system, which is pretty much the user land of Linux.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Linux. Yeah. This guy, I forget exactly what his internet thing was, but yeah, it's similar to Linux. He created a open source software. This Curtis Yarvin fella, and he's one of the mainline accelerationists. But the thing about the accelerationists is that they go ahead and reject like classical liberalism. They want classical liberalism without Christianity. So they accept classical liberalism but reject universal values. So it's interesting. They're influenced by
no. Yarvin's a monarchist now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's a monarchist in his ideology. I mean, he but his ideology,
and he doesn't really have relevance in the open source software space. He doesn't. Whatever he developed, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's coming from Thomas Carlyle. These guys are influenced by Thomas Carlyle, and Flo, I think you'd really like Thomas Carlyle, because he talks about Machiavelli and those guys. He was more in line with Machiavelli's view of history. He thought that history was a result of the actions of great men. That's the true engine of history. It's like real motherfuckers do some shit, and it just changes the tide. Of history. That was Thomas Carlyle, and he had this whole series called Lectures on Great Men, and it's really influencing a lot of people today. A lot of people.
Thomas Carlyle.
Yeah, Thomas Carlyle. Yeah, he was a monarchist.
Artur Resartus on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That one.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the one I'm recommending. Yeah.
Do you have a version that you recommend?
Oh yeah. I'll put it in the private chat. There's one version on Skeptical Waves that's just YouTube. It's just an audiobook. So that.
I meant as far as translators.
Oh, as far as translators,
I've got it here on Amazon.
English.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's 18th century, so it's not really hard to,
Oh, it's written in English. Okay.
Yeah, and it's very, very modern. Compared to Hobbes, for example. But yeah, Hobbes is writing in like a kind of, Hobbes and Locke are kind of interesting to read because they're a little bit, they sound different. Like they sound like the old English, But yeah.
One of the points about reading those authors is it very much determines in what order you read them, how you come out feeling at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, the open source initiative was founded by Bruce Perrins and Eric S. Raymond as response to that free software movement.
Okay.
Pretty much they were trying to be more corporate friendly, so it actually sticks.
Yeah, these are the guys that probably influence guys like Peter Thiel, down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did influence them.
Yeah. And
come on up, Nachiketa.
Yeah, Peter Thiel funded a lot of the alt-right movement, including the intellectual dark web. That guy, Eric Weinstein, that's his hedge fund manager, I think. He managed.
Really?
Yeah.
I like Eric Weinstein. I don't know that I trust Eric Weinstein, but I do like him.
Of course not.
Yeah.
They're strange people, but yeah.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. I do not trust him, but I do like him.
Yeah.
Jeff would probably trust him.
Jeff is
that well.
Yeah, Jeff is
Evergreen
Have you
document.
seen the episode that he has with Riley Reid on there?
No.
$10. Hank, can you teabag Jeff with your torso? Yes, he can. I just saw this. I hope that your ears probably still. Hank, we got to have the torso.
I'm getting paid to be teabagged.
No, I'm getting paid.
Yeah,
by the torso.
Someone's paying it.
But it doesn't have balls, so it's an impossible request.
I feel so cheap. $2, $10.
Get busy.
I mean, you need to start retaliating against these motherfuckers and start clapping back. Brown's boy sitting down there with his perfect B name.
I think you guys are all beautiful.
You stop it.
Yeah, people.
Did you see Barbie's face? Now it's changed, but for a second it was really like, oh my god, he's so sweet.
Flo, what's the magic word?
Wait, for what?
For Barbie.
Aquadagio, right. I thought you were saying automationism. Look at her, she's going down again. She's going down again. She's not shaking. Her leg isn't shaking her off the couch right now, but
if that's all it takes.
Yeah, I think that may be covered under topic switch. Yeah, it looks like I can interpret it as a topic switch. Let's go ahead and do it.
Okay, we'll interpret it as a topic switch. I think that stand by. I believe that it looks like he's getting something. It might just be more food.
I hope it isn't. Is it? Are we the torso? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Is that chicken?
Oh, hey, would you look up?
Chicken torso.
It's in the bag.
Hank, what are you teabagging?
Oh,
with?
Jesus.
The torso's in here, so technically
Of the chicken?
Okay,
put it down. I could smell that.
Is that your sex torso? Oh my god, it is.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
That actually happened.
It actually
Jeff,
happened.
Jeff,
Well,
you
it
can say
wasn't
you've
a
been
chicken.
had by a woman.
And her name was Hank.
Okay, so that all has to be straightened out conceptually before we as a species, let's say, can move.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that Gen X Jeff, like he used to like be into the Jordan Peterson stuff hardcore, but then he kinda,
No,
like,
I
went,
never was.
no, because I thought you were in
find
the
Jordan
PF,
Peterson very difficult to get into. I
the
tried to. I
PF
can't watch
Jung,
his lectures.
the PF
I
Jung
can't read
connection.
his books. I
Yeah.
can't look at
Jeff was
Twitter
in the
feed.
Jordan Peterson.
All of my friends are. I was into Northrop
Oh, okay.
Frye, which was like his predecessor, a generation before him, and Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell, and that tradition.
So incoherent that it's barely comprehensible.
It's just a recapitulation of that, but I'm familiar with the same content through other authors that do it better, I think.
If anybody disliked that torso going across the screen, I mean, I think for $20, I think you could possibly pay to never see that again.
For $20,
that's a tip,
yeah,
bro.
I will permanently retire the torso teabagging option for $20. I can make that
Okay,
deal.
who's gonna pony up? I'm not paying for it because I don't think it's gonna be requested anytime soon.
You shouldn't have to pay for it, but now that you've said that, it might come back. Butthole Winker, your camera is spinning. Which, there he is.
See, so fake.
Careful.
Yeah. What's up,
Hey.
big guy?
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
How's everybody?
Nice to see you.
He's got a solid C cup, dude.
Taking the shit this time, but anyway.
You're not going to pan down at your dick, are you?
No, I promise.
Okay.
No, I got more morals than that. But anyway,
I would not be back
That's
here
if
if
you
you
would
ever
see it
did that.
anyways.
what's up, Hank? Hey, you got a thing where like you have people pay to kick people off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am like the cooler. Have you ever seen the movie The Cooler? People get annoyed by me really quick. So people will be paying you lots of money to get me off of here.
I doubt it.
Seriously.
Yeah.
There's like what is it, 500 or 600 for like ever?
There is no forever option because the minute I put that up, they're going to kick somebody off forever who I don't want to kick off forever. It's never
like
gonna
Flow State himself.
Right.
Yeah, but the numbers talk though.
I just
Yeah,
changed
once he puts an option up, someone's gonna pay for Flow State.
right. Like, well, I just
well, you
changed
can't do that. I didn't even think about that.
all of it's listed in the description box on YouTube below the video. But you can kick me off. You can kick Andrew off, or I'll do it for free when he makes a lot of noises. But to kick me off is the same. It's the same fee scale, but double. But it's also cost twice as much to buy me back on because anybody who gets kicked off can be bought back on. I kick twice as much to kick off, but I also cost twice as much to kick back or to bring back.
All right, 50,000 to never show up online again under the name Flow State.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he'll just come back.
Yeah, you got it, buddy.
You already have a plan.
If someone's got an extra 50K just laying around, not a problem. We can help you.
Do not give this man free reign to change his channel. You will.
I just brought up an idea with words.
So
Adam, he he just rebrands Taylor Unculted. So it's don't even bother.
No, there's if something's permanent, like, and I got that listed out too. There's a $75 for the rest of the stream, and somebody's banned for the rest of the stream, and they cannot be bought back in. But
I don't know though. I don't know if I mean, if they can be bought in though, the 500p and the 500R, that's a PR right there.
But to get somebody out the rest of the stream is $50, and they can be bought back for $50. But like the very first time I ever went live, whoever's trying to get in, hold on a second, and I'll start cycling. The very first time I ever tried to, or that I ever did this thing, I don't know, by whoever left. All right, we got an open spot now. I thought about making a caveat for myself, but then I just didn't mention it at all. And the very first thing that happened is someone bought me off my own panel.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't Hank. I could see Hank doing that.
I could, out of all of us, I think maybe.
I could also see you doing it, Browns boy.
No, not me. No, depends on how much it was. If it was like $10, yes, but
it was 50.
No, not even close. Somebody, what happened?
Shut the
You're
fuck up,
gone?
Chuck! Now, this is why you're a fucking moron, Adam Lanza, and you could never step to me like you've tried to do on that stupid Faggots channel.
Yeah,
shut up, panel.
Let's hear him. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
Because
we can figure out what time of the month it is by the tone of his voice.
If somebody was stupid enough to break you with $50,000 fucking dollars, you would be stupid enough to tell Flo, okay, you can never come back online as Flow State. Deal? And he'd take 50 grand to make a new YouTube in 10 fucking minutes.
Yeah, that's why I said it, and that's why he knows that I said it.
Invest $50K because you're a fucking cracker idiot.
All right, go back to 5 minutes ago.
Go back to like when the best Adam Lanza in the world did what he did. He's a better man than you.
Tom, your words get a little bit spicy for YouTube.
Yeah, but yours don't. His name is on the screen as Up and Atom. All right.
I know.
I can say Adam Lanza. If you don't want me to call him Adam Lanza, don't let it.
If you don't want to call me Adam Lanza, pay $2, bro.
If you want to rub, if you want to rub in your face in my face that you're going to stomp around what I'm trying to tell you, it's not going to work. It never has worked. You can be a defiant little brat all you want backstage.
Damn. Adam Lanza.
I like when he
that
did,
motherfucker.
This is the thing with Tom. I like when Tom's here. He brings something to the panel. I want to bring Tom up, but the minute I try to rein him in a little bit, he overcorrects because he thinks he's gonna like.
Why
show me
can I
something.
not say the name that's on the fucking screen, douchebag?
Because the algorithm is looking for words audibly.
So why are you letting those words be the name of a person? Can I be nigger boy?
This is Tommy saying.
Look, I fixed it.
He's a free speech advocate. He's a free speech advocate.
No, the fuck he's not. Have you been to his channel?
Well,
I'm probably
no. I'm talking about on other people's shows. He's a free speech.
Oh
advocate.
yeah, right. Him, Snafu, Cecil's more just a free sleep advocate. All these people want to fuck around on your channel.
Oh
but not there. I mean, Snafu doesn't have a channel, of course, because.
I don't think Tommy's ever been to mine.
Yeah,
he put in too many false reports. So he took off his channel.
Well, how many channels do you think? How many options do you think they have? How many people?
I told Tommy the game when he started talking about my channel on some fucking channel I've never heard of, and then I asked him about it, and he said he lied right to my face. So Tommy is on some shit, man. Tommy's gonna go report the information on these channels to fucking other channels and shit, and totally behave completely differently. The fucking Jekyll and Hyde motherfucker, right? It is what it is. But yeah, man. And he fucking did all sorts of shit, Did all
I did like that the one thing he did when he was like that cop or whatever. I thought it was gonna be terrible.
Oh
it was actually pretty good. That was like the only good thing.
Yeah, Tommy's entertaining.
Go M.
He's a cheerleader.
He's entertaining, but he's fucked in the head. And what are you gonna do?
He,
He's entertaining today.
I feel like he just fully fulfills the role that he thinks we want.
Whoops. Sorry about that.
I mean, I do appreciate
I
the role,
don't-
but I mean, if you're, yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm just not going to.
I don't think he's making any real attempt to read the room and figure out what we want. I don't know how in control he is. Like, I don't know if he could act any other way if he wanted.
All right. Yep. And what else? Tommy, is he gone?
He's backstage.
Oh.
He can act different. Snafu acts different sometimes.
Yeah.
He can act different.
No, Hank.
So he's choosing to be.
You can't say that about.
Yeah, Tommy worked as a bouncer at a gay club, so I think that explains like 90% of his personality right there. You know,
I said that the day I met him, I remember saying that.
Yeah, it's a lot of projection going on in that spirit. You know, yeah.
All right. All right.
What was he
First, go
bouncing
find another channel to watch. You've been throwing all your money at this one for guys that are so
All right.
boring.
Well, get your purse out.
Who are you talking?
Mama's little Catholic.
Jeff, I didn't hear what you were saying, but it sounded like you were trying to chase off my valued paying customers.
No, he was. I was.
It actually did sound like that, to be real.
I don't
He's
know
just being
why
defiant.
he is your most paying customer. And he's the
Mama's
one
a
that
little
thinks that we're
defiant
boring.
Catholic.
So I'm confused. I have a lot of.
Nick, what was the name? I forgot what it was supposed to be.
That's it.
Adamant.
Oh.
And what? Hold on.
I don't know. It's some. I tried, like Adam. I don't know what.
Adam.
There's like 2 or 3 ways that could go. Probably some computer language or something. He just marked me.
Right.
He just marked my IP address with that shit, dude.
Right.
Johnny Quest.
Let's stop trying to hide.
Who's trying to hide?
Exactly my point.
Tommy
Don't do that.
supposedly came to fight with Machine.
Okay, let's see.
I'm the only one not trying to hide.
If Tommy can't do it, you know, Tommy,
Yeah, he won't
if
do
you
it.
can't be on my channel in a way that doesn't make me think you're going to drop a snafu bomb any second, then you can't be up here. It's that simple.
No, Tommy wants to yell. We could yell together, Tommy.
He can yell, but just
Why do you keep taking tips from your daddy, Paul? And
About
I'm talking
what?
to you, Flo.
About what?
You're all
Because the
playing
tips are
the
good.
same Paul Daddy games. Oh, I'm gonna drop a
tips are good.
snafu bomb.
You're
Your tips are good.
Oh,
But
I'm
You're-
notorious. Oh,
Fight
say
machine and
it like
confront him
your
on his
daddy.
live.
I'm notorious for it, right? I
No.
pull guns on stream, right? I bounce
You do
at a
do
I
that.
think
faggot
scissors
club.
on stream. Well, look, that's scissors.
No, no.
See, he said
this is-
Machine, but when
This
he came
is
on-
why
No, the thing is
he
that
gets left in back. He's throwing a temper tantrum. He's going to keep escalating until he breaks something.
the
Whoa.
thing is that there's
Put
nobody.
TML and
like, you know-
Tommy on screen.
No, Flow State. No, Flow
Put the
State
numbers
and
back.
no, Flow State and Talcott go on Paul's show. I'm motherfucking persona non grata at Paul's show. Persona non fucking grata. All right.
It has.
I go
what
on Paul's show you more often than they do.
This
They don't-
has
they
nothing
kick
to
me
do
out
with
of-
Paul. It's
They kick
simply
me out of the
YouTube
chat.
whole.
They don't let me in the chat at that motherfucker.
He's
all right?
Tom is the one who walks around with that name in his mouth constantly, like it's a
You can
big
go on.
black dangling microphone or something.
I have a feeling that they're stuck on stupid.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Stuck on
Yeah.
stupid and
Suck
old.
that black dick dangling by your face, faggot.
Stuck on stupid
I'm
and
sorry.
OD'd off
I'm
Cupid.
sorry about that. I'm trying to shrink it for you.
Show him how it's done, Tommy.
I actually came from Machine Lies. I see that.
You can
Tom,
follow
I don't know.
Say it with your chest, Tommy.
Here's the thing.
Isn't it
I
funny-
don't trust you, Tom.
Isn't
And
it
even though
funny
I
that-
like you, I know that you don't like me, and I don't trust you at all. And you're already pissed off at me right now. So
Says nothing about Mama's little Catholic either.
No, but
Where-
isn't it
did I
funny
get another
that
name change?
all the little troll personalities want to come at me, little JG, little skateboard fag, little other people, all these little
Wait,
guys.
you and
wanna come
JG
at-
are fighting?
Everybody's fighting me.
JG,
yeah,
like,
Jeff, that's exactly what he had
I
just
know what
finished saying. Correct.
They don't give
JG
a
is
fuck.
JG is a powerless cardboard box
What?
sleeper.
I
So
thought
he
we-
likes
I
All right,
agree.
Jeff. Maybe you just want to sit this one out.
What do you think? What do you think, Jeff?
JG seemed well liked and well respected by
By
almost
who?
everything
Thanks,
for a
bro.
while. So for it to go from that to this,
to go from taking all my respect and
Mhm.
then using it against me. I mean, that is some
What did
fucking
what did
Hey,
he
emotional,
do?
who are you arguing for, Jeff? Shut up.
emotional shit.
No,
And
you
then
shut me up. If you want me to shut up, you should find a way to shut me up.
Woo! Don't tempt me, baby.
Anyway, Machine and I are gonna go back to our adult conversation. You
Yeah,
can-
yeah. Go ahead
Earth,
and fucking detract
another
and go for it.
that's another little guy. EBT and Toilable Earth are another bunch of little guys that come after me. So they got all these little snapu yaps. I see you,
I think
I
think
see you,
Toilet Bowl.
snapu yaps. You know what I mean?
He must be in your chat because he ain't in mine.
Yeah,
I
that
think
little,
Toilet Bowl
yeah,
changed.
he's a dickless staccato from the dirty part of India. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the thing about Snapu is that he's a real shithead.
I'm aware of a clean part of India.
Oh yeah, there is clean parts of India. It's called Pakistan. Yeah. I'm just fucking with y'all.
I've
He can
seen
do that
those
'cause he's from somewhere around there.
That's not that clean.
Why here, hacky Saka?
Yeah, Pakistan. No parts of Pakistan are clean as fuck, dude. Parts where I'm
I
from.
do not see officer snaps.
Um,
Let me correct Machine. Like, hey, autistic buddy, the only person I really like on this panel. Can you give me a sec, bro?
Yes, sir.
And I'll come to your stream whenever I see you're live. I'll be there.
Tommy, I still watch your show. How come you unsubscribe to my shit, man? You
I know.
what-
I'm subscribed to your show. I'm watching your show right now, and I came to give you a lot of shit for you
What?
said you were driving
You were
your
on my-
channel into the ground.
You were in the
driving
background
your
of the
cha-
panel?
Hey, let me reply to what you asked. I do watch your show. I am subscribed.
Okay,
but I'm really
go on your
disappointed. I'm really
monologue.
disappointed to turn on and find you on a show I don't watch. Why are you re-streaming this shit fucking money broadcast?
I'm hopping around the panels.
Tom, why don't you
This
pay me some
panel
money?
fucking sucks.
Hoppity
Tommy, you're the richest one here, right?
I never said that. See, this
Well, I mean,
is
who do
why
you think
you
is
don't know
richer
the
than you?
game.
Oh, man.
You don't know the game you're in and losing, Flow State. You're a douchebag. Nobody. I stuck it to you last night when you were coming on my panel, weren't you? You
I
got
did.
some truth. You
I
got
did.
some
While I was
truth,
sitting
just like
outside of
V got some
Walgreens
truth
waiting
last
for
night.
somebody to
Just
come
like
out
Paul
from the
got
store.
some truth last night. I'm truthing it the fuck up in this community.
Truth.
Are you
Yeah,
jealous
all right,
of
all
Jack?
right, all right.
Ever?
Now let me continue my 30 seconds I asked for. Machine Lies, I bounced at the biggest club in Colorado Springs before I bounced at that gay club. And it doesn't make me gay to bounce at a gay club. Fucked more straight girls at a gay club than I've ever fucked straight girls in one place.
Of course it doesn't.
Now this shit you're saying about me lying on you, that's because you overtalk and laugh while you believe Denise's stupid senile ass. I never said.
No, don't bring some
I never
random
said.
motherfuckers into
See,
this
you're
shit,
already
bro.
doing it, you Muslim faggot. Are you over talking me? And as long as this motherfucker's using my clips and my likeness, I'll say nigger faggot on his channel.
That's hard defense. You worked at the gay club. That's hard defense, dude. That's hard. You're defending it because you work there. I mean, it is what it is.
I'm happy to see Flow State right now, but that could change. Let's give him a shot.
But don't
Fake
bring
news,
me, don't rope
I
me
have
into,
to see Flow State.
don't rope me into the Denise Matu stuff, dude. You're into Denise Matu and Sewertown stuff. I don't have nothing to do with those motherfuckers. Just I don't know those people, man. He's trying to rope me into the side issues, and these people come and porn bomb my stream because of it. That's the problem.
He gets into all sorts of communities I never heard of and
That's the
shit.
problem. It's like you're here dropping my name with somebody's name. It's just like I don't need that shit.
By Flow State. Faggot, white trash, Missouri motherfucker.
And see, he knows. No. Look. I'll tell you guys what just happened. He knows that this Montegraph fellow comes on the stream, so he's gonna sit here and mention my name with this person, so to like involve me in some shit.
That's true. I know what he's saying.
Exactly. He's a metaversal pirate.
I know exactly what he's saying.
Dude, like fuck that shit.
Hey, he was lying. He's on my stream.
Just to make a clip and even take it out of context. Why not?
Metaversal butt pirate Tommy Slave. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, what is he doing? Is he slaving?
Yeah, he's slaving for Paul. It is what it is, man.
Shit.
He mentioned two people.
Oh.
He mentioned two people. He mentioned two people on here. he mentioned Paul enslaved, and then he mentioned somebody who's connected to his other metaversal community.
No,
because
Tommy's not saying for Paul.
Bro,
He's
they're
talking about
changing
Paul's-
names too. I've seen them changing names
That
and
is
shit.
quite
Like,
interesting that he does keep mentioning that name, doesn't he?
That's what it
I
is.
just had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
Tommy, I'm too
Paul
smart.
doesn't like to deal with Tommy at all.
I'm too smart. I'm too smart for little internet games, Tommy. Fuckhead. Come on, dude. I'm a fucking scholar here, dude. Like, you think I'm really gonna like not understand why you're dropping certain names and certain hints and talking up certain ideas?
running around to everyone else's stuff and
I
saying
feel embarrassed
stuff
for
too.
myself, but I had not even noticed that.
It's true. It is
I
true.
mean, it is true, and
noticed
it's obvious too. I just hadn't noticed it.
And you know what they
That's
do,
obvious.
bro? I'll tell you what they do. I know what they do. They go around to panels, and what they do is they just make conflict. And even if you or me or any other person that's not a normie, if we just get on some sort of agreeable topic, they just will fight with themselves over nothing. I've seen Jeff do it. On this stream right now, I've seen Jeff do it. But that's just me.
What have you seen me do?
I saw you do what you do, and we'll continue to watch you as you do what you do. How about
Yeah,
that?
we're all up here doing what we do.
Exactly. We're doing it right now. Shut the fuck up.
But there's a different pattern with that.
You said you saw me fighting with somebody over something stupid. So I
No. Actually, I have actually lots of clips and video evidence to show that you, along with a couple other people who have a certain little agenda that's outside of anything of relevant practical value, will argue with each other, even though no one else is fucking arguing. That's what I have. What do you have?
AIDS.
Well, show us what you have, because I have no idea what you're talking about, and now you're accusing me of being part of some group that I don't even know I'm a part of.
You can play back my words if you want, and not put them into your words if you choose.
It's all on a public stream,
Mr. Detractor, continue. If you want to keep continuing to detract, what's your end? What's your goal? Let's get to the goal here, buddy.
I'm
doing my
Why
goal.
don't you just show what you have?
I don't like this. These are two of my homies
Adam, you
fighting
don't
right now.
have-
I don't like this shit.
How do you think I felt with you and Mitch the other night?
Chatting with the people I want
Who's
to chat.
that?
I'm doing my goal. I do it every day.
Shut up, Jeff. Who said what?
Who's this?
Machine doesn't like this because he likes both of you guys. I was telling Machine, I was like, how the fuck do you think I felt the other night?
About what?
I'm not afraid of
him and Mitch were going at it.
Well, I told them they need to get some sleep. They seem fine today.
They did. That's what I said too.
What do you think? What are you asking me?
I'm just generally like, as long as I like tell people what I thought was wrong with the situation, like I'll forgive them. Like, it is what it is. I mean, I'm just a person like that. But yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would turn out to be.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but like, like as long as people acknowledge, and the same with Tommy, and the same with all these little fuckers, Snapu and Toilet Bowl Earth, and all these people. I don't know these people in real life, so I really don't care. But it is what it is.
Well,
who was that guy just running his mouth a minute ago?
Browns boy, Adam Lanza.
I don't know.
Wait, Brown's boy is Adam Lanza?
What happened to what happened to Lanza? Shit.
I didn't realize that was the same.
He left.
Person.
What?
Yeah, he just left.
He was like flapping his lips about something about me he saw on the stream. couldn't back it up. So
yo,
I told him to put up. I told him to make his case because we weren't going to do it for him. So I guess he's going to do some research.
Wow.
I mean, that came out of nowhere. If you're going to start something with me, you got to bring something to start. Not
Exactly.
I could team.
That was for you, Tom.
Do you?
Oh, Tommy.
You think this is going to get you in on my show that you desperately show up to every time? Now,
no,
do you really
I
think,
actually
do you
fully
really
expect
think
to
out of
not
your
be
viewers?
allowed in.
Do you really think out of your viewers that we share anybody's missed? Has anybody not seen the 30 lame ass clips you play in rotation?
I know. I need to update them,
micro
don't I?
penis. Ooh, suck your own dick. Ooh, shut the fuck up. Ha ha ha! You didn't even make them.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and
You're a fucking
controlling and want to be egoic.
Yeah, the one. Hey, even a broken Polly's right twice a person.
Man,
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
Man, lean into it. Lean into it. It's lame. Now I could
Fucking
actually
catch up. Fucking low vibration pieces of shit.
I could fucking ban up with Jeff tonight on this Adam Lanza shit. I just
This is braggadocious nonsense.
I just watched Adam Lanza describe
anybody's
every
helpful,
fucking
man.
appearance he's ever made on. So what was Hank saying about
You are destroyed forever,
Oh shit.
and you'll never be back.
Yeah, just like Lanza took his own self out of the stream. He didn't need me or you. He did it. He did it himself.
Yeah, Lanza will do that.
Leave studio button.
That's
Yeah,
how
he'll
easy
flip-
he was.
Yeah, he'll flip the table over. That's just that's classic Lanza. He's done that many times.
Yeah, some of that's is burgery. A tantrum.
No weapon.
He's not lying though. I do need some new. I need to update these clips,
On every request.
but I don't want to get rid of some of them though. Like most of them.
And just save the clips to your channel.
Oh, hold on. I got another one. Tom, come back for this one.
How gangster are you, cuz? How gangster are you, nigga? I'll show you
What
how
the
gangster
fuck
I
did
am.
I say that you got me backstage? Who paid for it? Or are you just mad that I knocked on
No-
your stupid little clip?
Nobody
I didn't say any
paid
of the
for it.
words. I didn't say any of the words.
Nobody paid for it. Tom, it went with the sending you to hell, right? It went with the clip I played. Oh, now he left.
Jeez.
It's more.
I mean, it's all about how you start off with Tom. If you start off smooth, fine. But when I had to start off trying to rein him in, all it does is escalate him.
I'm too conscious of the
sensitive,
autism, and I don't
yes.
tiptoe around stuff like that. So that's why we're not.
And I can
compatible
tame
together.
people like that. I tamed
Long time.
officer snaps a couple of times before.
Do you have a developmental disability?
We all do.
Welcome to
It's like
special
all
ed.
That's amazing.
It's like all of us.
I
being
definitely do. Hank does. Flo does.
Does not.
ADHD counts.
I
Probably
believe
does.
YouTube.
Yeah, any
level
kind of
one
autism, ADHD.
Here.
Yeah, I got that.
giftedness.
I got that motherfucking straight up epilepsy in this bitch. You know.
Sasquatch, you got to talk over us. We're all on the short bus.
I feel like I have some sort of temporal lobe epilepsy. Like I'll start like reading and shit. Like I'll go into trances and shit. Like motherfuckers, yeah. Like they don't know. Like I'll start listening to music and shit. Yeah, like if I listen to music for like 20 minutes, I'll go into a motherfucking trance and shit. Like it is what it is.
Motherfucker said, yeah, and kept talking.
What do you think, Jeff? We got a diagnosis?
No, I had him on the spectrum for a while. I mean, you
hold on.
don't meet Machine and think he's a normie.
Okay, Sasquatch, what were you trying to say?
I don't even remember, man. I'm laughing too hard.
So, Jeff, who do you think is not on the spectrum? Like, just it doesn't have to be someone here, just somebody that we know.
Well, I wouldn't say Barbie, but then I remember her talking one night. Did you talk about ADHD or something?
I am
Oh.
expecting.
You don't think Barbie? Cam the fuck up. You don't think that Barbie is? You think you put me on, but
No,
not
but
Barbie.
it can present differently in girls too, and I don't have as much of an eye for it in girls.
Barbie's ADHD.
Because we,
I have an eye
we're-
for girls.
we mask it.
But
That's a
everybody's
problem with
ADHD
girls.
when
Not
you
that well.
if you look around for it.
Well, we all have our individual attention patterns, but some of them are more outside of the statistical norms than others.
I don't think there's such thing as a neuro non-divergent person.
It depends on how you define it, because no two brains are alike.
I don't
Like
think so
when you get down to
either.
the
That
individual
sounds
level,
like-
we're all neurodivergent from each other.
Misconceivable. I'm sorry about it earlier, by the way, Flow State.
You're fine.
I
Yeah,
didn't know that
You're not
was-
sorry. Stop
It's
lying,
cool.
Andrew.
I'm just glad because I kicked him because he was like making a loud ass noise or something, so I booted him. You're fine. I don't hold grudges. So as long as you take shit in stride and you don't be mad, like I'm not mad. I just I just do what I got to do. I'm running a show here, So if somebody starts to make loud ass fucking noises, I'll do it to you. I did it to Barbie earlier today too.
Do you want an example of the most annoying noise ever made?
I don't think so.
Barbie.
Jim Carrey had that one already. You want to use the most annoying sound in the world?
I don't want one, but I was sort of waiting for it though because I was expecting it.
No, I'm not that asshole. I figured I'd trigger one of y'all into doing it, and it worked with that.
Oh, I thought you were. I was like, why is he so polite?
I have a velociraptor sound that I do sometimes, when I get really excited.
How does that go?
See how that happens? It just that fast. You get snatched out the stage.
I don't mind.
I need a cigarette after that.
The difference here, Andrew? It's timing. If you could figure out when to do those things,
we can't though
flawlessly, but we all have different lags and we're all having slightly different sound effects and stuff. And so part of the issue is in StreamYards, when over there, Hank's sitting there cooking next to him, that's not you kind of hear it going on. I sort of smell some curry. I'm not sure why.
There's curry in there. That's why. And what do you mean we, Jeff? I'm hilarious.
Hank is pretty hilarious.
I said the timing thing is something that a lot of us have trouble with.
Because it's a reading. Is it because you have trouble reading?
Part of it's reading the cues to begin with, figuring out where to come in. But part of it is we're timed differently. So the rhythm track that we're running on is not even in sync to begin with everybody else. So not only is it reading where to come in, but it's how to fit our track with other people's tracks in the first
wherever. Just dump it on them. They'll figure it out.
I mean, but there's pattern. It's just pattern recognition. Conversationally, right?
Social pattern recognition is a skill, but not everybody.
Yes, right. It is a skill, but I would think that because your logic isn't, there's no issue with logic, and that's what pattern recognition is.
Stuff.
I think that I think that you could probably practice your way out of it, but I don't know. I don't even know anything about autism at all, but I think I've solved it.
But you need to train, Jeff.
Born with it. I was born with it. I didn't learn this trash. I've never been in front of people before. I was so terrified of putting my face out there that I didn't do it until I did it accidentally. And that was the first time I got to meet people in chat.
Yeah, I'm definitely more on the psychopathic scale than the autistic one, I think, than that.
It's the same scale.
Oh, it is?
Psychopath.
No, not definitely no, but there's some overlap. That's pretty high.
Yeah, there's what I call autistopaths.
Autistopath. I don't know why that's funny to me.
Because that's what a 90-year-old woman's vagina tastes like. Okay. That's timing.
Wow.
Oh, man.
That's timing.
Well, I'll have to take your word for that, I guess.
I was born with
I
that.
don't. I understand. Go pick up an instrument, Jeff. You can learn some timing. Pick up an instrument like this.
Anybody ever heard that sticks?
I have a harmonica somewhere.
That's actually a good idea. Really, because I bet that is.
I can't play instrument. That's part of it. I can't coordinate my brain with my hand and my right hand with my left hand.
You have to train.
Make them do two different things.
You have to train. I leave this on my desk all the time so I can train on it.
I mean, I'm not buying the whole I can't thing. Like,
nerve damage.
Don't make me go into Yoda mode.
No,
do it.
The amount of repetitions it would take me relative to the ordinary person, it's not worth the investment for me. So if I was really passionate about it, had some motivation to sit there and master it,
does not
probably
matter how much
could, but it would
passion
take
you
me
have if you have nerve
10
damage.
to 100 times longer than the average person.
Why do you have a gun? You're acting so negative.
One less negative person on this earth.
Better get hop in that time chamber then. Better hop in that damn hyperbolic time chamber then.
Sorry, I didn't. I was not paying attention.
Em, you're muted.
Don't tell her that. She'll unmute.
That's what I'm trying to do.
What are you doing over there?
I'm trying to put some weed in a fucking bong here. It is.
Oh, that's you were playing an air instrument.
It looked like a little finger air violin or something.
The weed.
Yeah, the world's smallest violin.
Okay, here we can look. Are you showing us? Okay. Ooh. Hey, look at this.
What strain is that?
It's some I think it's gelato or some shit. Yeah.
Oh, that's a rude word for half black people.
No, that's mulatto.
I know.
Mulatto is Italian.
Quit immediately. That is
more of a
inappropriate
bougie
wrong.
Oh yeah, no, I was confusing it with a different one.
Yeah, I'm the diversity hire here. I'm the one that will be offended.
No, gelato is that ice cream that the Italians make. The shit is the bomb.
Yep.
You guys ain't had
It's
that.
more yogurt
You haven't
than
really.
ice cream.
Yeah, it's the shit. Whatever it is. Take some LSD and eat a gelato. Right? It's the shit.
Disavow. But yeah.
I don't know why, but like I need to like take LSD and then eat some ice cream, or I don't know why those two things go together.
I would just eat ice.
Ice.
I just don't think I'm going to be taking a lot.
It was
eating
so
a lot
good.
of
Just like
LSD.
suck it on ice on LSD.
Yeah.
Hey Flo, where did you find that?
Like some X. That's more of an Ice Cube thing. I mean, on LSD, I had an argument with a Super Smurf.
Where did I find that? What?
Super what?
Super
That
Smurf.
political party
White hat
website.
SOS.
Oh, here I'll drop it in the public chat again.
Okay. I didn't think we had one like that, but apparently.
Well, we
do.
really don't. If you go, oh yeah, see, I dropped the link to the your state tab. They're trying to organize it.
If money free is going to happen at all, it's going to be some kind of transition to some kind of cryptocurrency.
It will be. It's a trap.
That's still money.
It's a trap. It's so contrary to human nature to think that all work is going to be voluntary. It's so contrary to human nature that it has to be a trap. It can be nothing else.
And not all work can be automated. I'm sorry.
And even the automation, like it just shifts the need around because then you got to upkeep the machines.
Yes, you have to make sure the automation works, and then you need smarter workers just to do that.
Well, that's exactly what they're gonna have. They're gonna have selective automation to keep certain skills away from people. So it's just gonna be like a way to control people.
Like navigation.
Oh yeah, like automation is going to be an excuse to take these things away from certain people, right? Obviously, I mean that's just how power works.
Completely done by AI. In the near future, you will no longer hire people to code for you. You will instead tell an AI what you kind of want it to do and learn to speak AI with the comma speech.
No, because it's not. You don't understand code if you think you can do that.
Well, that's the thing. When you're writing complex code, of machines, they needed to create machines to do that work because, those, 1,000, calculations per minute, a human is not able to do that. So in order to use complex machines, they had to build, language learning models and all these types of things. So you have to build machines to use the machines, so that's why people who believe in that technology is neutral are on a bad stripe. On the one end, you can't believe that, I'm
one of those people.
Yeah. I mean, on the one end, you can't believe that, that technology is going to solve all our problems. But at the other end, you have to realize that technology, it creates certain necessities, to emerge, and that, it can't be curtailed in that way, that you lose a certain bit of control. All actions that go in arbitration lose in accuracy. It's just the nature of things,
Yeah.
So I gotta
so
ask
code
you.
is not simple. It's not simple enough that you can say machine do this and you get the result unless
I never said it
answer all the
you can train
answer all the little questions that also matters that you don't think about. It's just too. The stack is too large, too complicated
for an AI to figure out. For you to program an AI to do basic code so that you don't have to do the basic code, you can go for the more advanced code that needs human intervention, not basic code. So learning to code is not going to teach you anything. You'll have to learn to manipulate AI to code and learn how to stack code.
Do you know what compiler is?
Yes.
That is literally AI to output
Yes.
code. So we've been doing this for 50 years already.
So why do we need coders?
Because code's more complex than we thought. So we have compilers that's literally AI made output code.
So do we now have AI capable of writing code?
We had AI capable of writing code.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's been.
So
I don't
yes,
understand
we
the
do, because we had
conversation.
50 years
Asking
ago.
a basic question is just going in a circle. You can't get rid of my job because I have to do my job, but my job can be done by AI, but you can't get rid of my job because I have to do my job. That's what I'm hearing.
No, well, you don't understand.
Apparently.
Get rid of all the coders.
He's giving you the old Jack Talcott argument.
Right, it's just right around. It just keeps going.
It's not Jack Talcott argument. If you code, you would understand how difficult it is.
I was saying that you don't understand argument is Jack Talcott's primary argument. Yes, sir, Andrew.
Reference to not falling for that machine. When I was younger, I watched a cartoon called Batman. Has anybody remembered Hardak?
No.
Who?
Hardak.
Hardak?
It's a monogram, or what do you call those acronym?
Oh no, I don't think I see that one.
Heuristical analytics.
Shut up, nerd.
Reciprocating digital computer, something like that.
That is hands down one of my favorites.
So I'm not using the Jack Talcott. You don't understand. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that we have AI to do output code for half a century. And
But
coding
he's
is
wanting
really
to
hard.
know the why behind it and that's what he's not going into.
What I'm saying is half a century ago, we've had AI to write code. Do we not now have AI advanced enough to write more advanced code? Is there any reason to think that we will not have better AI into future to do that job?
You need to define what you mean by advanced. Otherwise, we can't get anywhere.
I said
Define what you
more
mean by advanced.
It doesn't
Sonny,
have to be a particular
Sonny,
level.
you should hit the link. I'm interested in what you're saying, and I'm not sure if it's low key directed at me or who you're talking to.
Yeah. If
But
I
we've got-
understand what you meant by advanced, then I can answer your question more coherently.
So you chose a particular word that I used to try to blockade the idea that you know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you mean by advanced, so I can't answer your
Advanced.
question.
Didn't
And
say
then you
advanced.
answer what-
More
what-
advanced. Which means better than the previous generation of AI doing the same job. Better, more advanced. In addition to the advancement that has taken place up to this point.
I mean, I still don't understand what you mean by advanced. You mean faster? You mean
Relative to what
simpler?
you
I withdraw the
What do you mean by
question. My
advanced?
bad. I didn't mean to play. This is totally going nowhere. Y'all continue.
Well, you don't know what you mean by advanced. I can't answer the question yet.
I got it, Sasquatch.
I used to code in machine language.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you this much. There's a line in cybernetics by Norbert Wiener. I'll break this out for you guys, because he talks about the concept of self-replicating machines as the goal of AI. And the reason is because once you have complex procedures, you actually need machines to write complex codes, and then what it is that what I guess what you're asking is can a machine create a more advanced version of itself in the future? Well, that's merely theoretical, but can the machine reproduce a version of itself? Can it replicate itself?
What I was
That's a
asking
different
is,
idea.
Do we not have now better AI to do the job than we had 5 years ago?
Presumptively, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll accept that. Presumptively, yes. The AI is more advanced than it was. So, is it not natural to assume that in the future we will have even better AI to do an even better
Yeah.
job
And quantum computing.
specific job?
We already have quantum computing. We just
I don't think
Yeah,
that.
and it's not as good as classical computing.
See that
It's a-
assumes that assumes that like it's just gonna progress, but like they don't actually know if they're gonna invent like better versions of itself. That like
I
they don't
didn't
even
say
know if the machines are gonna be able to replicate themselves. You know what I mean? So the thing is that the idea of the AI is based on the idea of genes. You know, because they look at a gene and they say a gene has the information in it to create another version of itself, right? So they look at a gene, especially a RNA, as a self-replicating machine. You know, so they're thinking of a machine that can first produce a version of itself. That is the one stage of advancement, a self-replicating machine, and then B, a machine that could produce a better version of itself. You know, that is the ultimate stage of advancement in their opinion. You know, is
true,
and
I
that's
agree. That
yeah,
is the
that's
goal.
discussed in Samuel Butler's work, Darwin Among the Machines. You know, he wrote
But
a book in
before we
1800s.
get there, before we get to the point where machines can develop better machines, there is a whole phase of human intervention that must take place between the basic AI that we have currently and the strong AI people are trying to develop. The strong AI is this goal that you were I lost the word, trying to present or are presenting. Who was it presented it? I'm sorry.
Wiener, the guy who wrote Cybernetics, right here.
Oh, great. Wiener. I'd love to say that word.
Yeah. Wiener.
Okay. Pause.
Wiener.
He's presenting
Wiener.
this possible end product, right? That this ultimate AI, this strong AI that's capable of reproducing itself in more varied and more specific parts. I'm merely saying.
Yeah, you
that
want me to
because-
you want me to read
Yeah.
this section that I was talking about? It's only a paragraph. He says,
I do.
yeah, he says, yeah, and I'm sorry, panel, if this is okay, you know, let me know. Cut me off if anybody doesn't want to hear
It's
this.
your show too, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's your show too. And you'll know it. You'll know if I have an issue.
Okay. Yeah, it says interesting new attitudes both in engineering and in biology. He says in engineering, devices of similar character can be used not only to play games but to perform other purposive acts, but to do so with a continual improvement of performance and the basis of past experience. I shall discuss some of these possibilities in chapter 9 of the book. Biologically, he says, we have at least an analog to what is perhaps the central phenomenon of life. For heredity to be possible and for the cells to multiply, a necessity, the hereditary carrying components of the cell, the so-called genes, be able to construct other similar hereditary carrying structures in their own image. It is therefore very exciting to be in the possession of means by which engineering structures can produce other structures with a function similar to their own. Okay.
I understand.
So that is essentially, like the question is like the same way life sometimes produces better versions of itself, through past experience, by building on past experience.
It sounds awfully Linnaean.
It sounds awfully what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Linnaeus, the predecessor to Darwin, who believed that giraffes got longer necks by stretching to get taller leaves.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
Evolution. It's kind of a Linnaean concept where the AI becomes stronger by doing AI stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how to explain it.
I Robot.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's merely theoretical, you know, and sometimes they call it this concept as a singularity, you know. So yeah, it's merely a theoretical concept, you know. But
yeah, but you need to understand that a lot of this is an optimization problem. You can't. It's barely a general stronger. It's you can be stronger in some way and get weaker in another way. It's a rare case where you're just all around better.
Yeah, but I was saying a specific topic, a specific purpose, directing an AI to do something specific and to do it as well as possible, using that capability to improve that specific line of thought while using a different AI to improve a different line of thought, a very specified break of duties. I don't speak computer language.
I guess so.
My dad does. He's sort of good with speaking the language. Anyway.
Okay. Cool. I'm sorry. I don't have.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
Let it be known.
Oh, man. That's fun.
I fucking love that shit. She's awesome.
I was never a homo saxophone. The weed turned me gay.
If that had been made this year, he'd have 20 friends with him out there by that garbage can.
Well, that's JG, so that's why he has no friends out there.
What did J? I still don't understand the JG thing. What did he do? Like, why would he just blow up his standing in the community like that?
I don't know that it was ever very good. Like, yeah, because he's a douche, but it was never like. I tried to get along with the guy. He's just a douche, though. That's
wait. How did he?
I never.
I think you had a I think you have a misperception of where his standing was.
Yes, and that's Flow State saying that, and that had to be really bad. Flow State's calling you douche. It's really
wait. How
bad.
did he blow up his standing? I don't get it.
First of all, you guys talking about the same JG?
Hopkins.
Yeah.
Hopkins?
Everybody said that. Everybody said people were mad at him.
No, he's mad. He's emotional. It's not.
He is emotional.
Yeah, nobody's mad at that little fucker. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
not.
He didn't do anything. He's reacting to something.
Oh yeah. He's just taking a shit. Like he took a shit on OTW stream the other day. Like literally,
Which is already just shit.
Yeah, he just it's just
he improved the color.
I mean, you could see how he would think this is the right place for that.
It's the poo poo and the pee pee, you know?
Right. It's basically what everybody does.
He seemed very
He's just been so childish.
It's cool. You know what? Sometimes you got to indulge your pettiness. It's a full moon. I'm feeling petty. Hank. Hank is Hank.
I came here to troll, baby. I came here to do
Yes,
the
I
job.
am.
Barbie's been sending me Facebook messages all day about petty ass shit.
Hey, no, she hit me with a good one this morning. I was actually pretty impressed. She hit me with the Summer Wells missing persons case, and you know how I am. I just kind of overlooked it. I went and checked out a little bit on it. It was like, it's obvious. And then later, I picked up a video about it and found out a whole bunch of more information. And now I'm utterly baffled and completely sucked in.
It's a very interesting. Go ahead.
No, keep going. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been following it since the very beginning, and I cannot, for the life of me, actually figure out one solid, like, possible. There's some. I'll go, you know what? I think I've got it, and I'll sit on it for a couple days. I'll hear something else, and I'll go, well, wait a minute. Start going and doing some more research, and I'm like, well, goddamn, that sounds like this shit. So, like, did you see about the footprints? That's the particular thing I meant for you to come across.
Who the hell is Summer Wells?
Summer Wells
went missing several years ago. I think about 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. She was in custody of her parents when she went outside to play with her brothers. Her brothers came back in. Next thing you know, they're looking for her out there. Now, I don't know if she's been. I don't have any more information than that so far. That's about as far as.
Found her. It happened like
Was it?
three.
There
Was
is
it a little girl?
Yes, she
Yeah,
was
she
what?
was 5. 4 or 5.
Okay. All right.
And I haven't
She
gotten
was
to any of the
missing.
details of like where the shoes, the teeth, the hair, any of that stuff was found. I usually work cases backwards. I start with the end result of where everything ended up and then work my way back to where they were when they were lost, their last known location, and try to put together the pieces that way. I don't have enough information yet.
It's a very interesting thing. Like a lot of my viewers, the most viewers I've ever gotten after joining someone else's panels was when I went on Ziggy's. If anybody is from, actually, probably some people in the chat are from Zig. Saw me on Ziggy's. Ziggy does true crime stream. Yeah, and I didn't know. It was just a random stream that I just happened to scroll by. It was an open panel. I jumped on, talked to her. It was a Summer Wells case. I didn't know nothing about her channel. I didn't know nothing about Summer Wells. Now, Summer Wells is interesting, and Katie has wandered in the room while I'm talking about Summer Wells, which makes me think it's probably not a coincidence. Yeah, it's a very interesting case. It is a coincidence. She says it is a coincidence.
Sun's getting low, big fella.
Salute to Sunny. Oh shit!
I just realized that Machine is here on Flowstate. I was thinking like, oh, Machine's streaming tonight. I should go check that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the spectrum, all right. That's exactly.
And I'm
the
like,
spectrum.
wait, he's
That's
on
what
this
you're
stream.
on.
Where's his stream?
Yeah, I'm hopping
Jeff,
around.
you're on both shows at the same time.
Oh, is he double streaming? Like,
Yes. So he is restreaming.
so I am on the machine. This is the Machine show. At this
Yeah.
This is what I call a cluster.
That's convenient. I don't have to go stream hop.
What up, guys? Hi.
What up?
And Chica.
Oh, hey.
Hey, I'm so glad that video is too spicy for you to keep up because people are loving that Scott shit.
I know. And they're going to love other shit too. See my vision.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means hey, how are you guys tonight? It means I'm chumming the waters.
Okay.
And I was chumming the waters. I already knew it. I'm watching that close too.
Chum harder. I feel like you're doing the Hank chum where it's like, hey, fight me. And then when you fight him, he just kind of giggles and agrees with you.
Hank, until you state your purpose, I don't trust you. My circle is closed. Hey, no, I'm chumming the waters and I'm watching that video and I already knew it was gonna get like
Which
I just
one?
The video you put up, and I appreciate your description box. I already knew that was gonna get. It's the topic, and it's the ability to bring it out of people that they like.
What?
Nothing.
I'm not following either.
Don't even worry about it. All you gotta do is just trust me and keep riding with me, Chuck. Flow. That's all you
She the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby dads. How does that happen? She don't even know.
Oh, right. Hey, anyways, what are you guys talking about tonight? I got off work early tonight. Yay.
Oh, so we're also on the Machine Lies. So we pretty much talk about whatever he tells
Much
us.
love, everybody. Hank.
Whatever he tells us here.
Squash.
Oh.
So tonight, well, mostly it's just been normal panel-ish. I did the title and thumbnail and what I started kind of with it. Well, anyways, is reference to the Florida school. You know, they were doing the whole hoopla about sexualized books, and I said the whole time it's going to be it's a Hegelian dialectic. They're going to overcorrect and cause more problems, and now they've overcorrected, and they've got like one county banned the dictionary, 5 different versions of it. I mean, just all
dictionary.
I heard you talking about that, and I saw a story where they were having like a sex type of a meeting like that on Zoom, and hackers hacked in and showed porn.
Speaking about porn, I'm reading
They used to porn
Andrea
bomb
Dworkin right now. I'm reading Andrea Dworkin. I'm reading pornography, men possessing women. So
yeah, I was.
Is that a book or a paper?
It's a book. I'm reading up some feminist theory. So
Yeah, me and Hank were talking about this feminism shit. But yeah, the thing is that I did 2 shows on or I don't know if it was 2 or 1 show. Oh, actually, I think it was just 1 show I did on Hegel, but it was 2 to 3 hours I talked about Hegel, and the shit was pretty live. I was talking about how he supported the French Revolution and all that type of shit. And in the French Revolution, you had this cat named Marquis de Sade.
Hey, before you wander off of it, you should just explain in basic terms the Hegelian dialectic.
Oh shit. Well, it's gonna be hard to explain in basic terms. I highly suggest watching my video called Hegel invents robot gerbil theory. That's what it's called. Yeah.
Hey,
I'll give it a try.
type something in the chat and I'll just wrench you, and then you can drop it if you want.
Okay. Yeah, but it's about
if you want. If you,
the
I didn't mean
Hegelian
to make you lean forward.
yeah, the Hegelian dialectic is basically this thing where you have thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. That's the broad version of it.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah. Now the practical aspect of that is there's a affirmation, okay, then there's a negation of that affirmation, okay, coming from the concept of coincidentia positorum from Nicholas of Cusa, that every idea presupposes its opposite, so, and it also comes from Newton, really, but the laws of it's like momentum or some shit, but movement or motion or whatever, every action causes an equal and opposite reaction, so
So in action, what it would look like, at least to me, right? If you're running an authoritarian system and you don't like the amount of information that's available to people, you start doing things like putting and bringing attention to a whole bunch of raunchy books in schools, and then you have then the obvious reaction to that will be that you start banning books in schools and giving parents or like in Florida, the community has the right to challenge anybody in the community at all can challenge any book at all. And so
stop reading, you perverted nerds. Stop it.
And that's why these figures during the French Revolution I was mentioning are so important, because Hegel believed in this concept of world history. He thought Napoleon was the world spirit on horseback. He actually said that. And then these figures in the French Revolution, like Marquis de Sade, they would actually propose putting displaying women naked in the theaters as a revolutionary act. And Robespierre and all these kind of guys, they theorized that like changing the name of the Notre Dame Cathedral to like the Temple of Reason, like that would be the great victory. That changing the ideal of the society to like uprooting its cultural and religious traditions, to ideas of universalism, that they were very, very fond of that. And they wanted to promote like pornography, and things like that. Like Marquis de Sade, where sadism actually comes from his name. Marquis de Sade.
Yes.
Yeah, me and Jeff were talking about this. Yeah.
Was he sadistic?
And Andrea has the chapter on Marquis de Sade too, but I didn't read it yet.
Yeah. See, this feminist lady that Hank's reading, she has a whole chapter on fucking Marquis de Sade. See, guys.
But why? How did he earn that honor?
Memphis Stories.
He wrote plays that included sexual violence,
like Tarantino or something.
Yeah, among other things. Yeah, among other things. Yeah. He was like the original type of Tarantino type of shit. Yeah.
Tarantino is a genius.
Yeah, but his was more brutal than even Tarantino. I'm talking about like torturing women and stuff. I'm talking about like very
fun,
vicious type.
Right, Barbie? Right, Barbie? Sounds like a good time. Yeah.
Orgies.
As long as you don't get the rec size wrong, it should be okay.
Yeah, we're talking about things that are possibly, you know,
That
too,
happens all the time.
yeah, too spicy for even Tarantino movies. You know, Tarantino's. But yeah,
Yes, he was censored a lot. He talked about it.
Well,
I also heard y'all talking about you didn't. Jeff was trying to explain to you how come he couldn't pick up on social cues, and you told him that you felt like he could train his way out of it.
Well, it's timing,
Yes,
right?
of
And
course.
timing is just. I mean, if it seems like since they can do patterns, right?
Right.
And that's just math. It seems like these are all applicable skills, and that if you actually don't focus on reading a person, but if you just focus on noticing the pattern of timing, that you'd be able to kind of bypass it.
Yeah, that's how I did it.
That's-
That's why the reason I had this keyboard. Fucking help train my timing.
What do you think?
Well, I definitely do recognize the difference, and I do recognize the inability to process things the same way. Autism plays a huge factor in what I've noticed. If they have it, their ability to process my sarcasm is different, and their ability to communicate is authentic and genuine if it comes from a good place. If it's not, it's a whole different thing. But they really just don't. They can't. And it's not nothing they do, but they communicate other ways, which is why I always say you have to meet people where they're at, and you have to learn how to communicate with people. So if I see someone such as Hank and such as Jeff, I know to be still when I'm talking to them, not to be so animated.
No,
and
not with me. You don't have to be. You don't have to do anything different for me.
Yeah, with me neither.
Okay,
Because
good.
I'll exploit it against you though.
And see, as a man, I would have known that no matter what, that's you got to come at them with not that suggestion.
No, they do, but they have. It's like when animals meet each other, they have to sniff you first, and they have to get to know you first, and then you can be yourself.
Oh, like y'all do that with us.
Like Hank
I
was
do.
saying.
I mean, everybody does it with everybody.
Right, but like Hank was
But
saying,
it's much, for me,
understanding the
it's much
pattern.
more about the impression I make on them than any thing they make, any type of way they make me feel. Like I feel like it's their reaction to me that's the problem, or that I have to worry about more than my reaction to them. I don't react any type of way to them. Like there's nothing they need to do special to make me feel a certain way. I can just take them as an individual.
Yeah,
But don't you
same
think
here.
that's how everybody sort of feels about themselves? Like I was just being me. That person had a problem with me. They reacted to me wrongly. Anytime that you don't get along with someone, you always no.
You know, sometimes
Well,
it's my
yeah,
fault.
but my experience bears that out, and it like I'm not the one constantly calling other people out for things they're doing because I'm not bothered by it, but people are constantly calling me out for stuff that I do that bothers them. So even
it's
stuff
because you're
like when I look
calm.
back on the pattern,
People want to be able to ruffle feathers, and you're a hard ruffle.
But they need to get better.
At least on the internet.
Oh yeah, for sure. Do you feel like the agitation and the frustration is what they're trying to get, and it's not even necessarily geared towards the person? It's more so the result they're trying to receive.
They want to be. Yeah, it's a power thing.
Yeah, the officer snaps. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, he's desperate for it, and he's gonna break it. He's right. He's pushing too
No,
hard.
I think you're right. He's just a crappy person. He's just naturally a shitty person.
He is. But he's trying. What he's after is the feeling of power.
The same as Tommy.
yeah, I keep saying that they come here because y'all empower them.
I suspect
They get that
I get
chemical rush.
a bit of a different vibe off Tommy than I do off Snafu.
Yeah, me too.
I think Snafu is more about actually dominating somebody else, and Tommy's just sort of an entitled brat.
Maybe that's a little difference.
I mean, seriously,
didn't Snafu get his half his brain blown off or something?
Yes,
who knows?
making meth.
And He was not even. He wasn't even doing that. He was making a weed derivative.
Hash oil.
Hash oil. Oh my! What? Oh my!
I know.
Oh my! He's an idiot. I'm sorry.
In a motel room.
No, Jack's finally scurried up.
Was
Okay,
it a
what do you want?
Was it a
Get
motel?
back
set?
here.
What
it a
are you
motel
fighting?
set?
It might have been. Sounds right. I have the article saved somewhere.
It would be right down the alley of that hotel, boy. I'll tell you what, man. That's
Fuck these cupcakes.
Yeah, him, and some other people have been on a roll today about a couple of us. I heard your name come up a couple of times, as well
Mine?
as mine. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sure. It's a full moon.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
And
But
also,
all of those bitches can keep talking about me. They keep crying about me. Snafu, you little impotent bitch. You can't do a damn thing. JG, you can go sleep in a refrigerator box in the alley. OTW, you can keep sucking Paul's dick and just paying for the StreamYard bill.
holy shit. Yeah. Is that still going on? The OTW shit?
Oh my god, dude, it's fucking shameful.
Wow.
Oh yeah, on OTW, it was my fault. We inadvertently rated Dr. King Stephen Esquire because he was interrogating Bex, and he blocked. He had a open panel, and he just locked everyone out. And I went to OTW and said, "Oh, he's doing this. It's crazy." I didn't want to mention the name, but we decided to just watch the train crash. And eventually, he came to OTW's panel, and he wasn't as powerful as he thought he was.
Who?
The Sanity Machine.
Oh yeah, he's not even an interesting troll. He's just lost in the sauce. He's got puppets.
Puppets? Oh, like human puppets?
No.
Like real, like puppetry?
Oh,
On his
fuck
show?
you.
He uses
Come on.
puppets?
No way.
Uh-huh.
That sounds kind of creative.
Yeah. So.
Why not? NASA uses fucking toys. We might as well have our podcast and shit. With
Yeah. So
toys.
the Sanity Machine was on a kick where he thought everyone was colluding with each other against him. So we just played it up because he was so freaking annoying about it.
Yeah, that sounds normal for this part of the panel verse.
I zoned out.
Hey Neuro, I just want to say to Neuro that I'm gonna head over to my channel. I want him to join me over there. I hate to steal Neuro from you guys, but yeah, bless you guys. And I'll be, but I also brought Hank, so I bring.
No, you're
Hank.
good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah,
I appreciate you joining.
Yeah, but bless you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go do some little housekeeping
Panel
on my
track.
channel and talk about Paul Berman. If anybody wants to check that out.
Who is that?
Yeah. He's a guy who wrote a book called Terror and Liberalism. That I'm talking about on my channel about Sayyid Qutb, the guy who founded the Muslim Brotherhood. So I'm talking about like the modern wars and shit. But yeah, bless you guys. Man.
I'll drop a link to your channel. I appreciate you coming over.
Hey, of course, anytime, brother. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys having me. Everybody in the audience, peace to you guys from the Machine
Bye,
Live.
Machine Lives.
Yeah, bless you guys, man. Thank you. Yeah,
I'm too lazy to leave.
yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, I'm going to jump over there in a second. I just wanted to ask what you guys thought about Freemasonry.
For sure. Yeah, take your time. I was just telling you because I
That's such an open question. Like
That sounds like a great topic for machines.
But how the fuck? I mean, like, I'm not opposed to it. It's just like
All
that's
right.
such a big open-ended question. What?
Neuro shaking it up. He said, "Yo, what y'all think about Freemasonry out there?" You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, it is what it is. Yeah, man. Peace is joining me on the Machine Lives, man. We're gonna get into some shit here. Back to Berman. And I'll wait for everybody to hop on the panel. You guys. We got a panel going here. You guys want to hop on the panel if anybody wants to. Go ahead. But yeah, man, I'm gonna share this screen and start covering some Paul Berman. Interesting conversations we had, you know, covered some shit about technology, some shit about the philosophy that we had there, you know. It's always a fun time talking to Flo. I like how he had that title out there, you know. Die literate. That's right. You know, give up learning and put an end to your trouble. Oh, whoops. I accidentally never pinned the link. well, good thing I hopped on Flo's panel instead, because the link is not even pinned. Let me pin the link here for you guys. And yeah, you know, I'm gonna start covering some material here on this channel here. Islamic modernism. Moving on with the topic, you know, and we already did a significant amount of material relating to Paul Berman's analysis here, you know. So on the last stream, which was viciously porn bomb, but we then reposted you know, our analysis there the next day. So no worries to you guys. But yeah, if you guys want to hop on panel, go ahead. But the thing about it is we are gonna have to start verifying the people before they come on panel because of the incident last time.
Which
So, yeah.
was, that is to say, a different kind of modern society, benefiting from science and technological advance, but which, unlike liberal society, was going to be solid, without any internal divisions, without any feelings of skepticism or doubt, a society that would be absolutely perfect without cracks or contradictions, a society, therefore, that would last forever, or as the Nazis would say, 1,000 years.
Gutib, again, lived what, how many years? 60?
He was hanged at age 61.
And when he wrote his 30 volumes, when did he finish them?
Well, he was writing.
Yo, I'm curious to know how they reacted to your question, Neuro.
I know, me too. I didn't know you were gonna leave, but I just kind of noticed that
they didn't want to talk about it. What did they say about it?
well, Flo said, well, that's like, he's like, that's open-ended question, like asking about science. And I was like, well, funny that you mentioned that, because I think they're a related topic. And then Saab said, well, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, kind of like the flat earth versus the round earth. And then I left.
Whoa, how come he didn't? I thought flat earthers always say that Freemasons invented science.
Well, you know, he and Mr. Nick Volt had that little issue, so I just wanted to see, you know, if they would have a good conversation over there. So.
Oh, I think that they don't like each other very much. Actually, Sovereign's Soul Unchained Mind is over there. Nick Volt's here in our chat. You know.
No, he's over there now, I think. So.
Oh, he's over there now. Yeah, yeah, but he was over here earlier, and I invited him on the panel to debate me on science, but he said he's not in his manic mode today, so he declined the offer. But it would have been fun.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to come back and have a conversation, because he's always a illuminating fellow.
Yeah, illuminating is, yeah, for sure. Yeah, what's up, Lanza? I seen you rage quit over there with Jeff.
Yeah, man, I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, he's just gonna do what he does. I can't stop it.
Well, I was curious. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I have a delay.
No.
I just wanted to ask, what was it that you think that he's up to? Because I am very curious. What you're seeing.
So I've been doing this for like 3 months, kind of like just kind of hanging out and like whatever, just being present. I wasn't even looking for anything. But I did notice that detractions happen very quickly and very swiftly. And there seems to be a lot of squabbling and arguing at times. And it's just like, even about the most frivolous, radical topics. And it's like, I don't know, this isn't like, this isn't recess, I feel like, So I
Suffice
said
to say, you notice a pattern going about. Is that kind of what you're saying?
absolutely, absolutely, and the pattern that I've noticed is that when we get on those types of topics that are radical and they are and then you can even hit them with like the dead truth of like, oh, you say you need this to survive, but you have all these other qualms. Like, it's like, it doesn't even make sense. At the end of the day, it doesn't even make sense. And what happens is they just want to disturb. And what, like, Jeff's thing in particular is he just goes, I don't even know what y'all talking about. And then he like asks like questions that like while he's being like
How you did the accent.
like that's his thing, is just to like not know what's going on most of the time and add like weird advice on the side while arguing with people who he should even be on the same page with. That's his. And that's on video. That's not me saying that. And then yeah, it's just like I mean, I got names, but like ultimately it's just all about detraction. It's about deception. And I've seen it where I've tested these things. Obviously, you know, I'm kind of, I guess, known as a bit of a troll. I've been called that here and there. And the reason why I come from that angle is because it allows me to test what you know, just allows me to test things and like you know, I don't know. I'm not being deceptive. I'm just like doing my thing. Like, that's how I
No,
act.
I totally understand what you're saying, because like I think you thought I was doing that kind of stuff at first, but then you kind of saw like I'm coming at it from such a different angle, and it's like all the people that I'm actually trolling don't think I'm trolling, and all the people I'm actually being real with think that I'm not. You know, it's like, it's so bizarre. It's like
Dude, I could skip both those worlds pretty easily. Are you a Libra or are you a Aries?
I'm neither.
Are you Capricorn?
No, no.
Thank God, thank God. All right, you're good then.
I'm a very grounded person.
But like, what happens is people will come in with like these super hardcore beliefs, right? And like, that's cool. Like, if that's your belief and you're hardcore about it, cool. But like, that's hardcore. Like, and what I realized is they don't kill comedians because everyone likes to laugh, but they do kill like truth tellers. And how do you kill the truth? You just send one or two people at a time, depending on how much you want to target, or how many people you have available to target detraction from any sort of relevant, practical conversation. But at the same time, I realize people have like things that they have to work through. But dude, I've seen. I think there's a bit of, I don't know, I haven't found where the money's at, but I will say there's just some like really awkward, like.
Well, you're catching on to something, and I'll put it this way: what you said about comedy is how I'll try to talk about it in a safe way. You know, I see comedy as one of the primary tools to hide truth, but also it's one of the primary ways to hide in plain sight deception as well, right? Like they make you laugh at something that you shouldn't be laughing at to make you think it's okay when it's not.
Oh,
Does
I
that
don't
make
do
sense?
that.
No, not you. I'm saying like.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Like normalizing, yeah.
Yeah, they normalize shit by making you feel that. Oh, so you laughed at this really terrible thing that you shouldn't be laughing at. So.
Dude, I just think I snapped so hard in these rooms, like in this room in particular before, that what it does, like, I think what it did was it broke the room so hard that when it tried to reassemble, I saw the working of it. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, you saw that a couple weeks ago for sure when
Dude, I forgot I hit those people that hard. I like went back and watched. I was like, oh shit, this is for real. I was like, I'm not crazy. Like this actually happened. Like, I can't even believe I ripped this hard on these people, and like this is the outcome. Like it's just squabble and bicker, and if no one's bickering with them, they just bicker with each other. That's like literally that's how it works.
Well, that's how people hide their agenda a lot of the time. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but while presenting it at the same time, they present it at the same time. Like in terms of like, say a person like Lib who said what he said on camera, and Jeff when they're sitting next to each other, and like no, like I'm like not like I'm not even like, okay, let's say I cared really a lot and I really like despised what either one of them were standing for because the shit they were saying was kind of like really stupid. Like, and so I was trying to clean it up while making my point. And I just watched them like, I don't like either of them, but I was breaking their fight up. I was like, yo, just listen to the guy. Like just get it out. Like, don't, it's already bad enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah.
And that's what it is. I didn't make it up, dude. It's on video. It's on video.
Fuck yeah, it is. It's all on video.
But yeah,
That's
I
what
noticed. Now that I think of it, I think I noticed Cecil noticed it before all of us because I don't know. I've only been on this like I don't know.
Cecil's been around these. Cecil's seen enough of what we're referring to throughout his life to kind of know there's something much larger, you know.
Yeah, it's just super like it's super lame though, bro. Like when you look at it, it's so lame and it's so plain.
What's lame?
And that's where all the drama is there to actually mask how plain it is.
What are you talking about? What's lame?
What are the names?
No, I said what's lame. You said something was lame. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
He says nothing. He's like, what are the names? Bro, I'm gonna have to fuck with that dude before he gets any names.
Adam, if you don't mind me asking, what was your journey like for your oh, he's back. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, well, as all great things in history start with, it starts with a J, the journey. No, I'm kidding. No, what do you mean my journey, bro? That's like such an open-ended question, dude.
No. I want you and Sterling to talk about, get his question out because I'm gonna keep talking and I won't shut up.
Go ahead,
I'll
Sterling.
let somebody else talk first.
Well, no, I didn't mean to slow it down. Slow you guys down. I was just asking you, like, it's so lame and so plain. I was like, I'm sorry. What were you talking about?
We were talking about people who basically ask what we were talking about.
Oh, so what I just did?
Yes.
All right. Sorry.
I mean, to put it plainly.
I was just trying to keep up. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
All right. So, what do you mean by how was my journey?
Well, what I mean is you mentioned Santos Bonacci, which I haven't watched, but I watched a lot of people who come from that angle and I'll give you. Well, I don't know exactly what it's about, but I know that has something to do with astrotheology. Like for me, I would say okay, I grew up as a young dude as a Christian in the South, and really ignorant as fuck, honestly. Very, really very ignorant. No, ignorant not in a bad way. Just didn't know anything about how the way the world worked. Right? You know what I mean? And then
yeah, I do.
And then went from there to a little bit bigger city, and then back to the middle of nowhere with a bunch of dumbasses, and then from there came to big very
Okay.
large place, and then from there, like, you know, knew something was off since 9/11 for like 100%. Before that, I was like 95% sure. Then I was like 100% sure after 9/11. Then from there, it was like, okay, you know, I picked up the Alex Jones Obama deception. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember
And
that
then,
one. That's a good one.
yeah, and then I met a bunch of people who were seeing the same thing as me from totally different angles, and they all just kind of like added layer upon layer, and then just like a lot of Alex Jones, a lot of like Stefan Molyneux, a lot of like, you know, then it would I would just I'm just hitting milestones, but then it'd be like Owen Benjamin,
Yeah, yeah.
then
Owen's good.
Jim Bob, then here I am. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's like,
All right.
so like that's kind of my trajectory, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and I took a little bit of pieces from all that, and but mostly like I haven't really changed my idea since I was like 10, 11, 12. I've just gotten better at like examining what I'm looking at. See what I'm saying? Like I kind of knew about the same thing. I just have a little bit better tool set to like explain it. You know what I mean?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You possess a tool that like you are able to talk to people that are like very brainwashed.
Hey, if I may interject, I just wanted to say, Neuro, that has to be like one of the coolest stories. I mean, you deserve like a Grammy for like cool stories and shit. But here's the thing. I was watching freaking Flow Stage stream right now, right? And I noticed that once Machine and everybody left, the freaking viewer count went down. Like they were sitting over there with like 20 viewers, and then we went over there and it shot up to like 80. Okay. So I felt bad, and I tried posting their stream on the internet to try to help with their viewership over there, So I had to like link it, like on this, you know what I'm saying? And it still is like keeping on going down and shit. Dude. Yeah,
Sounds like it. Sounds like it.
Come on, bro. I said, hey guys, can you guys rate my psychoanalysis stream? We are a bunch of internet mental health professionals. Ask us anything. Like I'm just trying to help their numbers, dude. But I think it's probably like down in the 50s or the 60s.
Oh shit, we're gonna have to have this guy cam up. Yo, you got to cam up in the back, Holmes. Tommy. Okay, thank you. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, what's going on, bro?
This dude's doing that thing.
I just
where,
talked to him on Flow State.
Let's say like for you were some Chad pussy getting motherfuckers, and you got that one special education class guy that hangs out with you, and he says we all the time, like he's one of those pussies playing motherfuckers. Cecil, you have zero positive effect on people's viewer count. It was not we went over there from Machine Life, but I do got a story for you about I really did fall out for this
Cecil's a heavy hitter. I don't know what you're talking about.
That was
I'm
real.
sorry, bro.
The
You
last-
apparently missed the inside joke that I was just telling right now.
The last time I heard
Outsider.
the last time I heard Cecil as a heavy hitter is the guy that outed him for being a pedo.
Yeah, okay, man. Anyway, cool story. What
Yeah,
were
I
you
got
gonna
a
say?
cooler story. I got a cooler story for you. I actually fall out Ford this weekend, bro. Like I found a fucking lighter when I was walking my dog that still worked, and you know how that feels. No matter how much money you possess in this world, when you see a lighter sitting on the sidewalk, you pick it up and it lights with flame. You're like, boost, free lighter. So I gave that to a homeless guy that was feeding my dog cereal. And when I gave him the lighter that still works, he gave me a 1 terabit hard drive he found. Like, what's a homeless dude gonna do with a 1 terabyte hard drive that he found? He gave it to, like, I don't know. I think it's like a one of those recharge batteries or something. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. 1 terabyte hard drive for a lighter I found. I fall out Ford. What do you got, bro?
So you took advantage of a homeless person and you didn't even give him like
No,
a
it's
dollar?
no. See, you don't play enough games. I was the store guy. Even Hank knows this line. Some people call this junk. I call them treasures. You don't game Cecil. You ain't shit. You don't slay pussy. You're not a big hitter. You don't even fucking RPG right now.
No, I'm sick to indie games, so I don't know what that
I got
is. I don't care
RPGs
about
on
nipple
my
weight.
Mac.
I
The
I got
nipple weight,
RPGs
not
on my
optimized crap.
Buy something, will ya? Come on. I slayed pussy and RPG game. You guys are fucking boring.
You're welcome.
Hank, you're cool boring.
That's
The
true.
only thing I got against Hank is he gives Paul way too much time and attention. It's ridiculous.
Well, I agree with you.
Quit being a feature of his show. You're too good for it.
But he's funny.
No, he's not. He's funny in the fact that he's the Jack Talcott. That's how Paul's funny. He was the Jack Talcott the whole time.
I actually disagree. I did some research on him. I think he is actually a Machiavellian like I am, not a narcissist. He has a little bit too much self-awareness.
No, because when I get accused of Machiavellianism, and that's just my Sigma mindset that does that. I think you're just a dude that's legit autistic, and you should be busting all these fake autism and claimers. And I think Paul's a narc, borderline sociopath. That if he ever gets in a room with me, I'll show him what being 3 times my size matters.
Well, many people think I'm borderline sociopath already. So, I mean, if you just ask Officer Snaps, he would say so.
The people that say that about you, Hank, or you came into this community openly being like, yeah, I'm diagnosed autistic. And here we are months later, and these people, like even Lindsay's going, Hank, I mean, you got some traces of possible Spurgy. No, he came in saying I'm diagnosed autism. And we believe him, as he never makes eye contact with the camera. You fucking morons. And you think you're so on top of things as you're like, Hank, I think you might have a little touch of the Spurg there. A little touch of the Spurg.
These people don't pay attention. So, other than you and the Machine Lies and Paul and OTW and Flow State sometimes.
About the telepathic vampire, telepathic puppeteer shit, sonic puppeteer. I love that shit, man. You just, as long as Cecil is not taken too seriously, I fucking love Cecil.
I have a question. Tommy, how come your Gam, you don't get harassed for her, but everybody else does?
Oh, I just showed my harassment. It's that stream got took down because I used the Cowboy Bebop clip too much, where I made Axis Rat Blood Teddy Bomber on Cowboy Bebop. He was a terrorist guy blowing.
Explain the Mortal Kombat situation between you and Axis Rat Blood. You guys have like a blood feud, you know?
So, well, no, actually, that's what I was just saying. To him, it's a blood feud. To me, I was Spike Spiegel, where I'm more like, man, I hate that I can't play this fucking clip, and it's not as good to explain it. Were you at that stream, Hank? Were you watching?
Negative. I think I have it.
I
think I have one of them download, but I didn't watch it yet.
Yeah, this one only aired live because I made this video. You know how people take movie footage where it's a scene, from a movie, but they're like, look, I put this guy's name over this character and my name is over this character. Look how it's the same. Look how it's the same thing that's happening. I did one of those with a clip of a show called Cowboy Bebop. I took it off of YouTube, and it can't be shown on YouTube. And the channel I took it from isn't any special of that producer or television whatever, and they can play it. And I just took part of that scene, and I can't play it anywhere. Like, it 100% can't be viewed because it's copyright.
Can you license it or something? Can you get it cleared?
How do you do that?
I think there's like some clearing sites or something. I'm not sure how to do that, but I know it's possible to do.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe I could play it as a small square on my live and like get around the algorithm or something. It let me play it live and didn't drop me, but after the live was over, it can't be a video. And I played it like 5 times throughout the stream because everybody was loving it. But it's, basically there was this terrorist on Cowboy Bebop. He was blowing shit up, and he could not get the attention of the bounty hunters. They were more concerned with like swinging dicks on each other. And he was like making threats, and they both turned like, shut up! Who are you? And I made that Axis Rat Blood like trying to get my attention. Like, we're enemies. I'm your enemy now. Because I didn't re-email him. I didn't get back to his email fast enough about me going to some show his daughter did in Denver, and I saw it on the secondary We Are Awake show television channel. I'm glad I didn't go. But it wasn't any personal reason that I didn't go. I actually wanted to meet his daughter so she could know one crazy motherfucker with guns in Denver in case this city goes to fucking ape shit. I could tell Access right, hey, I found your daughter. She's all right. Crash here till I can get her out of town. I'm right by the tracks. I just need JG to come through on an industrial side train and take your daughter out of here. This isn't Cowboy Bebop.
Are you and JG cool now?
I'm not cool with anybody, Neuro.
That's probably a good policy to have. I mean, just
well, my godson told me it'd be that way.
The other legitimate policy is the other legitimate policy is just being cool with everybody. It's either
no, that's what you and Talcott do, and it bites you in the ass.
That's two ways. I don't do that shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man, you were just giving Adam fucking Lanza props on Flo's show. You are fucking insane.
Adam Lanza represents the everyman to you.
No, Adam Lanza is a troll
Like,
fucking
what the fuck?
douchebag, and I can.
So how's that the everyman? That's that's an incredibly strange character.
No, Joe Rogan's an everyman. That's why Joe Rogan's like booming as an interview. He's like just smart enough to keep up and ask good questions. He's an everyman.
Yeah. What
And
what
he's
anime is this?
well-traveled.
Do you know?
Huh?
What anime is this? Do you know?
No. The
I
guy
don't-
looks like he's dressed to be on Initial D, but he's riding a bike.
I would guess Beyblade.
Beyblade.
Oh, and Hank. That was one of the original times I thought Hank was trolling, like low-key trolling on the autism level. Whenever he shouted out Bible Black to y'all, I, as a fucking fellow anime nerd and hentai dick girl enthusiast, I was like, something that triggered, like, what the fuck? Bible Black, I know that. I searched it. I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's one of the fucking that's one of those. I wonder if anybody else searched
It's
it. and got it.
incredibly
Yes, I was.
strange.
Yes, yeah, you're
No, it's
right. I
definitely
was
got the
low key
stuff in it.
trolling. I was hoping when
It's
the
about,
Abrahams
like,
would go
these-
down that rabbit hole.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
and- yes.
Yeah,
Probably
but-
get me
Let me know when you wanna do a
get
3D
cow
dick
research
girl
on
thing.
me by going
Let's
down
do
that
a-
rabbit
let's do
hole.
a-
And I pretty much
Let's do a round table about. Let's do a
Mind
round
fuck.
table on your channel about 3D dick girl stuff soon.
Yeah, these witches, they like totally manipulate these beta cucks. It's on this fucking show, Bible Black. It's fucking crazy. They control their minds.
Yeah.
Seduce them.
I bet you Hank knows though. I'm on that tip. Whenever there used to be a comic book shop in my hometown, gaming store and stuff. Oh, we found some low key stuff on that tip, like high school bully is demonic enough to grab your girlfriend up through the window after you fucked and jizzed on her, then like taunting you from the air. He licks a little bit of your jizz off to up his demonic power because the kid had some kind of fucking hentai. I've seen some fucked up stuff, man. You
Yeah.
need to go there.
What the hell are you talking about, sir?
That's some hentai shit I've seen that I'm sure.
What kind of
Hank
fucking
seen.
dinner table conversation is this? Yeah, that's why I don't read that shit. That shit is
No, read. This
Adventure
is
Mind.
fucking anime. Somebody had to meticulously sit in the Far East and animate that shit by hand that I just told you. And I
Yes.
was
Yeah.
not very descriptive.
Yeah, I
sir.
realized.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you need to Clockwork Orange that shit to be able to battle this beast system. You better keep your soul intact while you do it.
I mean, Discordianism has a concept called sacred porn. So I'm
Ain't nothing sacred about it, but you better know what you're fucking.
Wait, what's
dealing
this
with.
Clockwork Orange reference pointing to? I don't think
it's
that's
just, sorry. That is my bad. That's my bad. I was doing my thing I do with the words. I just meant you better Clockwork Orange that, like you need to pin them eyelids open, have the eyedroppers in it, and have your dad turn and make you watch him shoot your dog type shit. No, you watch this. You watch what you caused.
yeah, that's kind of how I strengthen my psyche, so I'm not.
Yeah,
I
but
don't,
yeah,
I don't
but in
get
the
crushed
in the
by opposite
movie,
snaps.
but in the movie, that's the solution that society gives.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up, wasn't it? Now he can't even listen to his favorite classical music because it just so worked out, not as a coincidence, but that there is a God in this universe, that the music he loved the most in his soul and listened to all his life, that's what the guys that were going to fucking eye torture him, fucking info torture him, they're just playing that in the background of the lab. No, sir, no, sir, please don't play. Please don't play me favorite jams, sir. That's not Sterling
I would say
fucking
better
Ray in the middle, is it?
better
That's
better
not
music I like than
Sterling
music I
fucking
don't
Ray
like.
in the middle square, is it?
The,
Sorry,
Sterling Ray is an old woman. In my
yeah, that's why I
knowledge.
wanted to verify.
No, this is Sterling. This is Sterling, the detective. You know what I mean? The internet detective, Sterling. You know what I mean?
I'm a detective.
Yeah,
Are
dude.
you the one I just encountered earlier on Sewer Town with the detective Sterling?
Oh God, he's gonna mention this fucking shit.
On where?
Oh, am I cross promoting?
Name,
You'll go
yeah,
on Hoax
damn
War.
right. You're
You'll go
cross
on Hoax
promoting.
War. You'll go on Hoax War. You'll go on Hoax War. I'm sorry, Hank. I'm sorry, Hank. You'll go on Hoax War Machine Live
Yo,
to a
stop the
stream
name
that
dropping,
you
or
know.
I'll get the fuck rid of you, bro. Stop the fucking name dropping. No more name dropping, Tommy. It's over.
I've never heard
Are we allowed to say flow state
Then
since
why
it's
the
literally in the
fuck were you
video?
there, nigger? Why the fuck?
Because I could go on whatever fucking show I want, bitch ass.
Yeah,
What
we
are you
don't need
talking
your
about?
damn
It
permission.
doesn't,
We
click the
don't
link.
need
Why
your
are you
permission.
here? Why are you here talking about other people's channels? I don't give a
We
fuck.
don't
dude.
need your permission.
I
We
don't
can
give
go
a
on
fuck.
flow state and still be on
I
here.
don't care if somebody comes on my.
I'll tell you for the last time. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you for the last fucking time. I don't give a fuck. Move on.
It sounds like you give a fuck, nigger.
God. Can
You
drop
fucking
the-
Detroit.
Okay, yeah, fuck.
Machine, pardon me a moment. Machine, can you hear me?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he has his
Um,
moment until he can't stand this shit anymore. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
Well, there comes a certain point where you don't really want someone like that around you because of all the bad that's going to come with it. I don't understand. If I'm not meant to understand, just flat out tell me. But why do you allow people like that anywhere near here?
Because it's just a call-in show. I mean, it's not like the end
Okay.
of the world that they call in, you know. But that's what he's kind of proscribing, is that if you call into some show, you're cross-promoting and all of this type of stuff. It's like, no, that's not how this works. We're just calling into shows. And I get to engage in the discussions I want to here. So the thing is that if he doesn't understand that, he can go ahead and leave, you know. So you know, as long as he's respectful, and he was for maybe 30 minutes or so, but then until then, you know. So I mean that's the thing.
How many second chances do you proffer to someone like that, however?
Well,
five?
I don't. Well, yeah. What do you
That's a
think?
good question. That's a good
Yeah,
question.
5 sounds fine.
5.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
I mean, I respectfully told him last time the N-word thing. You know, don't do the N-word thing. So I mean, I'm highly considering like not allowing him back up. You know, so because I don't really need people to drop those words all the time on my stream. So he gets a little
Baseball's a precedent. 3 strikes and you're out. So
yeah, he gets a
call it
little
1 strike.
he likes to get a little raunchy with the language, so you know, component of things. So he's got a big, huge issue of that. He likes to drop either you know, a few key words, you know, I think so that he can have insurance if something happens in terms of the stream or whatever, you know. So I really don't dig his behavior. I really exposed his behavior on Flow State Show. His kind of cross promotional behavior. He'll come here, drop these names of these other channels so that they'll come and get mixed in with all these other premises.
I understand.
Yeah, you know, he's trying
message
to
received. I understand.
yeah, so he's doing that on purpose. So the minute he starts doing that, you know, it's fine for the first, you know, 20 minutes because he tries to weasel his way into the conversation. But then when he starts dropping these other channel names, that's for some type of a ulterior agenda that he has. And he's talking to Sterling like he's from somebody's channel that he knows he's not from, by the way. He just wants an excuse to mention the issue. So I'm like, yeah, so I'm like, dude, there's no way you saw Sterling at Sewer Town. You just want to talk about Sewer Town.
So this is just the same tactics Author Snaps uses, but we all know that doesn't work. So Tommy, stop doing stuff that doesn't work. Please.
I don't know these people. I
Do
don't
what we
realize
do
who these
instead.
people are. I don't know who you know, any of these people online are. You know, I don't know Paul Enslaved. I don't know fucking Montegraph. I really don't know Denise Matu. I really don't know Hoax Wars. I really don't know who Sewer Town is, but they have some sort of concerted, you know, fucking, you know, some type of, you know, opposition to each other based on
Not really.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just the fan base is attacking each other. They don't
Well,
really
if
care
I
that much.
examine the situation and I notice there are certain connections and things, then I'll start to talk about the information. But I'm not gonna have him come in and sidebar this channel with all this fucking weird you know, weird connections and things that don't really belong here. They're not appropriate. And then for insurance, start using his little favorite words. You know, so it's just. And you know, so trying to blackjack at the stream with that nonsense. So I mean, I already exposed him several times for doing that.
Yeah,
he's welcome to come here and talk about, you know, what he knows about cryptocurrency or about Elon Musk or about flat Earth or whatever he wants to. But you know, that's about it. I'm willing.
Or you can ask me because I pretty much know what he knows.
Pretty much. So you know, I mean, you're saying Cecil adds no value. I mean, look at yourself, dude. What are you talking about? You know, like look who's talking.
You're just a sexier Officer Snaps, Tommy, right now. You're just a more sexy looking Officer Snaps.
You look sexy in that fedora, Hank. I don't mean to interrupt, but
Yes,
Machine, I just wanted to ask, do you know Quantum of Conscience? Are you familiar?
Yeah, that's who like that's who that Ninja Turtle Drew used to work for. Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
he used to
all.
work for Quantum of Conscious. Yeah.
Wait, what happened? Sorry, I missed that last comment. What? Who? Quantum of Conscious and Drew? I know that.
Ninja Turtle.
Well, I know that Drew used to like Quantum of Conscious, and then
Oh, he
they
worked.
had
He
some
worked for no. He was working with him for a long time.
working with him. I didn't know that. Okay, that's
Oh
interesting.
yeah. He started out on the internet with Quantum of Conscious, and then he went after him. That's kind of
Oh, that's
Drew's-
weird.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
kind
that's
of Drew's
weird.
little thing. He like embeds himself in a community and talks about it, and then he goes after them.
Yeah, that's weird to me, especially because like Quantum of Conscious is like one of the most esoteric channels ever.
This guy does. That's what this guy does too. I'm gonna dissect the F out of this and TML and flow state. Oh yeah, it's gonna promote the shit out of my channel, Tommy. Thank you. You understand when you and Drew and all of you fuckers make hit pieces on me, people subscribe to my shit. Go ahead and do it, buddy. Like it's fucking hilarious. Like it's great, dude. It's great promotion. You know.
Yeah,
Anthony-
actually,
as
no,
good as
actually.
saying-
Oh, sorry. No, I was gonna say. I saw Hank say Quantum of Conscious, how he found this corner of the internet. That's how, like, that's why I knew about Drew too, because he shouted out Drew, and then apparently by the time I found Drew, he had turned against Quantum, and I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Quantum's
So-
probably watching. He's probably watching us right now. I mean, it's just that's
I wish he would.
This
That
corner of
dude-
YouTube he's probably spying. You know.
Quantum is a very I mean he might be crazy, but he's not dumb. Like in my opinion, he's a very fucking intelligent person, in my opinion.
Oh God, he's trying to come back up here. Illumitami, no man, dude. This fucking N-word shit, dude. I told you with that shit, dude. I fucking told you 3 or 4 times not to say the shit that you fucking said again and again and again. Maybe the next time you come up, dude, it's gonna be different, man. You know what I mean? It's gonna be different next time, brother.
Hey, I'm not even allowed to say it. YouTube will punish me if I say it. So
Is that true? Like, because I've seen a lot of channels say it. Is it just for like monetization purposes or what?
Yes.
Okay.
But monetization for sure, but they can go. But the policy enforcement selective. So
No, well, here's the thing that I notice. Here's the thing. I don't see people going and doing that on everybody's stream equally, right? It's like they pick and choose where to spring up certain things. And again, like, you know, I'm not attacking Tommy. I'm just saying, like, it's a common thing that you see everywhere. It's like people will say certain things on certain shows and they won't do it on other shows. Like, I spent a lot of time on Jim Bob. Nobody ever porn bombed Jim Bob. Nobody ever said the N-word on Jim Bob's show. And he had a totally open panel show for a year or 6 months, at least 9 months. Nobody ever did that shit on his show, ever, right? So
I'm sorry, good.
yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
no,
no.
This is not what I heard. Hoax me softly. I heard that he worked with him on by Bach Precision told me that shit, and they used to work with Bach Precision too. So the thing is that yeah, they've been working with people and then turning on people just like this motherfucker Illumitami. Illumitami, get the fuck out of my backstage. Go home, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
So I was on kind of loosely watching Quantum of Conscious for
I told you, be
entertainment
respectful,
purposes.
motherfucker. I don't play that shit. I don't play that shit, dude. I'm not here to fucking spar with you on your fucking little drama streams, all right, dude? Like, I'm here to cover certain issues or talk respectfully amongst my peers. Do you understand,
Yeah.
motherfucker?
Yeah, there's better streams for that, Tommy. And you know what they are, Lore Master. So just meet us there.
Yeah, quit spazzing out, dude. But QFC shouted out both Drew and this person Reagan Keeley that I
You don't understand what this show's about, Tommy. Don't make me ban you from the fucking studio, buddy. You know what I mean? It's over, dude.
Machine, is there any way you can pick him out of that backstage area? He's just odious. It's very unpleasant.
No, you can leave him there. It's funny. Keep
Odious. Yeah, it's a good one.
Don't
All right, dude. All right, dude. You think this is a fucking game? All right, bro. I'm about to ban you. Get a fuck.
We'll unban you later. So don't
Give him a week off, you know? Let him go whack off. Something like
that. I know you can come back on Friday morning or something.
But Neuro, I just wanted to point out that there's a lot of people in the world that confuse intelligence with craziness. And in fact, craziness is a side effect of a lot of people who are like very intelligent have what you would consider to be mental issues because it's kind of the concept of the more you have, the more they can go wrong.
I totally feel that. I mean, like that's why, like, I mean, quantum conscious might be some nefarious thing, but like, I totally understand how people end up that way because I know people who've ended up that way because they see shit so clearly, including people very close to me and my family. It's like, you know, like they see shit so clear, and it's so motherfucking painful to just hit your head against the wall trying to just be yourself, being able to see these things, right? And then I see QOC. I look at him like a thought experiment master, right? He's doing
God.
like, you
This
know,
guy has no information, dude. Bach and Drew used to work together. Bach used to be his mod, dude. You have no idea, man. You've been listening to fucking Cockboy Hotline for too long, dude. You have no idea. You just believe any narrative this guy makes up off the top of his fucking head. Come on, dude. Use your fucking brain, dude. Drew's the biggest fucking troll of all times. Dude's fucking useless. Fucking.
Is that Boca Ray that you guys are talking about?
Yeah, you know, I think his name's Boca Ray. You know, he's a Muslim.
Okay.
Dude. Yeah, he used to work with. He used to be his mod. You know, so this is just all come on, dude.
He showed up when TBE was flipping out one day and started talking shit like he knows TBE.
Yeah, him and this fucker Drew and Toilet Bowl Earth, like he's like his little bitch, dude. He does everything that Drew wants him to do. He's a little faggot, dude. Like,
yeah. Well, and then here's the thing is like I judge people based on the fruit of what they
he
do,
thought it
and
was
like
big brother, dude. Like it was actually gay. Like they're actually in some fucking weird type of thing. He's like he attributed his like Christianity to him and shit. Like they're like on some like very very like family oriented shit. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't have time for that bullshit, dude. I'm just talking to people here.
yeah, and like Bach, like I've watched a couple of his streams. That dude, I mean, you know, I don't know how he knows a lot of shit he knows, but he knows some shit that's pretty in depth. He's got some pretty good analysis of current events. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, what about Davey Crocco, who they kicked him out of the Discord too, and then lied about it? EBT, fucking enslaved by tortillas is a fucking liar, dude. Like it is what it is. They don't want anybody to question what's going on in their faggot Discord, in their fucking faggot sodomite Discord. It is what it is, dude.
Oh my heavens.
I don't believe the story about Krakow. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know much about that dude, but I can tell you this: the way everybody acted around his death before I even knew who he was.
I don't even
In
know how to get
retrospect,
rid of. Like I'm sorry about the backstage. I have no idea how to get rid of Tommy. Tommy is just perpetually backstage writing in the private chat.
Just leave him there. Leave him in the dungeon.
Yeah, the private chat is off limits because Tommy can't shut the fuck up. So the private chat, yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys want to
No.
say something, just say it.
No,
here.
but I just wanted to say about Krakow. Like, I didn't even know who he was, other than like him interested in what was going on with Owen and Jim Bob. But I can just tell you the way that everybody reacted around the time just before and just after he died was, in retrospect, very odd. Is all I can say. And I'm not saying that there was necessarily something about that. I can just tell you the way that everybody did act about it was disturbing, is the way I would describe it personally.
Yeah, I barely even knew of the guy. I saw a couple of videos of them talking to the guy or whatever, but it's like I've seen instances in which they use somebody's, in quotations, death as like leverage to like, oh, what happened to so and so? Oh, he was waxed because of talking about X. So you know, I've seen instances of this happen before, you know. So
Of people getting whacked, you mean, or
that they posted or anything. So I mean, it's irrelevant to me, to be honest with you. Did he die of COVID?
Are you saying that you think he didn't die of natural causes, essentially?
I'm saying I don't know what his life status is. Live, dead, in cryostasis somewhere, like, and I really don't give a shit. All I know is supposedly he died, and then right around that time they were all telling cool stories about him, like, oh yeah, you know, you shouldn't talk about the Jays because I think, you know, that's the reason why Crocker got whacked. You know, shit on that part. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, dude. I'm just gonna continuing on. You know, like nobody's gonna fucking try to tell me some cool story and leverage me into freaking saying or not saying whatever. Like, cool ghost story, bro. Anyway, I gotta go get a freaking salad.
Well, that is an interesting point on it. I mean, I don't know. I barely watch the news channel. I don't know much about him, but it is a very interesting point that you're bringing up. And then, what this comment in the chat says: if you knew about QOC's old channel, Texas Shrug, well, I'm happy for someone to come up here and tell me about it, because I never knew about his old channel, really. But I just know what he does on the QOC channel, so I'm very interested. The F are you guys making up here? Stewie, why don't you jump on and enlighten us?
Stewie's the shit. Sideways Stewie is awesome, dude.
No, me and Stewie were talking quite a while back in my Jim Bob days. So, but I don't know what he's
That's how we met Sideways Stewie. You know, Sideways Stewie is responsible for episode 7 of The Machine Lies. So, man, what a a brilliant man. You know, from Eastern Europe, I presume. You know, you might think differently of QOC. Isn't that weird? It's cock. And then the other guy's called Cock Boy Hotline. If you knew his old channel, Texas Shrugged. Ooh, thanks for the information, Hoaxme. Or wait, that was not Hoaxme. That was Jim Peltier. Excellent, sir. Krakow's persona was no drama. That's what I like, man. No drama. Yeah, I'm tired of this shit. You know, no drama. Tommy, tired of it, dude. No.
No, yeah, I'm looking at what Jim in the chat is saying. Yeah, I know. Like the dude QOC knows like very in depth. Like he's a truther's truther. Like he is a treasure trove of like he puts Alex Jones to shame in a lot of ways, in my opinion. Like he could basically prove like whatever we are being presented um, as the narrative on the TV can't possibly be taken at face value, right? Like, I mean, Alex Jones did his share of that, but I think that QOC is uh, a higher level of that, in my opinion.
I mean, shit. I'm actually curious at this point. Let's go look up his channel. Look up some of his videos. Let's hear.
Yeah, he get. I have heard very few people represent what he says and does
I
very
can
well,
research
and
this live. Yeah. I mean, Drew's been going at him, but Drew's been going at all tons of people. I mean, when Drew came at me, he told lie after lie after lie. So I knew that when Drew came at other people, it's just
no,
disingenuous.
I was shocked that he and EBT like went so hard at QOC. I'm like, really? I mean, out of all the people, like he would be in my opinion, he would be one of the harder people to do a takedown of his information or his thought experiments.
That's exactly it. They didn't do one. Like they never do. Like they just sit around like fucking jack off, make up some fucking half truths about people based on rumors. I mean, right? And like it's their baby truther shit. Imagine being so fucking black pilled that you went and tried to join the Freemasons. I mean, that's like the ultimate like fail, isn't it? Like come on, dude. Like enslaved by tortilla is a dunce. It is what it is, dude. But like
well, hoax me. I mean, based on the experiences that we all have trying to go live and interacting with our subs, I can't really blame the motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, dude, look at the fucking people dragging your whole bullshit through, life through the fucking ringer. I mean, why would someone want to put themselves through that? Like I don't know how that's a dig against the dude personally.
Not Nick shapes society. How not Nick shapes society.
Not Nilk is Clinton backwards. That's what he calls like Satan or the evil force of the world. That's just like his code word.
Yeah, but hey, how like in the little captions, how like
this looks dope
for the blind or whatever, you know how you can set your video on like caption. When he sets his video on caption, not milk comes out as nut milk.
No, but you know what's fun? You know what's hilarious? If you type in not milk, there's actually like a lot of hits on search engines for not milk. That's the crazy part.
Right.
Like it's actually a thing. It's actually like its own like egregore meme thing out in the internet. It's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But that's funny that nut milk. That's probably a code word too.
I asked him a couple of times. I was like, "Hey, man, the hobo code is getting kind of old. Can you like make something on some other platform where you can just speak normally, like on BitChute or Rumble?" And he's like, "Oh no, that's what I got my website for." And I was like, "Okay, dude." Right about then is when I just stopped watching them and just unsubbed. And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, bye."
I want to hear this. What is science? This looks dope.
Yeah, let's watch some of the QSC, man. If you never really watched it, I think it's worth a watch for sure.
For sure, yeah. Let's check it out. I've never ever in my life seen this content. This one singular video has 10K views, and it's entitled "What is Science?" Man, I wish I could perform at that level. Just have a 10K view video on the definition of science. That's only 30 fucking minutes long. I mean, that's astounding. For him to gain so much traction. Let's check this shit out. Nice thumbnail, by the way.
It's
looks a lot like Drew's thumbnails, by the way.
He has a lot of he has a lot of supporters who like do artwork and shit for him. So he's got like a big network of people. I used to send him emails of like pictures and shit of stuff that he was talking about because he used to live near where I live. So I would go past the place he's talking about, take pictures and email them to him. So it's a lot of people do that.
Hoax me says that he's a fraud. So let's see. Let's just hear some of his work. Let's see what it is.
Matt, let's continue with the questions at the end of the book. There's at least 10 or 12 more questions. There could be 12 more chapters then. And then the final, quote, half-page summary will end the book. I'm getting a late start. I waited as long as I could. My mouth is, I sound a little funny. It's a little numb. Of course,
just one thing, Machine. He talks in code, so if you're not sure what he's saying, just ask and I'll try to translate for you.
Okay.
There has to be some rain or sleet to make each shovelful like 100 pounds. I don't remember.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for that, Sideways Stewie. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks.
Remember fluffy snow. I just don't. You get fluffy snow, rain or sleet on the back end. So here it comes, rain and sleet. So I've got to go out there. I've got to take care of it before it gets to be 100 pounds a throw, before it collapses the little rickety parts of my deck that are all eaten out by bugs. Chapter 40. What is science? Science in this reality is like Atlas, holding up the illusion of this world and propping up the reality ruse. Science is one of the main pillars by which this world is to be believed in by the masses.
That's pretty base. So far, no lies detected. Yes, science. Yeah, for sure. It's one of the pillars of the modern psyche, for sure.
And the screen's first and main goal is to always be believed in and taken seriously, for it can accomplish nothing else.
My bad.
Without first establishing that tenet. It is the screen's first commandment. Thou shalt believe the world is real, and the discovery of it and its further exploration is very important. Science is a spiritual Ryan Seacrest, a distraction. The further exploration of it takes one farther away from the exploration.
Does science push the agenda that the world is quote unquote real? I don't know if it does that, you know?
Well, he means real from his point of view, meaning like he thinks that reality is kind of transcendent material, if that makes any sense. Like he thinks that like literally perception, like people are living in their own perception to some degree, essentially. He's kind of like a Descartes brain in the vat to some degree.
Neuro, look at the image that I'm using right now for things. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. That's pretty
Reality as a
close to what
headset.
he's talking about. Yeah. Yeah, he thinks that we're like spiritual beings having a material experience that's not solid whatsoever, essentially.
I see. I wonder if he knows that that is basically the same idea that came from Avicenna that basically created empiricism. So a lot of that idea, that Cartesian dualism, has to do with the invention of science. You know, Descartes was a scientist. You know, he did experiments on animals. You know, he was a mathematician. You know, so you know, I mean, I don't know. You know, how much that you know, does he not know that the Cartesian sort of reference frame is ultra scientific? You know, even his name, quantum of consciousness, it sounds very sciencey. I don't know. You know, I don't know what to make of any of this so far, but yeah.
Machine quantum physics, which I barely understand. I've heard it said anyone who claims they understand it doesn't understand it.
Yeah, you know,
from any human frame, it is paradoxical. So
yeah, right, yeah,
and it's scientific, but it's also not. It's paradoxical. It is like not a coin, but like a what's the name of the yin yang symbol? I forget the actual name for it, but the that kind of duality, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's just
Taoism?
yeah, it's just called the yin yang. Yeah, that is what it's called. But yeah, that's correct.
Think about this. Why are billions of dollars a month doled out all around the world to further the advancement of science? Where is the money coming from? Is it coming from an entity, organization, or system that's trying to help people?
No,
No,
I think
it comes from the
that's
screen
a
or the
kind
not.
of a inopportune way to phrase things. First of all, because look, it's not science that they're funding. Science is too general to be funded. You know, science is just like, you know, like science is, it has to do with how we get the food out of the fucking ground. So you know, science is too broad. What they're funding is certain technologies. They're interested in funding certain types of technology. You know, their interest is not in science, it's in developing technology. So I think him phrasing it to science is kind of missing the point. You know, that yes, of course, everybody needs science. Science is good. Science is possibly an intrinsic good, but you know,
Well, he's
Machine, we may be
definitely
jumping the gun in
yeah, he's
that
jumping the gun.
determination.
Yeah,
We should let him
well,
make his case.
yeah, maybe, yeah, yeah, you're right.
He's very imprecise with his language. I can pretty much tell you that. Like
Yeah.
he would probably use science in lieu of more accurately saying technology, right? I think he's kind of conflating stuff because he's not really a technical person. He's more of like a spiritual guru, Talcatian kind of guy in a way, I would say.
Fucking
Yeah.
Talcott wishes he was like that guy, dude. Like,
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be reading too much into it, but you know, it's just a particular framing of the issues. You know, is always rather significant. You know, just to begin, but and then going in, the little striations and the little details of the argument are usually not, you know, very pressing. But yeah, the framing of the issue is just generally. I notice when they frame science instead of technology, you know, there's usually some sort of subtle agenda just behind that. You know, that they either want to promote technology and dispromote science, or they want to promote science and dispromote technology. In other words, saying that we could have better technology if we have better science. You know, in other words, and in other words, they say no. What we need to do is, you know, improve many different technologies, you know, and science is actually an ideology based on evil, you know, or the not a correct view of the world. So there is all sorts of different ways to look at the situation, you know, but there science and technology not the same thing. That's stage one, you know, once you understand that. And then there's another relationship between nature and science, and also nature and technology, you know, and where does man fit into that? There's four things here: man, nature, technology, and science. All four things are interrelated, but you know, many people have different maps of how they're interrelated. You get, you know, some people think the mind is primary, some people think that nature is primary, you know, some people think that knowledge is primary in terms of science, and some people think it's actually technique that is the underlying thing, you know, meaning that it's complete naturalism, that things are pure mechanism, and that things derive from that mechanism. So, you know, it's, you know, anyways.
Milk itself by way of its governments and systems. From its perspective, the more university research
What the hell is this?
labs around the world that take its made up money, the better. From the movie Contact, remember? First rule in government spending: why have one when you can have two at twice the price? Regarding university research labs and all other forms of its systems investigating the types of things it once investigated, doing the types of science that it once, there's thousands or tens of thousands taking its research grants. The more groups working to foster evidence that supports the reality ruse, the better. Apply the rule of opposites. If, in general, science could foster a real breakthrough that could lead to an understanding of oneself, our place here in what we call the universe, anything meaningful to you or to me, do you think the Not Milk or the Screen would spend a single penny on it? Of course not. It would be closing down university research parks around the world in the name of a cooked up cholera outbreak, because it spends billions a month spread around to any group that will foster its aims, proves by itself that science is a key part, if not the key part, of the reality ruse. All you have to do is follow the money. Where's the money coming from? If it all leads back to Dracula's castle, then maybe the cause wasn't so worthy. You see, whether this world you believe is hijacked or not, whether you believe that or not, there's still a fake reality that tries to spread and perpetuate itself, the outer ring of reality, the outer screen layer.
Yeah, I think if you pay attention to the process of science and you pay attention to the compartmentalization of knowledge and the role of experts, it seems that the individual scientists, they're not really guiding the changes, and neither are the capitalists. Complex technologies come about because new discoveries are made based on combinations of other systems with other complex systems. So each technology is based on previous technologies. Simpler tools function as a sort of barrier of entry into the world of complex machines. So the thing is that there's not only a top-down relationship in terms of programmers are controlling the products of the engineers, which are controlling the products of the electricians, which are controlling the products of the manufacturers and builders and all of those types of things. So in terms of originally it was factories that controlled. So and then advanced robotics, and then you have complex communication systems, which underlie the whole thing. In terms of digital technology, it combines different systems together. So I mean, in terms of science and technology, it seems like it's technology that's guiding science, not science that's guiding technology. So I don't know how the individual scientists and capitalists particularly have sway in these decisions. I mean, do scientists and capitalists really control the speed of innovation? Surely they try to invent things and then get ahead of how they're used in the general population. But how much extent do they control this process when each technology is based on previous advancements? Each new technology is based on the previous advancements. They have to somehow succumb to the process. And how it takes millions of dollars of research money and collaboration between different universities and experts. So I mean, they're using techniques, and those techniques guide their discoveries just as much as their desire to make new discoveries is coloring their process of invention. So I mean, there's an interrelated thing, but so it's important to realize that.
And there's a real reality, heart-centered based, something very local, something very loving, something of a completely different frequency. See, in general, science that furthers what the screen wants, that reality, science and all that's represented by it, Neil of the Grass-Fed, Mitch Pikachu, and all the rest, even people at universities down the road, just people trying to do the best they can with their telescopes. Science in that regard is not compatible with the real reality. Science is not compatible with reality. The real reality, the one without the illusion, without the magenta sprinkled all over it. Matt, if the world isn't very real, as you say, isn't that depressing? No, that's the best news of all time. Saying it that way, or the way I say it, only means the world is not what the scientists say it is. There's a lot to be gained here, but not from what they say it is or pursuing what they tell you to pursue. They, more than anyone else, have fallen for the trick. These scientists, more than anyone else, have fallen for reality's trick. It's absurd that the focus of almost everybody in academic authority is on the physical, even if you include the wave, particles, wave, physical, wave, anything out there. What's the point? They're playing right into the hands of the trick. When they present ridiculous things like the Big Bang as dogmatic fact, scientists' view of the universe brings meaningless to people's lives because that's what it's designed to do. So when reality breaks down before our eyes and demonstrates itself to be the opposite of anything that authority tries to explain.
So I think what he's trying to say is that science has succumbed to the tools we use to communicate those sciences. So in a way, he is making the point that science has succumbed to technology, because he says that science itself has become a form of propaganda or a propagandistic device in order to fool the populace. So he's kind of saying that science is actually just a propaganda arm used to manufacture a false version of reality so that people won't question what's going on around them. So in that sense,
Pardon me a moment.
yeah, go ahead.
I think we're not zoomed out enough. I think this word science, even in the video maker, the original video maker's use, is far too it's imprecise, but also too general at the same time. The core idea, I think, is not that science is being used that way. It's asymmetrical truth knowledge, or whatever has the currency of truth knowledge in the milieu you're in. When you have an asymmetrical advantage in that currency, be it through science, in the industrial world that we live in, or be it through an earlier guild system, or before that through concentrated centers of learning in monasteries, or that aspect, whatever the third and fourth estate of each society would be. I think that's what he's hinting at. I don't think the word science is quite capturing it. It's the wrong prescription.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I tend to agree with your analysis there. He's terming something science, but I think what he's referring to, he needs to better characterize, because he's not being specific enough. Yeah.
I say this though, even understanding Neuro's earlier caveat that he's using imprecise terms.
Yes, that's right.
I
Yeah,
still
Neuro did.
think, however, he may be in a rut. He sounds quite dogmatic. Am I wrong about that, Neuro, or am I?
Well, it's really hard to put into it's really hard to boil it down, but I think if you look at, he almost takes like a Tibetan Book of the Dead type of look at things, or Sanity Machine is a similar view of
I see. Soul Trap,
Jimmy.
huh? I think.
Similar to that, but Sanity Machine absolutely hates QOC because he thinks he has a wrong version of that. So, but yeah, he essentially thinks that we're spiritual beings that are very powerful, yet we are being loosed off of by being tricked, and he thinks that a lot of what we see going on is evidence of that, and he sees the Mandela effect as direct evidence that reality is fluid, essentially. So he doesn't think that he thinks that we're living in a non-material realm, essentially. He thinks that we're living in a perception bubble that is being constructed for us, and because too many people are deceived by it, we can't get out of that without significant work. But he's just kind of given up on trying to get normies to realize such a thing. He's just talking to a very particular audience, essentially.
It sounds like he's not rehashing, but he's perhaps redressing Plato's allegory of the cave mixed with a few other things. So.
Yeah, that's right. I think that is a correct summation.
He sees the material world. Like, this is an old strain of dualism, I think, that goes back to Zoroastrianism, doesn't it?
That's true.
The
That's true.
material
Yeah.
world is based and it's made of dross, right? The demiurge concept of a lesser god.
Yeah,
He
precisely.
sounds like he's kind of just dressing up all those old tropes and repackaging it for.
He's amalgamating a lot of that stuff for sure. And I don't know for sure that he's even aware of it, because he seems to indicate that he is being given he has picked this up from a lot of different people over the past 15 years, essentially.
He may be, and I'm not a psychiatrist, but he may be suffering from kind of a fundamental disconnect between the left and right sides of his mind, right? The rational and artistic portions of his mind. He might have a good integration between the two of them, because he doesn't recognize what's going on.
Yeah, I have a little of that myself. You know, I feel, for sure.
This fellow QOC, does he? I just learned about this term loosh a few months ago, and
yeah, the juice is loose. Yeah.
I mean, it's an old kind of concept in that kind of thinking. There was even a Star Trek episode about it. Dimensional entities sucking emotions out of people who are suffering or feeling gross emotions.
Yeah, I remember that
The
episode.
terrible thing is,
yeah.
if any of you have been aware of either being a victim of ongoing abuse, emotional abuse, it could be an older brother, younger brother, or just an emotional cycle of tit for tat abuse or so on. You realize that even if it isn't true that you can actually take like soul energy from someone, you can still suck their attention away. So even if there's no spiritual loosh going on, he is describing by default like a clock at right at 10 and 2. He's describing a kind of an attention loosh.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, attention loosh. Yeah, and I think the attention loosh is going to be more powerful than the emotional loosh, because it's kind of, sucking out your ability not only to feel, but also to daydream, and that might be a critical function. If you lose that, the ability to imaginate and daydream, then that might really start to affect your psyche, and that goes with reflection in nature, turning yourself away from the screen and looking at a tree or something, or a lake, where it's not, it's not only 20 feet or more, you get like an aperture or a panoramic kind of view of things, but you see actual movement and life going on that's non-mechanical, non-structured in a way. It brings in new thoughts, and also the color template. Obviously we don't see reality here as it appears through the screen. It's a much more diminished, less clear version of what we see in front of our eyes. Our eyes see much more clearly than the screen, obviously. And we have to decide whether the screen is a filter or a window, or a wall, so to speak. What I mean? What are we looking through something? Are we looking at something, or are we looking through like something like a telescope or something, where it changes what we're seeing altogether? It's the device that's really showing us what's going on. The lens, that's kind of perturbing, the light, in order for us to understand what's going on. But of course, what we see through a telescope or what we see in a mirror, is that real? Who's to say?
Plain, then that's great news from our perspective. Physical explanations of the universe are simply an intellectual form of distraction. Right now, a great woman at Oxford University is writing a book that will help us better understand the life cycle of a pulsar. This person is highly respected at cocktail parties, I'm sure. But why? What is that person's life's work at the university doing to support their own self-work? Engage in not milk scientific activities. And what are you doing? Well, you're doing everything except part 2, your own self-work. If I was at the cocktail party,
He's got that right. The greatest knowledge is knowledge of self. Those people who are trying to discover a highly strange chemical for working their life on breaking down these chemical compounds, or trying to invent some new machine, spending their whole life based on some old version of something, they don't, they're not fulfilled, or they don't understand the integration of human knowledge. You know, if they're just on an assignment, you know, so yeah, maybe somebody who's concerned with a goal does not see the task at hand. You know, focus on the task and not the goal, and you'll gain knowledge of self. Maybe that's what he's talking about. You know, he's talking about the self work. You know, well, yeah, he's on the money with that. You know,
party at Oxford. I don't know. I sneaked in. I hear somebody yelling at me. Matt, the only way you get into that party is if you were holding a little tray with the pigs and blankets. Maybe I got the job holding the pigs and blankets. Either way, I'd say, Dr. Goldenschlager, Dr. Susan Goldenschlager. Oh, you're working on that book about the life cycle of pulsars. Oh, yes, I am. Can I just say give you a little bit of advice? Oh, I guess. Yeah. Worry about yourself. Why are you worried about what's out there? Worried about what's in, and I'd be pointing into her chest, but not touching her. I'd be arrested. Worry about yourself, Dr. Goldenschlager.
There's your fundamental dualism. You know, don't worry about the outside, worry about the inside. And of course, we have the bifurcation between the inside and the outside right there.
You see, if the information being pursued by thousands of Dr. Goldenschlagers and everybody else at the university research parks, if it was legitimate what was out there, it was worth something, in some way meaningful, then I could kind of understand it. But none of it is meaningful. I personally see it as all the way on the other side of the sliding scale of reality. I see all that nonsense, all that Carl Sagan billions I see that as part of the reality ruse itself. Okay, I understand. Even to people listening here, that may be going too far. But let's just take Dr. Goldenschlager again. What is she doing in the little time she has left in this place called Earth to work?
Yeah, the way Carl Sagan says billions is mega cringe. You know, he's like billions. Like he thinks it's like a fucking master. Like he's a motherfucker. Like, who cares, dude? Billions, like that. Yeah, it's like the more it go, the longer the shit goes on, the more insignificant it becomes. Yeah, we get it. Humdrum.
Pardon me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got to step up to defend Mr. Sagan. You are maybe looking back at him through decades of time in which his oratory style has aged poorly.
Yeah, that is true. It's unfair.
That was a groundbreaking show with groundbreaking information being spread to the masses.
Oh yeah. I definitely agree with that, because he's talking about Hinduism and aliens and shit. So yeah. Oh yeah. The show is off the chain. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, definitely. And how he talked about I have a pretty fun video of him talking about Edwin Abbott's Flatland. This shit's pretty interesting. You know, paradigm shift. You know. Yeah, but yeah, bless you guys for being out here. 34 people watching. It's 2:45 a.m. Jesus. Okay. Bless you guys.
On herself. What is she? Okay, if she just sees it as a
I'm gonna let this play for a long time now, because I've been fucking just talking. Let's really hear what he's got to say. And then we'll talk about it. It is what it is.
Paycheck, that's one thing, and a comfortable that do they see it just as a paycheck? No, their entire self-worth is wrapped up into what they do for science under the auspices of whatever title was granted to them by the university. Every reward, everything that they're going to one day put on their tombstone, every sense of self-worth, all the applause, it's all sought by what the position at the university brings. So if I'm screaming at the cocktail party and now I'm being thrown out, I'm being dragged out. Worry about yourself, doctor. That is legitimate. It's not like she's just, I've got to do the science thing, and then I can't wait to get home and work on myself. No, these people define themselves by their jobs and positions. The Not Milk loves that shit. And doctor, one more thing, love your suit. So if reality is fake in some way, right? We see reality is fake in every single metric. Every time we look, it's the best news of all time, at least for people like us. It means it was put here for you, in a sense. It's not random. Didn't come from no space dust or the color from outer space. It's not random. It means you're not random. Consciousness came first. A Big Bang didn't create consciousness. A Big Bang didn't create a devil's food cake. A Big Bang ain't shit. So the faker it gets, the more real we get. It's a bad way of saying it, but I kind of like it. Matt, can it get any faker as we observe it? Well, yeah, absolutely it will. We don't see how that's possible. It could get any worse in its presentation and its unbelievability, if that's a word. We don't see how, but we know deep down, oh, it will. And those on the ship will just shake their heads and say, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" So let's not forget the premise of this chapter. What is science? The closer one gets to science and what the Not Milk says its most highest and just pursuits are, the more one cozies up to the delusion and the illusion. That's my premise, and I'm sticking with it. I think the old guard would agree. I'd be hauled off as insane if anybody stumbled upon this video. The delusion of this place must be maintained for the outer ring or the screen or the knot milk to maintain its existence and, of course, to feed and sustain itself. It is a role player, and this is primarily how it feeds. It creates energy for itself through different aspects of the illusion. People fall for it. Real people fall for it. A tiny little group like us doesn't. These big name PhDs at Cambridge and Oxford and the Ivy League, they're so in love with their accomplishments and the accolades they get from all these scientific journals. And, oh, this person was published here and cited here. And maybe one or two of them got the Obama Award for Stupidity, actually awarded at the White House. They put a big banana around your neck or something. They're in love with their accomplishments. But honestly, if you take a step back, what have y'all done? What have you done? There's basically three parts of this entire fake reality, and you only understand one part of the three. I did this in the other book. We'll do it briefly now. The very large, what is the universe? What's on the other side then? Oh, the universe is expanding. Somebody at Cambridge says it makes $800,000 a year. Oh, that's great. What's it expanding into, you jackass? I don't know. I got to get lunch. They don't know. What's it expanding into? What is that? You can't just, if you have one answer, then you have to have the other. The first answer doesn't mean squat. They don't understand the very large. They don't understand the very small, the quantum. What's smaller than a quark? I don't know. We'll keep looking. That's what CERN's for. What if you find another smaller? What's in the next Russian nesting doll? We'll keep looking. It can't go on forever. Something that has to be made up of itself. Any first grader can see that. So they don't understand the very small. They don't understand two ends of all they understand is the Middle Earth, Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth. They understand the physical. So they say, we can predict eclipses 300 years out. Oh, that's just wonderful. You can tell me what a pulsar is, but nobody's seen it. They understand the middle part, and they're proud of themselves. That ain't shit. What sort of achievement is it if one can only deal with the middle slice of something? They are as impotent as a cheesesteak sandwich shop who's run out of bread and offers to place the greasy meat into your cupped hands. One proviso, guys, we've talked about this, but it needs to be said here. There's two different things going on. There's the fools running on the hamster wheels, the university research labs, and most pursuits of science that are going to make a magazine or be written about.
Okay. So he's mentioned three things. He said there's three things, in the universe. There's how the universe came into existence, or like why it's here. And then there's what's going on here in terms of what we think is going on, and that's basically the part that science pretends to have covered. But he also says there's inconsistencies there between the very big and the very small and in other places. And then he says where we're going, so he says the universe is expanding, but what is it expanding into? He says science can't answer that question. So it's the middle part. It's only got the middle part. And he says giving you the middle part of an answer, okay, the middle slice of reality, instead of showing you why ask the question or where the question came from or where it's going. What the point is of asking the question is pointless. That's what he's saying.
Pardon me a moment, but
yeah,
he asserts by fiat that science can't answer that question, and that doesn't make much sense to me. How does he know that? He hasn't told us what he believes the word science means. A process of rational, evidence-based discovery that's methodical and self-correcting, and there's a lot behind that he's just dismissing out of hand. His words aren't ringing true to me. He's almost ranting in a guru-like way.
Well, Yeah, it's fascinating, and I'm wondering how much of this video we've listened to, because I think it's not that long. It's 11 minutes of a 31-minute video, so he may start mentioning some substantial insights in a little bit. But yeah, so far I am hearing a lot of ranting in a guru like way, basic dualism prescribed from a sort of Zoroastrian view, and then a wholesale dismissal of the scientific enterprise, which is fascinating to me. Um, but yeah, I mean, you know, can science discover those things, beginning and end? You know, it's interesting. You know, he's sort of asserting that based on the methodology of science, it would not possibly be able to answer those questions. And that seems, I mean, I don't know. I think I would be more on the level of agreeing with him, but I think his view on what science is too general. So somewhat I agree with John, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting what he's saying, you know. I mean, yeah, but yeah, so far just general ranting. So I mean, yeah. Anybody
Yeah,
else got anything?
I feel like I hear a lot of this. Like people like to demonize science. You know what I mean? But from what I've heard, even this person say is that it's when the science gets corrupted, or the people, the scientists get corrupted by the money and
Yeah, right.
outside forces. Because like whether it's like for example like statistics, right? I read a book about statistics, and it's no, I mean it's common sense that they'll use a bar graph and make it look like whatever they want to. You can twist it a little bit. You know what I mean? So when you have outside forces, whether they're governments or corporations, and they want you to believe that this science is legit, it's hard to compete with them because, like, who's going to go out and spend $1 billion just to prove big pharma wrong? For example, just for example, on anything, like you can't recreate the studies that they told you that they did. You know what I mean? And
Right, right.
because there are outside forces, and so you kind of just have to trust the science. But again, I think it's not really science because it was corrupted, you know. And if we were able to recreate it, we would see it. The problem is we can't recreate these studies. So, and they've
Right.
sort of politicized it, and yeah.
Well, I think what he's really saying, and I'm going to try to let you guys cook for a few minutes because I don't want to just come in and be a dick. But I
No,
think
no,
what
no,
he's
no.
really saying is
Feel free, feel
is
free.
yeah, no, I will in a minute. I can't right this second, but I want to let you guys talk a little bit. But I think what he's saying is he can't, science can't give you a why. You know what I mean? It can't tell you why.
Yeah, yeah, and I see you're busy. Yeah, feel free to come in whenever you need to, Neuro. Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah.
That's a good point.
In the New York Times.
Yeah, it was a good point.
Then, of course, there is the creepy back room. Somebody here, some minion at some level, knows how this reality works. Reality buttons and levers. The meeting with the Baphomet floating up in the air as Bill depicted it. Somebody knows how this reality works. And see, in my opinion, that tiny little group is fine with all these hamsters on the wheel. See, they know the science that the Ivy League is pursuing in this area or that area isn't going to get anywhere, but that's what they want them doing, and that's where they want to lead the masses. The more the Ivy League can waste their time on this, or waste their time on that, or waste their time on writing a book about the life cycle of a pulsar, and the masses then say this is the leading edge of science, that then leads all the sheep away from potentially the real truth. Not that the real truth is finding out exactly what this reality is, but if you find out how strange it is, people might actually start doing what we're doing. Worry about yourself. If this place is believed in, the science is legitimate, it's cutting edge, and this is what should be on one's tombstone, then there's no room, there's no time, and worry about yourself activities are a waste of time. It's not what life's about, Matt. Don't you know that? These scientists here, said like the creepy guy with the white hair in the movie Contact, and all across the world, they are doing their best. They believe wholeheartedly in what they're doing. They sleep well at night. Their pursuits are just and the pinnacle and the apex of what anybody can achieve. They're using the data, though, the universe affords them to reach conclusions. That's the problem. How else can you go about it? Well, they shouldn't be going about it at all. That's the point. They track pulsars in deep space, and they waste billions, for example, trying to find smaller and smaller particles in particle colliders like CERN. It's all a waste. There's a minion level here that knows these pursuits are a waste of time, that know how to pull the reality buttons and levers, are completely thrilled when these breakthroughs come out in the next scientific journal, whatever. They laugh all the way to the you-know-what, knowing all of these groups of science are pursuing nothing more than the hamster wheel, because here, I can prove it. What happens? All the New England Journal of Medicine, scientific breakthroughs over and over again, every week, right? All this stuff has, we get better iPhones, we get better social media. Other than that, what happens when they have a breakthrough? Squat. How does it improve your life? What happens when they find a smaller particle? Does it lead to peace on Earth? Does the smaller particle lead in some way to free energy? Does it lead to anything mankind, quote, can use, or you can use, or the freeway traffic goes down? Translate any scientific breakthrough written about into an improvement in your life other than social media and a damn phone. It doesn't do squat. That proves it right there. We haven't talked about this for a while, so let's not forget the very important hobo codes we use in our example here. The aluminum Ducati control centers, Chernobyl Center and Pennsylvania 3 Mile Island Center, a backroom meeting where maybe they track the wasted gerbil on a wheel pursuits of science. Who's got the updated cancer cure updates? What do they work? What's MD Anderson's working on in terms of, well, they believe through this type of proton therapy. Oh, that we know that's a waste. We have all the cures here. We've known why a shark doesn't get cancer for 120 years. Actually, we have that information from the Library of Alexandria. It's right here. It's stuffed in George Soros's pants. But what they're working on over there? Oh, that's wonderful. We know that leads nowhere. What are they working over here in terms of there's a group at a small university that's trying to do some sort of free energy, or what are they? Where are they? Oh, we know that doesn't work. We have the free energy right here. Sorry, you try to replicate what the backroom meeting of assholes might sound like. I ain't going to use no AI tools. I'll use my own damn voice. How many scientists keep on the table that the entire reality is playing a trick? Maybe no scientist has ever thought that in the history of the world. This data, say, that comes in from a $40 million radio telescope at Brown University and whatever else they wasted their money on, the data that comes in, this information collected, must certainly be of real value and of high value, right? Why? The thing being sampled itself must be real up there. Why must it? It's never questioned that collecting more information about what the outer ring or the screen provides, collecting more information about what it's giving to science, it's just accepted. It's always just. It's always good. It's always the utmost height of what one can pursue. Why? No one dare question it. Well, to me, it's all part of a reality ruse. Science's realities are the dark part of the Knottnilk's most convincing argument that what is presented in your life and what is around you is certainly real and should be believed in. And its elements you should take very seriously. Don't worry.
Okay. So why is science a danger? Is because it convinces you that the world is real, even though it's a concerted form of unreality itself. So I'm not sure. I think the premise is sort of eating itself at this point, but we'll have to go on for a little bit, and I do apologize. I did kind of tune out there mentally for a minute. Does anybody else who is intently listening have something to add?
Yes, but I need a moment to gather my thoughts. I think he's overcomplicating or overselling what he's trying to say. He's aiming at essentially, if everything you look at in the world looks like a nail and you happen to only have a hammer, you know that old quote. In this case, he's saying, question.
But what is the hammer, do you think, that he's using, if not science?
That may be what he's talking about, but again, if we zoom back out a little bit, what I think he's essentially trying to say is the modern world has become dominated with the paradigmatic view that sole material exploration of the universe. Okay, let me draw a different parallel. You're aware of allopathic medicine and homeopathic medicine, and how that for a long time, at least in our in North America, homeopathic medicine has been poo-pooed as absolute quackery, because it kind of has absorbed a lot of that, since it was kind of killed in the cradle by the push for primarily allopathic cut, burn, drug, Western medicine, what I'll call Western medicine, allopathic medicine. It's come to dominate that. So now, of course, when people are able to find someone, or when a person is able to, for example, benefit from what are those needles, acupuncture therapy or acupressure, not everyone can benefit from it, right? Not everyone benefits from psychotherapy. So a one-size-fits-all paradigmatic view can lead you astray, and you can be led astray and made to waste your attention, right? What he's talking about is attention louche, in the sense of don't allow a materialist view of the world. It's not necessarily even science, but materialist examination of things shouldn't be your only tool, right? Don't rely only on a hammer. There are other tools. I over-explained that too. I'm sorry. But he's talking about attention louche, and using the right tool for the right job, being aware of the fact that there are other tools.
Yeah, and meanwhile, this is what's going on at the flow state thing. Is it looks like Nick Volt and Sovereign Unchained Mind are having a discussion, possibly on exactly the same issue. so
Neuro,
it's
did what I say make any sense? Machine and Sterling, did what I say
oh
make any
yeah,
sense?
yeah, absolutely, brother, absolutely, yeah. No, you were on point. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They got the Chuck Jack syndrome going on.
We're gonna call it help.
So, Neuro, I do like that fellow, but
Hold
I
on.
think he's a little dogmatic. I'd like
Nick,
to talk to you more about him.
I want to know
later on.
if you accept the debate.
Wait, I'm sorry, John. What did you just say?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt things.
No, it's
I
okay.
just kind of shouted out to Neuro. I'd like to talk to him a bit more about QOC, because I think he's got some nuggets to share. But
Oh,
he's
yeah.
a little too emotional,
Yeah,
however. I see
yeah,
him a little too driven.
Let's milk that nuggets. Let's milk those nuggets. Come on, no Jack.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in there in a second, but I want to see what's going on Flow, because I think I don't think
I
John
was
knows.
just over there. I give you a summary.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Hank.
don't
Go
need
ahead.
to
Hank.
fill in. You guys take over. I'll hush. Thank you.
So basically, what's the first sovereign soul made pretty shitty arguments and did his magic trick, and but it was not to win the poll, because Flow State has an audience of flirs or trolls. So yeah, Sovereign tried to do a demo. He didn't really do it right, in my opinion. He refused to tape the string so we could see it clearly, and just try to hide the fact that even on his globe demonstration, that the path would have been closer to Alaska than to Hawaii. And and when I asked him to, okay, I agree that he has a skeptical position. I asked him if he could affirmatively show us a flat Earth model. He said he couldn't do it. So,
Well, just to give John a little insight and everyone, Nick Volt is a science worshiper Freemason who is like Hank, just believes that it doesn't matter if something's true or not. It matters if the narrative is useful for what ends you want to use them for. And Sav is someone who's convinced that the flat Earth is true, even though he doesn't know why it matters to him, in my opinion, right? So it's kind of an interesting thing because it's similar to what we're talking about on this channel too, and why I was trying to stir the pot between those two, because if we stayed over there, it would probably be much worse if I was over there right now. But
yes, so we can make it worse over here than over there now. Since I'm here with you and you're not running around.
Challenge.
No, Jack, do you copy
against Sovereign? No, it's not a legitimate debate.
It's moderated. It's moderated, bro.
That was not a legitimate.
Yes, but I'm busy. I'll come back
yeah.
in.
That's. I mean, it's kind of an answer.
No, does that mean no? You're scared?
Well, if you want to think it's scared, that's fine. You can say that.
Okay.
But
Monday debate's a clown show.
You don't have the prerequisites to have a debate about that topic.
That doesn't matter. Then you should be able to demonstrate yourself perfectly.
It would
You
be
should
like
be able to demonstrate your
biology, and I don't know anything about biology. I'm not
Nick,
qualified.
you're a fucking theoretical physics, whatever the
Oh,
fuck.
I'm
man.
an
You're on the white
experimentalist.
floor with me.
Oh,
The
I'm-
reason,
hold on,
you want me to tell you the real reason? You want me to
I'm
tell you the
scared.
real reason? Here's the real reason.
I'm
Because
scared.
you know that in a moderated debate, you won't be able to pull your childish bullshit and keep interrupting. That's why.
True, but you're just going to say
So
gibberish.
that's your reason, not because you're
It is.
smarter than me, not because
I
you
am
could beat
forced
me,
to stick with
but
logical
because
reason.
you can't control your childish
You're
instincts.
debating, honestly, Sovereign would be like debating a 3-year-old.
Well, then why don't you go ahead and do it?
Because debating
That's
a 3-year-old
boring.
when you're an adult
Waste
is
of
a
time.
waste of
Well,
It's frankly inappropriate.
Yeah, they're engaging in too much foreplay. They need to just go at the debate. Yep. I don't know.
Do they not realize they look like two absolute boffins? I mean, why would they debase
I
themselves
guess-
like that
I guess
in public?
Yeah, you don't realize it.
Well, the truth is, the truth is, here's the thing. Sav thinks he's having an honest, open discussion, and Nick knows that that's absolutely not the case, and that's why it's not ever going to go anywhere, because Sav has no clue what's going on. He thinks that he's trying to wake people up to the truth of how we've been lied to, which he's correct that we've been lied to, but his answers are incomplete because he's been given a false solution to a problem, in my opinion. So
I understand. I keep forgetting there is some fuckery afoot, and I'm not keeping that in the forefront.
we'll talk about it. Let's listen to a little bit more of this, and I'll be free in a minute, and I'll jump in, and we'll try to get somewhere better than what's going on over there, hopefully.
So if we're to debate solve, you can play it if you want.
No,
But
no,
I'm
don't
just
worry.
saying something. If
No,
I
go
were
ahead.
to debate solve, I would say, hey, here's my story. You don't have a story. I win by default. That's all. That's the only way I would approach it. I
Yeah,
have my story, have my guess. You don't have anything, so I win by default. That's literally how I would approach it.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. If you refuse to go through with it, it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and of course you go with the atheist. What fancy term I made for it? Natheism. He'll make the natheism argument. Well, you didn't convince me. I don't prove it. Peekaboo. I don't see it. And I say, well, you automatically lose because you don't have an alternative.
Yeah, I like that Natheism.
Yeah,
Negative Natheism. Yeah.
Yeah, the native peekaboo. I say, well, I have a model. I have a story. You don't have anything that nuh-uh. So I win by default. So that's literally how I approach it.
Yep.
Self, go pursue it. So I question science as the interpretation of an entire reality that I see as the trickster. Okay, I understand a lot of people, different groups will totally disagree and find basically what I'm saying insane. But very quickly, the evidence will again line up in my favor. Oh, let's just say whatever you're trying to study with this radio telescope or whatever the university wasted its money on, let's just say that thing is real. Okay, so then whatever information and data that's collected, everybody would admit has to come to the scientist through the senses, right? Oh, these same pathetic senses that can't take in 99 point whatever percent of the information that's available. It can only take in about 1%. The hearing is only about 1% of what can be heard. The visible light spectrum is only like 1%. It's well less than 1% if you take all the frequencies like gamma rays, X-rays, all the background noise from what they call the universe. So the senses is taken in 1%. And you scientists are really smart, and you're studying things you know are real, but your senses are only allowing you 1%, and you have no access to 99%. Then it has to be filtered into the brain, which is completely limited, governed, dumbed down. And then you have to fight through your own bias. And what's left after the Niagara Falls that the universe provides? You're left with what? A drop? A trickle? Oh, but your pursuits are really just. It makes sense. You're wasting your time on them.
Yeah, see, Plato thought that the truth, necessarily had to do with logic and beauty and all of these types of things. So he thought that the truth also had to do with goodness. But by the time we get to Kant, people are already rejecting that. They're saying that actually logic does not have anything to do with how we correspond to art and all of those types of things. There's radical movements in art, that went way beyond symmetry. There's radical movements in philosophy that made bifurcations between goodness and truth, to an extreme degree. But starting with Kant, he presupposed morality and said that morality works within an intuitive framework that's bifurcated from the empirical world, the world of the senses and the world of reason and scientific inquiry and our discovery of those things. Well, Plato would have truth and beauty and goodness in one coherent, cohesive sphere. So maybe that is what is going on. This is a guy who was associated with chalk body outline and the whole crew there of nutsos, deranged motherfuckers from Cockboy Hotline, and his whole committee of, whatever they are, But yeah, Matt Quantum of Conscious is his name. Yeah. Yep. This is like one of the two guys that they did a big takedown of. The other was Archaics. They did a whole analysis of our Archaics work and also Quantum of Conscience.
I'm sorry. You're really smart, and Davenport is...
All right. Or that's just what I know. I mean, I haven't really looked that much into what they used to do, but
22 mile away. And if that wasn't bad enough, the senses, you could say, in a way, work for the parts of you that are attached to this place or are subservient to this place. The body is of this place, the ego mind. That's where you're getting your information from. That's like buying product from Lefty on Sesame Street. It's not to be trusted. It's of this place. In a way, it's of the trick itself. So you assume it's real. It's filled 99%. Just throw it out. You have no access to it. Don't touch it. 99%. Here, you can.
It's like buying a product from a Lefty on Sesame Street. That's funny. That's hilarious.
No. He
This
didn't
1%.
say a lefty. He said lefty, as in, the guy down the street with all the watches inside his trench coat. His name is Lefty.
Oh, okay. It's a specific
Not
character on
Lefty.
Sesame Street. Okay, I see.
Right.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen Sesame Street in a while, but yeah.
So you can have this little trickle, and then you put it through your dumbed down, governed down brain that's full of bias and using the parts of you to figure it out that are of this place. So that, yeah, might as well just deal directly with Lefty and cut out the wholesaler, you dumbass scientists. And if that wasn't bad enough, there's even more evidence that these scientists are just hamsters on the wheel. Matt, there's even more. There's even more. Now, they would find this insane, but we've seen this happen over and over again. Some smart people would postulate that the reality itself starts to show people over time what they expect to find. So in this, I know it's a stretch. Hear me out. We've seen too much to take this off the table. Some jerk off postulated in 1895 that there could be theoretically something like a pulsar or a quasar or a neutron or a Transor Z star, or whatever. And then it's actually found in the 40s and 50s because they think theoretically it's possible via the math, and they expected to find it. And then the reality showed it to them. Now that's probably so insane I could be hauled.
Yeah, see, the things you own end up owning you, and the tools you use to view reality end up viewing you. So we're seeing through a through a mirror darkly here, at the future, as Paul said. And yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, what is going on? I guess he's trying to say that, science is a measuring rod we use to view reality, but it also shapes the reality we're viewing. Well, obviously, perception is duality, to a certain extent.
Hauled out of here. We've seen too much of this. It's absolutely possible. Either way, it's a gigantic trick. And these just like the person in contact with the white hair, these scientists are falling for it more than anybody else. But they're the most rewarded and most respected in this reality and culture.
Uh-oh. Got the wheel of...
Then it's the rule of opposites. Then they're falling for it worse than anybody else because of how authority respects them. You see how that works? And remember what I said earlier. I think there's two things going on here. There is the scientific community pursuing whatever, and then there's those at the creepiest of creepy tables, or minions here that actually know something, that know all of these pursuits are going nowhere. And if the pursuits actually would lead to something that would actually benefit people's lives, they would put a stop to it. There's two things going on. These scientists aren't in on it, but the creepy table probably pays attention. And they know that 90%, 95% of these pursuits just spinning wheels. But then you go out to the University Research Park, and the top scientists at their cocktail parties, they believe, they were just published, they've found immutable truth about this, whatever is up there on the other side.
So I wonder if there's truth to that they know that some of the research that they're funding is completely fruitless, but they allow people to conduct it anyways. Why? Because people need jobs. So it solves that problem.
That's a very important mundane element, but also you give someone a make-work project to distract their efforts so that you reduce competition. You engender an asymmetrical advantage. This is as old as the human mind with the ability to express itself to win food or sex from a competitor. This guy isn't talking about anything new. He's just telling people to wake up to it.
Yeah, and I'm back now, by the way.
Right when you said that, the cat got up. It's so interesting. you said wake up to it, and then the cat started got up and started walking around. So
yeah. I'm back now, so I can I can catch up if
you
guys want to jump in. Well, I don't know where you guys are like most contentious on this whole thing.
There's
no. What I mean is like with what he's saying, like what do you think is like the most like full of shit? Because I'll try to either still man or agree, most likely.
I guess the overarching thing I said in the beginning is starting to apply much more severely now. About the bifurcation between the dualistic model of thought and the worldview of science itself. In a sense, it doesn't go that far in its critique of science itself. So I think but on the other end, he's not clearly defining what science is in relation to these other frameworks, nature, knowledge, and human experience, and also technology, as I mentioned. So I mean, he is giving a kind of a dualistic view, but the way he's talking about science, the tools we use of science shaping reality and how it's a propagandistic arm, I think that is a true fact. But yeah, what do you come in on this, Neuro?
Yeah, so I mean, I look at him mostly as a thought experiment kind of person, and what I mean by that is like I don't necessarily agree with his worldview, but I think it's a useful thought experiment. So I'll try to explain like the angle he's coming at it from to help you understand why he's saying what he's saying and see if it adds or maybe makes it worse. But essentially he sees it like this, like we are here like in a Christian, like almost in a Christian sense, like we are put here to experience and learn certain things, and he thinks that some of us who can see through you know the bullshit, the reality, what's going on, we're kind of like people. So he sees life, or he sees reality as like, he calls it the ship of fools. He's saying, reality is kind of going down a certain ship, and some of us kind of wake up and say, okay, this shit doesn't make sense. We jump off, we're on the banks, and everybody else is kind of on the ship, and they're just kind of going down the river, right? And we're kind of stopped, and we've kind of just watching it from a different angle, and we're sitting still, and everybody else is just kind of moving in this progress, right? And so he sees us, he says that basically, like, we can't be fooled. We don't know exactly what's going on, but we can't be fooled into it's almost like a Buddhism thing where like, or a Taoist thing where you're almost like you're trying to stop being manipulated by sitting still, and then you're kind of seeing everything change around you, but you're trying not to participate in it. And so what he's saying is like there's something different about some of us who can jump off the ship and take a look from a different view, but these other people, like, they cannot see through it. Like, you can throw whatever evidence at them and they will not see it, essentially. Like, he's basically saying you could literally pick the worst conspiracy ever and you find the best evidence ever, you could put it right in front of them, they would not be able to perceive it, essentially, is what he was
saying. Do you know what face blindness is? This is a fairly rare condition in human beings where when like babies, if we're born as baseline humans, we're born healthy in terms of how our brain structure is formed, hormone balances and so on. We're born, I don't want to use the word normal, it gives some people a sense of pejorative being applied, but let's say that you're born within just one or two standard deviations of baseline.
Let's say average.
Pretty much are, you recognize patterns. Our brains, human brains, by default, are massive pattern recognition machines. Face blindness is the inability of someone to actually see faces, to put that information together well. I've only read about it abstractly, and it's based on the person's brain structures. So what he's talking about, in a sense, applies to a lot of people who have been so maybe conditioned or raised, certainly conditioning, not to question, to follow, to obey the hierarchy, to know your place in it, not to aspire to change it too much. Someone else is taking care of that job. You don't have to worry about that. There are a lot of people that are just happy like that at different stages in their life. But some, for example, maybe like Jeff, I don't know if that's an affectation on his part or not. Jeff, if you're listening or hear this, I mean no insult to you.
I'm an autist too. You can ask me.
I myself, it's really hard for me to understand how certain very, very clear dominoes that have crashed into each other over the years and left a massive, trail of human wreckage in their wake can't be linked up together with perverse incentives on the part of powerful people coordinating with each other to not only outcompete one another, but to outcompete the rest of us as well.
Well, here's what he would say, and Hank and Machine and John, feel free to interrupt or stop me anytime, because what I'm about to get into is going to be very difficult to for me to even try to get into, even though I think I comprehend it. He would say that the people who are running this show are the most fooled people. He calls them like Bill Gates creatures or something like that. And he would say that they are the most fooled by reality because they think that whatever it is that they're doing, they are, you know, masters of this realm. But in reality, he sees them as the biggest fools ever, because, you know, they think that they're, you know, in control. But in reality, he thinks that it's there's something far above this reality that is, you know, tricking consciousness, people, whatever you want to call it, into participating in a system which, um, is kind of a game. It's kind of a joke. It's kind of like a big test to show you, like, you know, you know, that this shit ain't. This is not all there is and all there ever will be. Right? We are here for an experience, and, you know, it is. You know, we can. Some of us are going to take it for what it is, and others of us aren't. And he's trying to change it. And he says he doesn't look down on these other people. He just says they're on a different journey than we are. Right? Maybe they're going to be recycled back into it, or maybe there's another existence after this, or maybe time's not really linear, or, you know, he goes into some of this as well in different ways. But again, I look at it almost like a thought experiment, right? Like, I don't know how to describe it other than, like, you know, when you read about Einstein doing that, like, relativity experiment, you know, thought experiment. That's the way I take QOC, is like, if you take what he's saying and you run it through like it's like a methodology to examine the world, right? That's the way I look at what he's saying personally.
Yes,
But
yes. What he's actually saying is, you know, live an examined life. It's an old trope. A lot of philosophers tell you to do that, right? Update your, you know, just review your operating conditions. Update your sense of wisdom and your sense of self-awareness, because, you know, you're not the same as you were when you were 12, nor 20, nor 30, nor 35. You know, we all look back at our younger selves and go, I barely recognize myself how I was back then. Well, apply that to what you trust is axiomatic in the world. Don't rely on outdated or pre-framed, you know, constructions. You know, sure, live in a house someone else designed for a little while, but actually go out there and tinker a bit, right? Use your mind. So many people are asleep. All the old tropes of dualistic religions and so on. I don't know if he's really bringing much new to the table. Is he primarily meant to be speaking to folks who are new to any of this kind of self-reflection?
I think he's decidedly, for the most part, talking to people who are not new to all this. But I think that every once in a while he'll go and do like a beginner's level. And it's actually pretty funny, because he always, like, you know, says 12th graders, he said this is like an Amish classroom. We're going to have the kindergartens and the 12-year-olds all in one classroom, and I'm going to speak in a way where it might be repetitive to people who are a little more advanced, and I'll dumb it down for the people who are not as advanced, essentially. But, you know, again, that's why I said it is almost like a guru type of thing. And, you know, I'm not, again, I don't say that I agree with him. I just say that, like, it's a useful, you know, framework, in my opinion.
This video is only 8 days old, by the way. To the questioner, Destroyer, what's the date of this video we're watching? It's 8 days old. So yeah, it's fairly recent. But yeah, go ahead, John.
I think he may be going one step too far. So the people he's describing, you know, as being the nut milk people, or whatever he's calling them, right?
Not Nilk. It's Clinton. It's Clinton spelled backwards. So
I think of them as apex social predators.
Yeah.
And just like you and I have different axioms that we believe we've vetted enough and hold to without any genuine question. Like, you're not going to convince me that evolution doesn't play a process in almost everything in the universe, and that evolution is a fractal aspect of nature. Like that's something I believe is axiomatic. I will not be persuaded otherwise of that by anyone except the most eloquent of speakers. I mean, I don't think I could be convinced of that. He himself perhaps is so convinced of his idea that there's a spiritual component to this. He is, I don't know how self-reflective he is about that, because he's dismissing or disdaining people who are pure materialists, right? Satanists, Luciferians, the people at the nut milk table, whatever his term is, they believe only in this existence. There's
Nut
only this
milk.
life. That's how I heard it, as nut milk, not milk or whatever
Oh,
the fuck it
well,
is.
there's an issue
But he-
because I have an issue because lots of people group me in with the Satanists, but I'm a pure idealist. I'm a monist. So, but also use science because science would still work in monism.
Yeah,
Any kind of monism. I'm a pure idealist, but I'm still sorted in with the Satanists because I'm not a slave to the Yahweh. I refuse to be a slave to Yahweh, so I'm a Satanist. Some people just have a dichotomy like that.
yeah, like the notion that spirit is the true sense of reality, I guess, attains to a sort of quasi monism. I mean, there's also the dual aspect monism of Spinoza. That's sort of a scientific sort of pantheism. But yeah, anyone else got anything?
Well, based on what I described of his view, what would be the most correlative label you could put on it? Because I've been genuinely trying to figure it out. Like, he'll mention Tibetan Book of the Dead, he'll mention elements of Christianity, he'll mention, I mean, he's basically a perennialist, honestly, or I would say,
Proto-Buddhism.
yeah, it's actually definitely related to
Shamanistic
Buddhism
proto-Buddhism.
or Taoism.
Oh yeah, just you can call it Tao, but that's another word for Hinduism, because Buddhism is the atheism of Hinduism. So any proto-Buddhism would just be Hinduism, the mystic Eastern Dawa religions. Not Dawa.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm detecting a vibe of wait, who else was coming in? A Canuck.
Yeah, I wanted to say that one of the things I do sense from him, however,
Dharma.
and this ties in with the Buddhist story, I guess, is like I used to be like him in the sense that I really, really cared about being right and convincing other people I was right, and I'm trying to let go of that. But he sounds really invested in, I'm showing you this, and this is how we think. There's a lot of ego trapped up in this, I think. I don't know how well aware of that he is. And that's easy for me to say, right? I point with one finger and three are pointing back at me. I'm aware of that. But that's what I sniff from this.
Yeah, and then there's also the type of understanding, that I was gonna try to say that it seems to be that there's a scientific version of religion, sort of spiritualism, Institute of Noetic Sciences style, that kind of looks at alternative science through the lens of perennialism. So it doesn't say that spiritual aspect is first, but it just simply mines information from these alternative sources to get an idea of what's going on in reality, and then conducts science by alternative means, namely means of the type of meditation and those tantric studies and kind of other types of things that you see.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead. I just want to say something right after you finish.
No, that was it. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think of those? I don't know what you talked about the noetic sciences. I think that's probably an institute or something. But just the idea of looking at alternative practices of science from a self-knowledge standpoint, what do you think of that as a practice? Because this is something I've asked myself. I used to call myself a scientist as a child, like but not in the traditional sense, more from like a spiritual sense of like I'm trying to use my consciousness to do experiments so I can learn from my correct, is my hypothesis correct on a not in a material sense, but in a spiritual sense, like
your directing mind was very left brain, was very rational, very ordered, right?
As a kid, for sure, yeah.
Yes. So now that you are older, you are kind of integrating more of your right brain ideas into things. It sounds like so am I as I'm growing older. the integration between the two halves of the mind is speculative. It's been speculated on by some as being relatively recent in terms of primate evolution. I mentioned to you, I think, Neuro, a little while ago, Julian Jaynes and his writings about the bicameral mind, the origin of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind. There may be an element of that going on here too. Have you guys all seen like an end of the world movie where, you know, like the comet's going to hit Earth in 24 hours, you know, it's your last day on Earth, right? Some people, you know, rape and kill and do drugs, and others say, you know what, let's go to the art museum, or let me read my favorite book, or let me look at my family pictures, right? He's describing the kind of, you know, aristocratic aristopaths among us as the type who, when, you know, when the comet's coming, they're just going to, you know, go full, you know, go full libertine, end of Rome, anything's allowed because I'm the only judge there is, right? There are no principles higher than whatever I want now because fuck it.
Well, even if I pretended there was some other judge, if they're not gonna stop the media, what the difference does it make?
You're absolutely right. The difference is your directing mind, what you choose, what you think, how you react. Are you reacting out of instinct, or is it yourself truly expressing itself when it can, right? When you're able to. It's a struggle we all deal with. But yeah, you're right, Hank. That's piercing. It's you.
It's the same thing.
It all comes down to you.
And what do you think about using those alternative practices as a different methodology of discerning your own epistemology? I think, Machine, you know what I mean, even though that's probably the worst way I could possibly phrase it, but I just wanted to get your take on that idea.
On
Was that directed at Machine or Hank?
Well, Machine first, just because I think he's the only one who will actually understand what I was trying to say, honestly.
On alternative methods, or?
Well, you're talking about how, you know, using alternative things like meditation, tantric, you know, practice, you know, things outside of science in order to get a more, you know, supposedly a different view of what's really going on in reality, other than the scientific method. Like, I think the scientific method has its uses, but I don't think that it's the end all be all, mainly because what I said before, it can't tell you a why you ought to even ask a question or find an answer or anything like that, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah. There's many things, there's many questions that I'm afraid that human knowledge and science will not be able to answer. And if you look at philosophy or theology, especially questions of cosmology in terms of religion and stuff like that, you know, you'll really get to the understanding that there's certain barriers that science is not able to cross. And I'm pretty sure that scientists know that, and that's why they take the empirical framework, although they don't dispose of the understanding that you can they may discover something inside of the empirical framework one day that points beyond it. You know, so they leave that possibility open as well. But then the other thing is that this kind of understanding of these alternative methods, you know, that they're taking from these tantric traditions, you know, this is about a kind of collapsing of the notion that you know, perception, you know, and reality are kind of you know, the same thing. And that's kind of the first thing of empiricism that has to collapse. And even in the type of Humean radical you know, the radical empiricism of Hume, you know, where he went to complete you know, he said that actually causality means that, you know, that there is no way of determining what caused anything, because the result is determinism. Where he made the demonstration in terms of billiard balls crashing into each other. So he said that radical empiricism, there's so many minute causes in between the causes, that cause things to happen. So this Russian nesting egg doll problem that quantum of conscience actually presented. He's presented this radical Humean empiricism. And then there's the notion of Bertrand Russell, where you just can't say jack about shit because there is no definitions of what anything is, because words and ideas are constructions. He follows Carnap, that between the analytic and the empirical there is no matching or tethering. So then he collapses his idea of a perception into complete solipsism, and that goes into the quasi kind of brain in a vat, kind of reality is a simulation, quasi spiritual notions, so I mean, you can arrive there quite easily,
Yes. So one thing that's not mentioned enough about science is that it is a slow and expensive process. So to do scientific research and publish it now, you have to have. Well, it depends on your problem. For new physics stuff that's not based on that's not computation related, you have to have whole teams and have to have expensive. Not necessarily. You don't actually need to do that. But for the problems, first to get funding, you have to chase big problems that don't get a lot of money thrown at them, and that requires teams. There's actually a lot of physical experiments you can do and get it published that doesn't require teams, but you have to fund it yourself. So it's still, but generally science is a slow and expensive process, and to get it published properly, it takes a lot of resources just to
Sure. Well, here's where I get lost in all this, and I just want to try to, because I'm not sure where to go from this, because I understand everything everybody's saying, but let me try to get this out just to help get my own perspective out and hopefully get some feedback on it. Like, if you look at someone like Steve Jobs, right? He was into tantric sex, meditation, probably LSD and all this shit, right? And like, I'm not saying that I'm defending all that, but what I'm saying is like, a lot of very intelligent people comprehend that sometimes you got to go inwards to get solutions to outward problems, right? And then I think also, go ahead.
You go.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm into most of that stuff too. I just don't have as much resources to do it as often as Steve Jobs.
No, of course. And again, like I'm not sitting here saying we all ought to go do those things. But what I'm saying is, to me, it indicates that this is something that people kind of do know to some degree, and I think that I don't think that those practices in and of themselves are evil per se, but I think that what is evil is kind of having this general sense of progress. Like, okay, well, we created this problem with the Industrial Revolution. Now we're 300 years into it, 400 years into it, and we're still fixing the problems that were created from the first step into the Industrial Revolution, right? Rather than to say like,
hold on for 1 second, Neuro. Hey, Cage, is this you?
Yeah, it's me.
All right, for sure. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro.
Yeah, and so here's what I would say from there. It's from there I would say this. It's so we're so busy doing all these things, and then people do these magical practices in order to continue fixing these problems. I mean, at least apparently it seems that way, that we've created, rather than to say, well, why don't more people know themselves, and then we can figure out why we're on this trajectory of just endless technological progress to fix problems that we continually need to solve because here's the thing is like, and I think this is kind of what Matt is saying, whether he's fully aware of it or not, is, you know, we're kind of living in a control system because it's kind of the only way that we can continue on this progress route that we're on. But the whole question really is, why should we be on this trajectory that we're on? And, you know, should people have the ability to pump the brakes on it or not? And it seems that we don't really have much of an ability other than to basically be a hermit or a Taoist and just drop out of society to some degree. And so to me, it's not shocking that you see more and more people are doing such things, because they just kind of they see a from nowhere to nowhere. So what's the point, right? And I think that that's kind of where I'm coming at it from.
I would say one of the most valuable things you can do in life is find something valuable. That sounds nonsensical, but just don't accept someone else's definition of what is or should be valuable. Test the boundaries. Be like you were in kindergarten in some respects. Be wary that, you know, people are going to try and prey on you, but don't be afraid to look foolish. Ask questions. Don't be a cog in a machine. Some of your life, sure, do your part, help others, be a fulcrum for someone else, but you can also be the energy. That sounds absolutely nuts coming from my mouth right now, but be more than just automated in your life. Become a directing mind. Marcus Aurelius talks about your directing mind, about distractions of the flesh, distractions of ego, doubt about sense perception and conclusions you draw from reality. Whatever it is that is your core inside your mind, keep it clean, keep it holy. That may be something alluded to in many of the world's religions, and because, quite frankly, we've all been really stupid in someone else's eyes, and I'm sure we all know a lot of regular everyday people who could not understand some of the things we're even asking or positing. It's not their time yet. So even if this is the only life they get, you know, it's like airplane masks. You're going to put the mask on yourself first before you can help anyone else, and you're not going to be able to save everyone. So
real talk.
Rely on, have no heroes, hold no heroes. Don't dial any of your dials up to 100%, but likewise, don't be crippled by endless doubt. Become a discerning, directing mind, whether that's spiritual, scientific. I'll close up by saying this, Neuro. I think what's fundamentally going on here is, I think if we consider 4 categories, right? Ontology, epistemology, teleology, and ethics. Tools that allow you to do good ontology, hey, maybe they'll help me do good epistemology too. Maybe, but don't mix your tools up too much, right? Don't not experiment with how they can combine, but don't allow yourself to be fooled by a fad or some unhealthy attachment to a methodology. Bruce Lee, right? Be like water.
Thank you so much, John.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. He mentioned the Stoics and the Taoists, which is kind of where we always seem to end up right back on those two. I guess pillars to some degree. But I know if some other people have stuff to say, so I want to see what everyone else is thinking.
So, guys, what is spirit to most people?
Spirit is just a bunch of people interacting. I just say it's a relationship between people interacting. We can name them by we can tag them with a name and call it a spirit.
Okay, so do we see air? Do we see thoughts?
No. In some contexts we can see here, but generally it's invisible or clear. Unless there's a law of it, then it's blue.
Okay, so when we speak, do we see the words that we describe things?
No, we gotta decode them.
Bingo. So now, once again, what is spirit? It's in the unknown, hence the yin and yang. The material is anything you can touch. Your senses in your waking state will pick it up. So when you express emotions, I even use the word express emotions. Do you actually see anger, or do you just see it manifest in the material? So where is that energy? And spiritual again.
Wouldn't energy itself also be spiritual, though?
Yes, it's in the unknown. You don't see air, you see its effects. People say the word cause and effect, but they don't realize you're in the effect and side effect realm. You don't see what thoughts are. Am I to assume? Go ahead.
Do you make a delineation between soul and spirit?
Soul is data. We have data information, and that's why they call it a soul trap. It's data. It's just collected. That's not what we are. We're not even the programs that they call know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Those are both programs. That's why when people speak, they say the word self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Be aware of the program because you're in it. Like, are we to assume that when we're born in these vessels or we jump into them, that automatically we have all these languages? No, they already exist in what's called the mind. Now, there's the brain, and then we have cycles every 7 years. First 7 years, the physical development years, and the next 7 years is the emotional development years. The next 7 years, the mental. The brain isn't fully developed till 25. So most people end up just using their upper hemispheres. They're not understand how the midbrain works. But I get it.
Would you say that that's their choice, or that's just the happenstance?
Lack of awareness, usually. So then they're limited with their choices.
Do you think that awareness is something that you can teach or gift to other people, or is it something that they have to desire for some reason that we can't explain?
I don't know about desire per se, but it can be teachable, whether it's through the spoken word. The written work is more dumbed down, but yeah, you can with oral speech and all that.
Actually, I agree with you on that. That's one reason I've been in a practice for a long period of time where I try not to write too much, because I, for a long time, have thought that the act of writing has really fucked humans up. For some reason, I don't know why. I've just thought that since I was a pretty young kid. I thought that there's something about writing that is.
Can I add on to that? If you cast your mind back to classical Greek history, and then the ages before that, the era of Homer, right before written language, the ability to maintain long, complicated memories, right, memorizing all of the lines of the Iliad, that was a different form of mentation, different way of thinking, right? Do you know the science fiction novel Dune? Neuro or anyone?
I think I've heard vaguely stuff about it, but yeah.
In Dune, what they do is they reject any form of computing technology that can mimic the image of a man's mind, to use the lingo of the novel, so that their computing machines are human beings who have learned how to manipulate their waking consciousness in various ways that mimic biocomputers, right? That it works with the novel. It kind of makes sense. I think we've kind of lost that ability for a lot of us.
Well, no, that's exactly. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say that that's exactly what I'm referring to. Is like, I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is like, we've mediated ourselves out of the equation for some reason, right? And I think that's a big fucking mistake.
I think maybe we are just in a state of imbalance, and we should maybe reacquire. I mean, the ability to transmit knowledge into the future with a much higher degree of reliability. There are costs and benefits, perhaps. Maybe there is a disconnect now, a lag in the relationships and feedback mechanisms of whatever heuristics or algorithms or processes that operate not only on an individual human lifetime, but within the lifetime of cultures, and then with other cultures cross-pollinating ideas, perhaps at a mimetic level. I'm mixing together a lot of concepts very messily here. And perhaps then even on a different scale of, a civilizational time scale. Maybe my thinking is informed too much by the video game or the computer game Civilization, but human society itself may be operating, or we as human beings may be operating in an odd kind of a socio-cultural hive state where there's a kind of a superorganism emerging out of complex human behavior, as we see.
More than one.
The corollary to entropy in the universe is the fact that we can create order out of this. It lasts for a while, so that there are probably very complex relationships we'll continue mapping for generations. I'll close with bringing in Isaac Asimov's idea of psychohistory. That's kind of a template in my mind. Go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's more than one superorganism, and because the cultists call them egregore. So this is being researched just actually by mainstream as well. It's just it just doesn't get a lot of media press.
I'm familiar with the concept of egregores, but that is primarily a kind of a mystical event. Not only, but I suspect that whether or not there is actually anything mystical or supernatural, demons or demiurges and this and that, there are some people who believe that's true and will operate as if it's true. So it has some powers of operational reality.
Well, and just to throw this in, that's a big part of what QOC is talking about too. I just wanted to mention that real quick.
Okay. But maybe it's not necessarily egregores, but maybe it's an algorithm and an egregore, or a heuristic, or some portmanteau of all three. It's probably something we can't even really totally apperceive, right? Like, just because I only get 1% of the data about something using visible light, the infrared signature wouldn't be meaningful to me. Knowing that the pheromone profile of it wouldn't be meaningful to me. So I don't need all of the data in order to make rational observations and plan for the future to survive evolutionary.
And you couldn't get all the data if you wanted to, because it will roast your brain. You simply can't process all the data. But I'm pretty sure I could build a tool to track egregore if I just was creative enough, which I think I am.
So guys, if I can expand a little bit about the written part. So now when we take information to a written form, whether from left to right, right to left, up or down or up, opposed to a scroll form, opposed to a book form, those are all different variations. It's no different when you write with your right hand opposed to your left hand. You get different output. But what that encourages is your upper hemisphere. This is why we have scribes and scholars. But once you start doing spoken language, oral language, like mantras, speaking it over and over again, now you're engaging different receivers in your vessels. Think about frequency and sound. You can't get that when you read a book unless you're reading it out loud. So now, because we have so many receivers, think of yourself like a cell phone. You have many ways of receiving information. It's so dumbed down, slowed down. So when people philosophize based on a written work, let alone speaking English opposed to Greek, which is a comprehension language, then and only then you'll realize how much you've been fucking indoctrinated. With all the different programs running. That's the masculine energy, by the way. This is why when I tell people, are you teachable? Not because I'm your teacher, are you teachable? But for most people, they're limited because they have all these running programs, whether it's philosophy, math, colors, numbers. Until you actually question all those things, what you're doing is you're trying to assess the information with lack of information. Insight, intuitive. Sorry, go ahead and all that.
Yo, Busker, is this you?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Yo, what's going on, dude?
Not much.
Yeah, so I could use like an old 80s computer, and it's nice and snappy, or I could just optimize my current computer with the operating system and be able to do way more operations in less time. So I propose that we just keep using the modern hardware and just optimize our software, just literally and as a metaphor for what you're asking for, because it's more efficient to just use what we have now better.
Well, let me put it like this. This is an analogy that maybe will land or maybe won't. If you wanted to pick up a girl, is it better to sit there and look her in the eye and talk to her, or send her a bunch of text messages?
It's better to go look her in the eye.
Okay. Why is
Unless
that?
she's too far away. If she's far away, then you only option is text message. Otherwise, you just travel to wherever she is.
Right.
I can answer you, Jack. I can answer you.
Go ahead.
You continue, but I can answer you.
Go ahead.
Hundreds of thousands of years of nonverbal communication, which far outweighs our verbal and written forms of communication.
Yeah, but you can
Pheromones
you pick
and
up a call via
chemicals as
text.
well.
So
Well, yeah,
Biochemistry
and
is important.
right, like exactly, and that's kind of the point I was about to drive at really quick. Is that if you had to judge whether or not you're actually attracted to a woman, all the research and things you read about her and emails you read and pictures you've looked at will never prepare you for the moment that you're in the moment, talking and conversating or barely saying anything, to figure out if there's any thing there with you. Now, I'm just saying that as an example. Now, extrapolate that out into all of human experience and what we're doing here, right? The more you mediate human experience, you are losing something in the process, right? You know, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
okay, well, here's the thing: I picked up only one girl in person. The rest I got through text.
Sure, but let me ask you this: was the quality of anything about that special over the other ones?
Yes, the only quality is I used what's his name? Mickey Royal's method. It's the only one where Mickey's Royal's method actually worked for me. It just kind of, it's not very. It just in Pittsburgh, it just doesn't work up here.
Sure, but we'll explain that method just really briefly, if you don't mind, just to give me an idea what it is.
Okay, so it's pretty much driving in your car and just looking for someone who's just loitering around, and they'll approach you and just hop in. It just doesn't work up here because it's just cold and people don't want to be outside most of the time.
Are you talking about prostitution?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That's funny thing. Let me ask you this. If somebody could give you a methodology and you could walk out into the street tomorrow and walk into a coffee shop and you see, and whoever hits your eyes the special way, you could go up and talk to her, and you did that 15 times, and out of that 15 times you could almost guarantee that out of the 15 times you do that, one of them's going to go on a date with you and probably have sex with you. Would you try that methodology instead?
Oh, I would. I would, and I did try the methodology. And the best pickup I got with that methodology was some freaking LDS recruiters. So,
right. And if you found that your environment was the problem, you would adjust the environment. And if you could think that maybe your fear of failure was the problem, you would just fail more and then learn from that. So you know what I mean? Like you would refine the process, right?
yeah. But there's a point where you just say, hey, I did this a couple thousand times. Maybe this just doesn't work.
Right. And so here's what I'm saying. What is the purpose behind that methodology?
Desensitization.
Well, I mean, like just for you personally, you want to get laid, or essentially.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So here's my question: with the process that we're doing with all this technology, what is the purpose? Like, what is all this technology that we're building giving us that we don't already really have access to right now? In your opinion?
Oh, so it's to power up my my processing power. So it's supposed to offload some of the processing, so it couldn't have to try to get everything done with my couple threads. Well, no, a couple hundred meat threads. So if I had a computer doing some stuff on the side, then I can get more work done in the same amount of time.
But here's my question: if you could just get laid every day, as much as you wanted, would you really care that much about the progress of technology?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's part of my interest. So I would actually still care about the progress of technology, because it's getting laid everything doesn't solve all my issues, but it solves that one issue. So I would still care about the progress of technology.
Okay, interesting. That's an interesting answer. Okay.
Of Mars, and it's a fundamental, immutable truth that benefits somehow. You say, how does it benefit anybody? I don't know what they would say at the cocktail party, but you know what they are? They're as fooled as a porn star in a pickle convention. There's a bumper sticker in front of me here on the highway as I slow down for the traffic jam. It's, trust the science. You got to be fucking kidding me. Apply the rule of opposites. If it was regularly and monthly changing people's lives for the better, it wouldn't need a little mantra. You'd trust the science because you'd see your life improve. It's that simple. On the other side, if it begs for you via little bumper stickers to trust the science and little mantras that it circulates hundreds of millions of times around the world through its media, then at least in that particular case, the science can't be trusted. It's just a rule of opposites. Again, with us?
Yeah. An atheist could say the same thing about have faith in Jesus, convert to Abrahamism. So that's not actually a decent argument.
Well, he's not exactly an Abrahamist. I'm
yeah. Well, he doesn't have to be, but you can pretty much make the same argument for anything that's advertised. It's not exactly valid.
But I think ultimately what this fellow is trying to say is not every truth you can arrive at, not every piece of information that's valuable to that you can arrive at has to come from argumentation or rationalization. Your instincts matter too. You can't ignore them.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't say if it's advertised, it must not work. That's not valid.
Oh, what he's, I mean, he should use a common trope. The lady doth protest too much. Why do you have to tell me to trust you? Not you, Hank, but like, why is someone telling me, like, trust me, bro, trust me? You know, you should understand trust doesn't work that way if you know the value of trust. So why would you ask me to trust you, bro? Show me you can be trustworthy, and the trust will happen naturally. But don't massage me into your worldview that way. So he's trying to communicate that.
Well, and this is the funny thing. I just saw a post by a pretty famous person, and it was talking, and it had an article of this woman who was bragging that she went on 6 dates a week to save on food, and the guy who is pretty famous again, he said, "This happened to me when I was dating, and this is what bums do and all this." But the funny thing to me is, like, you know, has that ever happened to me or into people I know? Yes, but the whole thing is, like, dating is an art where, you know, it's going to work better if you kind of, like, say, so why the, you know, in a nice way, you'd say, like, hey, we're on our first date, and rather than just kind of like stroke the woman's ego, you kind of say, so why the fuck are you coming out with me right now? Like, what do you want from this, right? You know, like, that's a very different approach than hey, you know, let's go to dinner. Oh, I'm gonna pay for everything. Oh, I'm gonna, you know, do all this for you. Like, you know, 2 different methodologies of dating and very different results, right?
Yeah,
so,
here's the thing. It really depends who you are to start with, because who you are changes the price of the access.
well, yeah, of course, but also who you are will change depending on the methodology that you go about, you know, to get what you're both looking for, essentially, right?
You can push the needle a little bit by clowning it up, but pretty much who you are to start with is gonna get you in the ballpark of your final result to end with.
Right, and I'm just saying from both ends of this, like, you know, what you're talking about with the science and what you're talking about with this, like, you know, with the sex and stuff, like, it is related, in my opinion. It's like you're looking at you know, the science, it's like, okay, well, I'm doing the science, I'm doing the methodology, but you know, there's no like, just because you can go and find out what a quark is made out of doesn't really tell you, well, okay, you know, how am I going to make my wife happy tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Or how am I going to take care of my kid and teach him to, you know, should he get that new brain implant because Elon Musk said it's cool, or you know, like it's not going to tell you how you decide those type of things, right? You're going to have some sort of instinctual decision making on the fly with limited information all the time, and it goes back to even if we're out in the plains hunting a bison that's, you know, 3 times bigger than it is now, and it might crush us, right? Like we're going to have to make it an instinctual decision that will likely get us, you know, run over by the bison. See what I'm saying? Like you're
Yeah.
going to have to make decisions with very limited information, and science can't really fill in. It can fill in some gaps, but it certainly can't
Yeah. We need
fill in gaps
philosophy
of
for that. Yeah, we
right.
need
Well,
we need
talking about
philosophy to make those
wisdom.
decisions.
Talking about wisdom.
well, and desire too. And see, Hank worships the deity of desire. This is why I keep pushing him on desire, because it so much of life really does go back to desire at the end of the day. You know, I mean, not everything, but a large portion of it really does.
Oh, you've reminded me of an acquaintance of mine who talked about something called the generative theory of anthropology, where much like the Kubrick film, you know, a troop of apes, you know, they don't know what to value until a leader among them or a bold one among them reaches for that thing. And suddenly that's the thing of value. And so much falls out of that. So initiative, oh, you sparked too many thoughts in my head.
Well, somebody else jump up in
fix
this.
Some noise here.
And we've got some humming noise in the background.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to.
Is that coming from my end?
Yeah, it's kind of coming from you, Busker, but I can't figure out what. How.
Oh, Dominic dropped out, huh?
Let me know if the television. Tell me if this helps. Does that help? I turned off the TV.
It's Frank's vibrator going off again.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's
Negative. Mine was on mute, so you couldn't hear it if I was doing it.
Neuro. Anyone else? Do you remember when the COVID lockdowns first started? There were runs on toilet paper.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm hinting at. Like, who the fuck would want to run out and fight over toilet paper? Like,
Well, I
really?
will admit, the first 2 days when all that went down, and I got the hint that it was going to be hard to get some, I went out and bought some double-priced toilet paper just in case.
people think the world's collapsing around them. The first thing they do is run out and buy toilet paper. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, my ass shipped so much toilet paper. during the
Right.
pandemic. Oh,
I
my.
was thinking more a matter like yeast, flour, oil, beans,
Right, yeah.
Right, canned food and stuff, you know.
condoms, chocolate, some alcohol,
Bidets.
extra blankets, batteries, fucking toilet paper. Sure, okay.
Well, that stuff's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, I've been, you know, maybe the next run that comes around, I'll start selling it. You know, capitalize on it.
Or hand sanitizer. You know, do you remember those memes of the people with little baggies of hand sanitizer? Like,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of everything that you're pointing at, Neuro, is just, you know, having people sit down and ask, well, why? Why do I need more processing power in my mobile phone? Why do I need a 20, gigapixel camera instead of a 10 megapixel camera when my eye really, so-and-so said it was better? It'll work better with this program. The differences are becoming so minute, so fractionally insignificant, that you've got to wonder who's benefiting from that kind of attention louche, I guess.
Oh, it's easy. So the programmers can slack off some more, and not do their jobs, or they could. So yeah, as Payne said, for the programs to do the jobs less, and they can dump more garbage we don't want. For the megacorps to get more of our money.
Yeah, well, yeah, and they hire dumber programmers to get up quicker skeleton things to test, and then scrap the whole thing and rebuild it based on what people value, and which is more. I mean, I live very close to Silicon Valley, and I deal with Silicon Valley people a lot, and it's so funny to watch them like, the ones who are the super executives and stuff, like, I mean, some of them, eventually find some level of autonomy, I guess, but really, for the most part, most of them are on this giant hamster wheel, and they just kind of, they get some nice, privileges and, aesthetics that kind of help them, feel socially hierarchy, in a higher caste. But at the end of the day, if you look at a lot of them, they're, especially the women, they're relatively miserable because they're not really doing, like, they would much rather, be hanging out doing something else than, glued to their computer for 10 hours a day, right? Like, and having their boss like henpeck them when they fuck up, you know what I mean? Or, have to sit next to the smelly dude that they don't really want to talk to, but they got to smile and do it anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not really considering, like, okay, well, what am I doing here, right? It's kind of like,
yeah, there was a
I'm
fellow
here.
a few years ago. He wrote a book, I think, called Bullshit Jobs, and he was talking about how at many different levels of our society, we've been split off into make-work projects. Obviously for multiple reasons, right? I mean, there are whole segments of the economy that can be set up. There are whole industries that can be driven by consumer desire. You show people a path to tread. A lot of people, they don't want to be a trail breaker. There's no one size fits all here. A lot of it does come back to recognize that there are phase. I think who is the fellow that mentioned writing up, down, left, right? I think he left. But there are phase changes not only in your physical development, but in whatever your spirit is or your right brain dominated thinking is. There are phase changes that go on there as well. Don't remain ossified. But it doesn't have to be sold under the brand name of religion X or philosophy X or cult group X. The work is the reward, is the endeavor of being self-aware. It doesn't need any of the trappings of or the imprimatur of a formal system, other than at any other stage other than the beginning, right? Here's how to think about thinking. Here's how to think, not what to think. We've lost that connect. Benefits, of course, those among us.
Yo, Radical Mystic, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, brother? Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey guys, not much. I don't want to bother you. Keep talking. Just figure out, maybe I might be able to contribute something.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for joining. Yeah. Yeah, we won't be on for much longer, but yeah, we'll be here for a little while, like 30, 40 more minutes. But yeah, bless you guys. Thanks for joining us.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, bless.
Yeah, let's check out more of this shit here, see what happens.
It's the rule of opposites again. Of course, the premise here goes much farther than a cooked up walrus and a punch in the arm. In terms of trusting the science, I am proposing all of science cannot be trusted if that science's aim is to tell you about the world and everything around you, and it doesn't try to tell you a little bit about yourself. Science never does that, does it? Well, sure it does, Matt. Look at like the origin of species, where you came from. You came from Homo erectus pecorus. You came through this lineage from monkey man, from marmot. Science tells you where you came. You know what? You're right. I'm going to take it. I need a proviso on what I said. when it does tell you about yourself, it's all lies. Stamp that on your forehead. One other provision worth noting. Of course, one could call, say, the invention of penicillin science. Of course. That's not what I'm talking about, of course. Science, in some sense, per its broad brush definition, did some good. Science, at some point, created aluminum foil. You know, aluminum foil is very useful for sandwiches. It's done some decent stuff. I mean, in some areas, to sell consumer products, whatever, to keep my meat fresh, whatever. Okay, MSG in my Chinese food, some of it's good. You know what I'm saying in general. You know, the process of science is, no matter what, is not trying to tell me something about my spiritual self or anything I can truly use in my worry about yourself journey. If it tells me where I came from, it tells me the monkey man, the monkey man lineage. I don't need that. I don't need Homo erectus, Picadus, Transor Z, or Optimus Prime lineage. I don't need to know that. I don't care. Okay, I need to, if you want to tell me something about how a soul is actual energy and do the studies on that, and it'll never go there. Of course, it never will go there. All it can do is...
Yo, Assalamu alaikum.
Muhammad.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, bro.
Science does touch on things like that, though. It's just not mainstream science.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of great work from Todd Murphy and Dr. Persinger at Laurentian University in Canada, where they get into this whole thing: electromagnetic fields, consciousness, what people call a soul, and it's just not mainstream, right? It's not going to be like you'd have to go find it yourself. It's not something that the mainstream will push on to people.
Yeah, I guess he's talking about this process of science supplying a cosmology, and cosmology is really where the rubber meets the road. That's where metaphysics ties into the study of the origins of the universe. So there's all these points where science actually gets rid of metaphysics by supplying a cosmology, and each of the religions has a cosmology, and even each of the philosophies has a cosmology. That means they explain how you know, the things in the universe relate to, you know, the metaphysical reality, you know. But
No, exactly. And I think that that's also like a big thing for me is like a lot of the cosmologies that we are being sold are very, very, very old. And so like the science is really proving a cosmology more than it's discovering a cosmology. And I think that that's actually a very hard point to prove to people. But I think if you take that approach, then you start understanding what QOC and a lot of us are really saying, which is that, you know, if you're being given a narrative, and Hank understands this very well, you know, if you're being given a narrative that appears to be cohesive and you go and you try to tear that narrative apart, people will fight and die for narratives because their life is meaningless without the narrative, right? Like, and I think this is kind of, you know, something that's very difficult to describe. You kind of just have to discover that for yourself, and hopefully that makes some sense to people.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, like the past 4 years, people had to ride on a narrative, and if they didn't seem to have any reason to live, because it was like they found God when they found COVID. And to me, that's just like,
yeah, we can't say the C word and the V word, but yeah, bless you. Yeah, man. Thanks, man.
Although, like, there's plenty of people saying that the word. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm just
We
talking.
can't say it too much.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. And I got my avatar shit.
The avatar's fine.
Busted.
It's a funny avatar, yeah, for real. Yeah, I like that avatar. Yeah, I think Pineal likes
the
it.
avatar is fine for now, but what happens when even the avatar gets hushed?
Yeah, really.
No, you won't do it.
Machine Lies, if I'm correct, the Quran does not dismiss science at all. It's more about logic and reasoning, correct?
Yeah, it just seemed like he has a very and we talked about this earlier. He has a very interesting and generalized notion of what science is. He's at one sense dismissing it, but in another sense he's saying it doesn't point to reality, it actually points to a concerted unreality. So then I would like to ask him by what method he goes by determining reality. Would that be the quote unquote true science, as we're now surmising? So it seems
Yeah.
like he has a very strange definition of science itself, or at least he's not clarifying what his definition of science is, broadly speaking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and who would that be? Who's not? Who are you talking about? A certain person
Oh
on the
yeah,
panel?
yeah. No. We're watching a video by Quantum of Consciousness. This video
Oh,
on the
I see. I
screen.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just read the 12 Imams books, and I know like Imam 6, which is Al Sadiq. He really is about a lot of science. He read all of it, and if you read his book, he said science will never be dismissed, but it's all about logic and reasoning if it comes down to discernment.
I think what he's
Yeah.
talking about is scientism. In a
Yeah,
way.
if you guys no, if you guys don't know what he's talking about, is Jafar al-Sadiq, and I covered this on my show. Jafar al-Sadiq actually invented science. He
Yeah,
invented
exactly.
they didn't call it science then. They called it alchemia. And you could
Nah,
read the studies of the Imams, the hadiths of the Imams. I got a book right here, Compendium of Shia Hadith, Scale of Wisdom. This is a very good book. It talks about the sayings of Jafar al-Sadiq, Imam Ali, and all these guys. They gave very brilliant advice in terms of organizing society, and even the principles of empiricism. They laid down the scientific method centuries before anybody in the West did. And I was talking about this earlier because they had a methodological atheism. Why? Because God is not in this world. God's not going to be in this world. It's not like God is going to come down as logos and all this type of stuff. That's not going to happen here. So God is 100% exalted. So
Well, and really briefly, I wanted to bring, which is probably going to, disrupt the whole stream of consciousness that you guys are about to embark on. But I want to mention this really quick.
No worries. No, you're welcome.
But when I was listening to your Friday show a couple Fridays ago about rhetoric, logic, epistemology, and how are we able to really build a foundation to go out from that point? Science as a methodology, does have value. I would never dispute that, and it's something that I think we can derive more or less good things from. But, and I think this is actually a point that you've been trying to bring up slowly, but I heard that Southern Israelite guy bring it up about, really universal truth is kind of a trap in a lot of ways, because essentially,
did you see the video he had up today?
yes, or some of it. I didn't finish all
Oh
of it.
my God, I wanted to get into that, but there's just no time. But
No, I know, but that's kind of what I'm drawing from, because now I understand the points that you're making about a lot of
maybe
the
on
stuff
Friday,
about
maybe on Friday morning we'll get into some of that, because oh my God, he just dropped a video saying he's debunking the tag argument.
Yes, and I think that actually he did the little I saw. I think he did totally defeat that argument. Yeah.
Good. He's doing something useful.
Now that is something substantial that he's embarking on now, instead of just talking shit about the family situation. So I'm glad he's chose to talk about the ideas there.
But what he was describing is something that helped me understand what you've been driving at, which is about universal knowledge, and also about epistemology and the compartmentalization of knowledge, because science and epistemology aren't necessarily tied together, and I think a lot of people just take it for granted that they are, if that makes sense.
Yes, and his idea of universals, being a damnable solution to the problem, I think he's right on the money with that. So I think maybe Friday we'll take a look at some of that, Friday morning or maybe Saturday night, depending on the situation. But yeah, man, I really wanted to watch that video. When I saw that upcoming and I had to do this show here, I was a little depressed. I was like, oh man, I want to watch the video instead of doing my show.
Yeah,
Southern
so
Israelite. coming with the shit.
And hold
Yeah,
on,
so the
hey,
video came
quickly,
up 5 hours ago, and the stream started 7 hours ago. So yeah, so yeah, we were doing
yeah. What I was
the
gonna
community
say
with that.
was when I brought up scientism, I wasn't referring to the thing you and Tarek were talking about. I'm saying the guy who created this video, right? I think
Oh
that's the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
distinction,
Oh
right?
yeah, of course, yeah.
Where he's like against the scientism, not necessarily science in general. From what
Right.
from the small amount that I've seen.
Sorry, Cage. I just came in. I didn't know where you guys were at. That's why I jumped in too late. So I apologize.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, continue. That's all. I just wanted to make that distinction there.
Yeah, and then that's what we're talking about. We're talking, like I was mentioning earlier, Islamism. That's not Islam. That's a theory of applying the modern state to in political affairs to certain interpretations of Islam, and then scientism is not science. It's the belief that science is the solution for all the world's problems. It's the be all and end all, and you can totally dismiss the realm of metaphysics and all of this type of stuff. Well, that's completely ridiculous. So scientism is distinct from science.
It's almost
Scientism. That's just a ridiculous way to think. Scientism is a.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that leaves like zero openings for. I don't know. You said that, but I mean, you think about it, it leaves like zero openings for other possibilities, just like you said. But I mean, come on, that's just like how could be somebody's? That's just dumb, dude. Like,
yeah, man, that it's like parallel to Zionism in a way.
Yeah.
I don't like Zionism, man. You know that stupid flag they have. That's Acts 7:43, I think, in the Bible. That's the Star of Moloch, man. That evil god. Moloch.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that.
Sacrifice children. They burn children alive.
Crazy stuff.
That's what that stupid star is, guys.
Yeah, those two blue lines. They got the star and then the two blue lines, and the two blue lines represent the Nile and also the Euphrates. So on the two ends of that, from North Africa to all the way in the middle of Arabia, that's a huge swath of land that they say actually belongs to Israel. So it's fascinating stuff. Those two blue lines on the flag actually represent something too. But yeah.
Yeah, here's the definition for an ism, apparently. Distinctive practice, system, or philosophy, typically a political ideology or an artistic movement. Example, he loathed isms in any form of dogma.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Dogma is ism. Yeah, that's right.
I wanted to mention this point I said earlier just because it's something that I've been really mulling over for a long time, and I know that we were talking about a lot of stuff, and there's a good reason people didn't respond to it. But for example, do you think that we're being sold a cosmology through science? For example, like the Big Bang Theory is actually something that seemingly was an idea that came around like, probably 2,500 years ago.
It's from Maimonides.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So what came first, the cosmology or the evidence for it? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
The cosmology came first. The cosmology came first.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, and that's and the problem with it is that
hypothesis. The cosmology has come first because you have to develop the hypothesis to test.
No, but the cosmology is not the hypothesis. It's what's been assumed. That's the problem, is that they assume the cosmology and then they go along with the premise. That's what that's the problem when it comes first. When the cosmology comes first,
it's not a problem. It's not a problem because science.
No, it's a problem for the scientific method of inquiry because you have to build up the analysis. See, science works through incremental gain in knowledge, so you'd have to build up to the cosmology. You couldn't just come out with the cosmology first.
Well, and with significant over contextualization, you could basically, like statistics, say anything you want with evidence, because evidence doesn't interpret itself, essentially, is what I'm trying to drive at.
Oh, well, not quite, because you can say anything you want, but it doesn't mean the universe has to comply with it. So yes, you can say anything you want. It doesn't mean the universe will.
Well, but because of the way, because we're using tools and methodologies that are not accessible by the average person, you would never know the difference between something that's being over contextualized and something that's quote unquote, representative of reality, supposedly,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, maybe not, but due to Linus law, as long as it's someone who is an expert that can see it, they'll call bullshit on it if it doesn't make sense. So I don't necessarily have to be able to see that bullshit as long as it's visible enough that someone who may be more knowledgeable can call it out.
Yeah, hopefully that
You
makes sense
trust
to some of you guys.
You know, no. I mean, if you trust them, I mean, that's fine. You know, somebody more knowledgeable than yourself. I mean, you know, but yeah, there's not that many people I would trust with that. You know, not that I believe that there aren't people more knowledgeable than myself, but I would question how they arrived at the information or how they came to it. You know, if I couldn't
I
drive
agree
those
with
people.
you. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Tim,
because
that's
people have
very
been
true.
indoctrinated into believing in authority figures. You know, it's a subconscious program. If somebody in authority that you subconsciously believe, for example, doctors or institutions, we've all been indoctrinated into it since very young, since the formative years of our life.
Yeah,
And this
that's
is
where
why,
he's right. Yeah.
yeah, and this is like, you know, so I think the unconscious or subconscious programming, from my research, is what is generating this so-called reality that we're in. Right. So that could be hijacked through, like, you know, believing in authority
Anthony-
figures and all
No,
that.
we don't.
Then your
Yeah.
subconscious program is no longer yours. It's being controlled by somebody else. Like I always say this: if you're not in full control of every thought that goes in and out of your mind, then somebody else is in, you know, will influence it or run it. You know, a program's gonna be running regardless.
Yeah, but trusting authority figures is just one way. Like you can go based on how much the narrative makes sense. Go based on a whole bunch of criteria. So you don't. It doesn't have to be necessary.
Okay.
Trusting authority figures. Multiple ways to evaluate.
Authorities are good to listen to, but you still have to prove them out. You know.
Yeah,
Dude.
you need to have your own common sense and discernment, and
Anthony
use
Fauci
logical
is like
deduction and common sense. And
the perfect example is Anthony Fauci of why you can't trust these people.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. You know, I'm not going to sit here and defend Mr. Fauci, but what I'm saying is, from a particular comprehension of the situation, you could easily justify everything he did, including up to and including lying to the public. I mean, you can very easily justify that from a certain worldview.
There is no justification for that, though.
Sure, there is. Absolutely, there is. From a pragmatic consequentialist argument.
We're going to have to agree to disagree because there's no excuse.
No, I'm not saying it's morally correct. What I'm saying is you can justify it. You know.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, Jack.
There is no justification for it.
With you say
the
within a
difference
certain
between
belief system,
validity
there
and
is,
truth. You can make valid arguments to justify it.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we're all arguing from a consequentialist standpoint, you really can't argue against him because he can just claim to have more knowledge than you about things that are beyond our comprehension. For example, you know, perhaps let's just say that there was some, you know, thing that was floating around the world for the past few years. Maybe the origin of that being talked about openly would have ramifications we can't possibly imagine. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that that's true. What I'm saying is, because we can't verify his personal pragmatic consequentialist arguments for why he decided to do what he's doing, doesn't invalidate that most people believe that it doesn't matter whether he was lying or not. They say, well, I didn't die, therefore I don't care. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if I can't imagine, I'll ask him to draw it for me. And if he can't draw it for me, that means he doesn't know either.
But again, doesn't it, like TML said, like even if you have somebody that has the knowledge more than you, doesn't it go back, for example, if you take the Islamic view, it goes back to logic and reasoning. You have to make your own discernment, no? Because some of these scholars, for example, I've seen some scholars that are super bright. Like, I can't even speak to them about the stuff they know. but you also have to know like where they're coming from, what country. Are they from Iran? Are they from they're always pushing an agenda. So you have to make your own discernment.
Yes,
Yeah. They're
exactly.
pushing an
That's
agenda.
exactly what I'm saying is everybody has an agenda, and you cannot separate that from people's endeavors. I mean, you can try and pretend that it has no bearing. There is no such thing as a unbiased observer, in my opinion. Like, it's just not. You cannot say that personally. I don't think, even with using science or math or any of that shit.
Yep.
What you're trying to do determines all that shit, in my opinion. Even people say, well, 2 + 2 equals 4 all the time. It's like, well, if somebody puts a gun to your head and asks you what 2 + 2 equals, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? I mean, it's kind of a ridiculous notion at that point, right? So
Yeah.
it's and people don't understand what I'm saying, but I think you really got to start looking at life that way, because this is the way that people who are really running shit, that's the way they look at it.
No, I agree with you. And 2 + 2 does not always equal 4. Because if you go on a circle and you go in the pi and all that, it does go to a negative quadrant and it changes.
Correct. Exactly. Yes, and that's what. Yes, when you really start understanding what 2 + 2 means to you and I doesn't necessarily compute to people who are thinking on a different level, right? Like, they'll look at 2 + 2 equals 4 and extrapolate that to mean something
I
completely
totally
different.
understand, Euro. I told somebody before 2 + 2 does not always equal 4. They thought I was crazy. I start laughing. I didn't want to go into
The whole
details because it
bias
was just.
thing.
You have to
Yeah, the
define
whole
what
bias
two,
thing has been
what two
proven.
is.
Right?
You know,
You
what
know
is
the
two?
observer effect, right?
How do you define two?
They've done studies. Depending on who's conducting the study, you'll get a different result. So they had to do it where it's automated and no one's watching it. You know, when someone observes it and puts their focus on it, it changes it all. You know.
Can I say something about the 2 + 2 = 4?
Sure.
Talking about negative quadrants and this and that. That's a little abstract or maybe a little esoteric. The folks pushing the idea of, sometimes 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 because there are other ways of knowing. They're sabotaging the ability of children to think in terms of objective, measurable reality before they then begin playing with their measuring tools, their brains.
No. It depends on your axioms. It depends on your axioms what 2 + 2 equals. As long as you're explicit, it doesn't hurt children at all. You just need to be explicit about the axioms.
Okay. Well, you have 2 objects
You're
and you have
making-
another 2 objects. How many is that? Right? It's pretty basic.
What calculus am I using? Am I using zero ring? Am I using algebra? What am I using?
Addition.
No, that's not a counting system. That's an operation. So
Like-
you need to know what you're talking about. What you're
Multifractional vision, like multifractional, like if you can do with music, like you can go from a half step to a whole step, but in between there's more measurements. So in that case, the math can tell you other things. You can say,
Yeah, it's like a Bitcoin. They say 1 Bitcoin, but they just keep putting zeros and ones behind. So really, is it a Bitcoin or is it just an infinitely divisible one? Right. So
well, what
it's
you're
just,
talking about, it's like a fraction of a Bitcoin. And most people don't have like
It's Satoshi.
50, 60 grand.
yeah, but my point is they just keep making it smaller and smaller fractions. So they say, oh, don't worry, it's a limited resource because there's only going to be 21 million. Well, if you just put 21 million zeros behind each one, then what have you done? Right. Like,
Jack, there is, I don't know what the number is,
Inflation.
but a fellow
I don't know how far
it's
can
not
a decimal
inflation.
fraction go out on Bitcoin. I don't know. That's a good
Yeah,
question.
there is a limit there. There is a limit to that based on computer science or computing.
yeah. But here's the thing, though. In the application, there's no limit. And I know that's very hard to explain what I mean by that, but in the application of how it's being applied.
Is there a functional limit essentially that is a threshold for meaning
Yes,
in human
up to
economic
100
activity?
million.
So
Is it
yes,
100
then
million?
we can say there's a limit. So
yes,
esoteric weeds like that, yes, Hank is right. Whether or not 2 + 2 = 4 does really depend on your axioms, but it isn't productive, constructive, or healthy to always worry about what all of the possible other axioms could be.
Let me argue.
For it applies now.
Let me argue why it is useful. Because
I'm not saying it's not. Okay.
No, but not because I'm going against you, but let me try to make my argument a little more salient. The people who are, or whatever, has power over human beings, they know that, and the average person doesn't know that. You see what I'm saying? So they can use endless symbology and ciphers to communicate on a level that we may be influenced by without understanding that we're being influenced by it. See what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Newer's right on that, on the money.
Think of it as nonverbal communication, but not at a person-to-person level, but more of an institution to society level, or certain groupings beyond the Dunbar number, right? There are probably other important numbers beyond Dunbar's number that scale operationally with different forms of human institution.
It's subconscious programming.
Well, no, but that's exactly my point. Is, regardless of how they try to limit Bitcoin with a certain amount of zeros or whatever, the fact that more than 150 people are even using the thing automatically, takes it far outside of the realm of,
Yeah, well, the real currency is people's attention and what they're willing to invest their energy into. Right?
Yes,
that's what
correct.
everything is made of, just energy vampirism, if you want to call it that, or ciphering energy off of people. You have to work this amount of hours in order to never own anything.
Right.
Yeah, and so, John, I'm not really just trying to disagree with you or be contrarian. I'm just trying to.
I don't take it that way.
Drive at a higher thing.
I don't take it that way, and I'm sorry if I derailed what you were doing.
Oh no, you did exactly perfect, because I'm working through these ideas live on air. So yeah, I'm not. This is the first time I've ever tried to express this stuff. So
Fuck
doing
it.
exactly.
We'll do it live.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, I want to pull a Bill O'Reilly.
Exactly. Well, I got 5 more minutes of this. I'm gonna let it play out, and then I'll let everybody go around the panel and tell us what they think, and then I'll have to close this out because I'm on a hard time thing. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me.
Decent science forth that creates aluminum foil, and I appreciate that now I can cover my egg salad. The rule of opposites has many equations and related axioms that can be applied. In general, what we're talking about here, if science tries to tell you about your origin, tries to tell you about the world around you, your place in it, then that science simply exists to support the trick. Trust the science. Think about this. Not one thing out there in space has been verified. Let me repeat that. Not one thing out there, if it isn't even out there, how do you even know how to talk about it, has been, quote, verified. It's all math equations. It's all Sega Genesis video games. If Mitch Pikachu actually went out there himself to observe a quasar, whatever that is, that would at least be something. All they do is collect data and run it through their math equations and their modeling. Matt, they sent V'ger 1 and 2 out there as well as the Cassini. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to shut the whole channel down right now. I forgot they did.
Yeah, I did a whole, 2-hour, few hour presentation on this on one of my shows about does math comport with reality. But yeah, this is another.
They sent Viking 1 and 2 to Mars just about 4 days after Apollo 17. That's right. I misspoke. I'm going to shut the whole channel down. You believe
whoops.
That's hilarious that he said
I more
axioms
believe that
as soon as you
V'ger
started
came
playing it.
and visited Captain Kirk in the 1980 adaptation of the original Star Trek series. And all this data collection, as mentioned, but it's worth mentioning here in our summary, it goes into the dazed and confused and bong resin senses. The scientists go off to study Niagara Falls, and maybe they stand before it, and it's all around them. But you know what? They don't see it. They don't hear it. There could be waterfalls, millions of gallons a minute of data, real data potentially to collect. But in this body, we ain't having it. The universe says, you can't have this, you monkey men. Well, we're scientists doing good work. What do we get? Oh, the universe says, you get less than 1%. You get nothing and like it. What? It's like, you promised me a full buffet. Yeah, and all we delivered is a pea and a stale piece of bread. The scientists stand there before Niagara Falls, having to rely on their senses. They stand before the waterfall, just getting a tiny bit of spray on the end of their nose. And then they think from that tiny little bit of spray, they've figured something out about the waterfall itself. Now, this is, if not the most arrogant thing in the world, really pathetic. Is it really so out there? And the crazy part of YouTube, to say that the reality itself is delivering a trick? Is that so bizarre? Oh, I'm sorry. You have 1% to work with. You're right. I'm wrong. I'm going to shut the whole channel down. Sorry, Dr. Richard Feynman. If it agrees with your experiment, it's wrong. No, man, you got that wrong. He said, if it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. No, it's just the opposite, rule of opposites. If it agrees, if your conclusions agree with your experiment coming from the trickster reality, then you a fooled, and you're wrong. Matt, you arrogant son of a bitch. Are you saying you're smarter than Richard Feynman? I'm a million times dumber. Smartest people in the world, you know what, are often the most fooled into believing what this reality offers, a big stinky yellow breadcrumb. It has nothing to do with intelligence. In fact, intelligence usually hurts one's ability to see through the trick. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is, of course, they know deep down how smart they are. And they would deep down, whether they're talking to themselves or not, saying, well, these conspiracy people over here, there's no possible way I was fooled my entire life. These people are crazy. There's no possible way that can be correct. I couldn't be fooled. But all of us, if you're here listening to the sounds of the words coming out of my mouth, we all were fooled, and we all admit we were fooled. But most of us admit it. How many times have I said I was a child of the Matrix, believed in every bit of it? Now I don't believe none of it. What's the other scientific mantra? We talked about trust the science. Science will win. Haven't you seen that on a t-shirt or a magenta hat somewhere? Science will win. Here we go again. If it's so great what you're doing, you don't have to promote yourself. If people's lives are changing for the better, then everybody would be on board. What's your little mantras for? Trust the science. Science will win. Why does it need pitch lines? Like, that always takes me back to the CNN. I don't know if they still do it, but I don't know, decades, the most trusted source of news, so many years running, or some James Earl Jones's, remember Darth Vader's voice would come on and tell you how trusted it is. If it has to tell you how trustworthy it is, rule of opposites, it's not trustworthy. If you would have a 30-year track record of showing people real news, and you don't need a mantra, people would just say, oh, you covered this better than anybody else. I trust you. If you tell me, then you're not trustworthy. It's so simple. And the rule of opposites has never been broken. Let me give you an example that's somewhat ridiculous, but nevertheless proves the point. Remember the supermodel, if you're over age 40, Cindy Crawford? Do you remember that Pepsi commercial? That was like 88 or 90 or 92, or that hot day, she's just guzzling that Pepsi, wearing that white tank top or whatever. To somebody like me, that's like the height of what a woman can be. It's like, oh, the damn Pepsi commercial would come on and you just drop you a pizza slice on the floor. Go, oh my God. Anyway, my cousin, I've told you this story before, I'll be brief. He worked for the San Francisco Giants baseball team. The magazine sold ads for the magazine. He had to go to tons of games, entertain clients, etc. He says, Cindy Crawford's throwing out the first pitch. Who wants to walk her around and, just kill time with her for 30 or 40 minutes before the pitch? Nobody raised their hand right away. My cousin's like, I'll do it. My cousin's like, I don't know. She's the height of her superstardom. This is in the 90s. He's, I don't know, he's probably around similar age. So he said, she was just, okay, I'll get to the point, just as gorgeous as the commercial and what he expected. Okay, this is the height of her supermodel popularity. Now, when she approached the mound for the first pitch, she didn't have to wear no t-shirt that says, this is a beautiful woman. Trust the science, whatever the other, she didn't have to tell people, this is a beautiful woman. She just was that. Michael Jordan, when he went on to kick your ass on the court, this is a good basketball. No, okay, bad example. Trust the sun. You don't have to if you keep telling me, then any normal person would be skeptical and say, well, now you've told me too much. I don't trust it. What's wrong with you? If you need a pitch line in this reality, if it comes from the screen or the outer ring, it's usually or almost always the opposite. Shawshank Prison, voted #1 again, inmate satisfaction. It's almost always the opposite. Thanks for listening.
All right. So I'm going to go around the panel and see what everybody wants to say here about what we just heard, and then I'm going to drop it like it's hot. Go ahead, Brother Canuck. And thank you so much for joining our panel tonight, brother.
I have said perhaps or spoken too much. I will.
No worries, no worries. I thank you so much for joining. You know, you're not usually on the panel, and you're welcome, a member of the community here. So no worries. Yep.
Thank you. My closing thought is, turn none of your dials up to 100%, and realize that the reward is the work. The work is the reward. It's the endeavor. It's being active, using your directing mind and your discernment. Live, don't be lived.
Thank you so much, brother. And yeah, I hope we talk soon. And I bid you a good night and a blessed morning as well. Yeah, thank you so much for joining. All right, I'm gonna throw you in the back here. Go ahead, Hank.
They're my dials. I could turn them up to 100. In fact, if I modified, I could turn it up to 11. So I'll do what I want. I said too much, but no one can stop me anyways. See you later. And thanks for having me, TML.
Yeah, bless you, brother Hank. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah. And you're an honored guest. And yeah, some people on the panel fell out. I don't appreciate that. You know, you guys got to give your little closing statements. But yeah, thank you for being here, Hank. Okay, Busker, go ahead, brother.
Well, the only thing on my mind is that I'm now again being forced to wear a mask to my appointment, and because of some new variant that they're scared of. I thought it was all over with the mask shit. And so the problem I have with it, it's not just the principality of it and fucking shoving this shit back in my face. I've had surgery where behind my ear, they had to go in behind my ear to remove some gland that became a tumor. So I had that surgery months before this appointment. So I refuse to wear the mask, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, Busker's been through it with these, shithead scientists, if you want to call them, in the form of their medical industry. So he knows that the science does not. You can't always trust the fucking science. That's a lie, for sure. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, Busker, and sharing your experiences as always, man.
Thank you for recognizing what I'm saying, dude. I appreciate it.
For sure, dude. Yeah. I get you, brother, man, and I pray for you, man. Thanks for being here, man.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, cheers, man. I'll throw you here. And yeah, Heretical Mystic, what you got for us, brother?
Oh, not much. I was just listening because I just woke up like an hour ago. So I was just driving to work. I'm at work now. The last bit of that video reminded me of a certain person who calls himself the best comedian on earth and has to tell people about it all the time. So I thought that was it was an interesting video. I definitely don't trust much of anything. So that goes for science. Definitely.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
thanks for having me up here. I'm going to re-listen to the broadcast now that I'm at work because that's how I usually do things. I don't usually have a chance to jump up here, but I saw you were still live, so I thought I'd jump on and see what you guys were talking about.
Good stuff, brother. And in our conversation that we had on Saturday, actually Sunday morning at that point, is going to be replayed here in a couple minutes. So yeah, we're gonna our first meeting there is going to be replayed, man. So
Right,
it was it was a dope conversation, and I'm blessed to have you as a friend, my brother. Yeah, thanks for being here, man.
Oh, thank you. Have a great day.
For sure, you too, my brother, man. Thanks. Go ahead, Chris, man. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I was just thinking, listening to that video, they're saying that guys, none of these scientists ever went to space, right, and verified these things. Like for instance, they mentioned a quasar, right? None of these scientists ever went and actually verified it for themselves. They're just collecting data, running it through their equations or whatever, and spitting out results somehow. But they don't have any real proof of this. None of them actually went to verify it. So how can they even claim space exists unless they,
Yeah.
you know? So anyway, and another one is okay. There's recordings on the internet where people have caught the mainstream media saying that our job is to control you, to control what you think. Our job is to control what you think. Okay, so remember that, guys. The mainstream media, they have a clip of them saying our job is to control what you think. So again, go back to that demand proof for everything. That's about all I was thinking, you know. And yeah, I just want to thank you guys for you know, all your points and stuff, and talking and give me things to think about, whatnot. And down in the audience, thank you for watching and spending time here. That's about it.
Of course. Bless you, brother, man. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing your views here in the community. And yeah, man, you're an honored guest as always, man. And yeah, man, I bid you a beautiful night and a blessed morning, and I pray for you, man.
Likewise, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, brother Chris, man. Talk to you soon, my friend. And Neuro, man, what's so how do you feel after all this shit we went through today? You know.
I'm feeling very tired, mentally, emotionally, whatever. I'm just very drained, but
Yeah,
not in a
same
bad
here,
way,
dude. Yeah, shoot.
you know. But like I think that we should all try to find a way to smile, and like kind of just to riff off of what everybody was just saying. I would just say this, like, uh, you know, life is kind of a comedy in a lot of ways, and so you know, like what the guy was just saying right there about, you know, the news is there to distract you, but I would also say like they're telling you that for a reason too, right? Like, and so, you know, sometimes you got to just kind of like laugh at this shit because it is kind of a game. It is kind of like a joke. And, you know, yes, it's serious. You know, like what Busker says, like, I know from my own personal experience, and he knows better than me, right? But I say also at the same time, like, we just gotta fucking enjoy shit. We gotta laugh a little bit. You know, like if we're all kind of headed the same direction, you know, sometimes you just gotta laugh at some of these things because you know that's kind of a power that we're given is just to kind of like laugh at this shit sometimes, and I think that that's what we ought to do sometimes, and just try and I think that's probably one of the only ways we can really get some of our power back from whatever it is that we're really dealing with. So that's the way I would look at it. And hopefully everybody has a good night.
Thank you so much, Neuro, man. And
Yeah,
thanks
thanks
for being here. Yeah,
no,
man.
thank you for hosting, man. This is some of the coolest people I ever had the chance to talk to. So
Thank you,
for
Neuro,
real.
man. I feel the same
Yeah.
about you, man. Game recognized game, you know, and I'll definitely talk to you in the morning, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But yeah, bless you, brother, man. And you know, Neuro is a huge supporter of the show as always. You know, the co-host, you know, of the Machine Lives. You know, really, this show started when me and Neuro started thinking about these issues after my debate with Andrew Wilson, and even sometime before it. You know, I had some conversations with Neuro. He used to call into the Made by Jim Bob show. I used to call into the Crucible show, and I debated on there a couple times about the premise of my book. I'll be presenting a whole you know, presentation on The Missing Link by Jesse Howe about the basic rundown of my book and those areas of study. But yeah, you know, it's been a real blessing covering this time with you guys. And you know, it's like Neuro said, you know, don't trust the truth that doesn't come with the side of laughter. Okay, seriousness is the enemy of truth. Okay, guys, we have to learn to laugh. It's been a dark time out here, you know, but the main point is don't take yourself too seriously. You know, while there's people playing these tricks, you know, and you know, we shouldn't laugh at the truth. You know, we should learn to construct our laughter on falsehood, use our truth to laugh at the falsehood that's around us, and gain joy through the aphrodisiac pleasure of sharing in the truth, man. So that is the blessed thing that we have. Bless the Cage Reality for being out here with us, man. You know what I mean? One of the awesome brothers. Please, guys, go subscribe to Cage Reality. Go find the channel out there, and check out his live streams. He's bringing you guys information. That's one of my one of the brothers here I'm honored to know. Thank you. Special thanks to Destroyer for being out here, man. Reddington, you guys are some of my best friends, man. Thank you, man. I love you guys so much. And, thank you guys for being out here, man. Dominic, man. What can I say about Dominic? Dominic is the man. You know what I mean? Dominic, man. Dominic Tersini, man. How are we going to answer these questions, man? Dominic left some brilliant questions, When one speaks, does one see words or thoughts? Think about that one. And is one more the experience or observer? Okay. Words are based on experience, I think, right? And thoughts are based on observers, but this bifurcation has to be solved. Symbols are the mediation of reality, folks. Okay. Yeah, Cage Reality. Bless you guys, man. Yeah, peace to you guys. Yeah. I'm going to play a secret stream that got taken down on Saturday, for you guys. And I hope you guys enjoy it. And then I'm going to play a musical outro. But yeah, we'll be here for an hour more broadcasting some old material we have, as long as we get it to work here. So let's see what happens here. Let me go ahead and try to play this for you guys. Conversation I had with Heretical Mystic and an impromptu panel that I had opened up. So, that was a good experience that I had there. We're going to play some of that old clip because it got taken down. But yeah, this was an impromptu panel I did Saturday morning, and it ended up having some useful discussions in it. But yeah, bless you guys. Thank you for joining us. It's been a dark time for me. I'm still trying to get my wife to come back. She left like 6 months ago. Have a rocky relationship ever since then. I've been contemplating whether or not to continue trying to, petition her advice, or I don't really know how much I could trust basic things in my life anymore, So reality is never what it seems. People we think are going to be there for us all the time. You wake up one morning, they're not fucking there. Even though they said they were going to be. Nothing actually makes sense any of the time. But yeah, who knows? Who knows where we are? But yeah, I'll be bringing you guys a Friday morning show, 8:30 a.m. Be here with me talking about technology, and perhaps we'll continue on this road of Islamic modernism and clear up some of this mess so that we can present to you this the final version of this special, now going on maybe almost 40 hours of content that we're going to have dropping on you guys about the historical setting of the Middle East through all of these presentations I've done, So yeah, man, thank you for joining me here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Go subscribe to Cage Reality. Go subscribe to Truth or Cop. Bless you guys, man. And see you guys soon.
Burst with the final answer like Calabria once again seems so natural. Rational, sight clear, his mind's eye blurred, the beautiful haze, kaleidoscope smile. The locust slide torment too, within their own hazy web, waiting to be the poor door firstborn. Torn between breath and death, parts mouth the black lip compressed to build his chest, repress his life once again. So blessed to be the time for the mind. Overstrolling amongst the riots, wondering which politicians shall play role upon this pilot. From those who spill your life's blood to appease the sun. Want the streets long before you ever acquire speech your first tongue. First tongue.
What's up, TML?
Yo. Yo, what's going on, friend?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm
Everything
good,
okay with
man.
you? Yeah, I had a crazy night. I don't know what's going on with this Smokey McDubs fella. I think he thinks I'm Rant for some reason, but yeah, I'm not Rant.
That's Bunny, right?
Yeah, he thinks I'm Bunny for some reason.
Yeah. That seems like that's what the confusion is. He's saying Pops is your
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah, I don't know. He kept saying that my dad's racist. I guess he's talking about. I just assumed he's talking about Pops. So I don't know. You know, I guess I kind of sound like him, but I don't know.
Not really. I don't get it at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I sound a little different than him too. So I think maybe because he was on here earlier, he thought.
I missed it. I just woke up, man. I always miss these streams when they're live. I'm always like, my work schedule is like I get up at 4 a.m. So it's like you guys are usually streaming like when I'm sleeping. So except Friday morning, then I can chat, but I'm at work, so I still can't jump on. But
I mean, yeah, I mean, my views are pretty extremist too. I mean, if he wants to debate me, I mean, what's more extreme than Uncle Teddy? You know,
oh, for sure.
like what are you gonna do? You know, I mean, he could debate me on that. You know.
Yeah, I'm with you on the technology stuff, man. For sure.
Yeah.
What's your thought on like where do you think these like technology comes from? You think people come up with this stuff, or you think that
Oh no, no way, no way.
Yeah, you with me on that then, right?
Yeah, there's no way they come up with this shit. Yeah, there's no way.
It's being given, right?
Yeah, we start off with a lot of types of. Well, just if you just look at it on a practical level, you know, what is innovation? You know, what is the speed of innovation? You know, I mean, nobody really decides the speed and pace of human innovation. You know, so I mean, that's technological determinism right there.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
because you don't even have to get into anything mystical, let alone the concept that where does you know, technology come from if it doesn't come from nature? You know, and then transforming nature. You know, there's something evil about that, because if you get into the golem, you know, you get into the weird energies. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Smith?
What's up, man?
Yeah, Smith knows about the dangers of technology and how they're using the beast system to manifest the dark spiritual shit through the technology. You know?
Oh yeah, the image of the beast.
Yeah. You know, they're channeling this shit. You know, that's really what it is. And really, the dark negative impulse, you know, it has to come from the inorganic material. See, whatever's dead matter to us is really just alive in another world. It's alive in the spirit world. What we treat as waste and energy and dissipating matter, you know, is food for the demons. You know, that's why I say, you know, in the Bible and in the Quran, you know, the demonic spirits are like part of the air, part of the, you know, the you know, they're part of the ethereal makeup, you know.
That's what I'm talking about. That's where these technologies come from. I mean, if you look into the people who were into the occult and stuff, you know,
Right. They're the ones who make them, right? Yeah.
They admit this shit. They admit that they're talking to these things, and then they're coming up with these technologies, and it's supposed to be progress, right? But progress can go in whatever direction you want. You can, you know, have progress straight to hell, you know.
Yeah, progressivism is a slippery slope to hell.
Exactly.
For sure, yeah, precisely. And it's like many people talk about how you know, the occult is influencing the technologists stuff, how all the technologists are part of a secret cabal and stuff. But it's funny that the secret cabal is interested in the technology. So it's like the secret cabal aspect is even interested in the technological aspect of it all. You know,
I
so
do
once
find
you
it funny that I'm not into tarot cards. The 15th tarot card's the devil. The 15th element is phosphorus, which is where the word light bearer or Lucifer comes from. And then
Yeah.
you're talking about channeling. Channeling is like channeling spirits. And then you have when you're putting things on the TV or the airwaves, it's broadcasting, and casting is like a spell. And it's your programming, and you got to stay tuned to it, and a tuning fork.
Yeah, Smith, the whole English language, I agree with you. It's all spells, but like
it's how you spell it.
But what is it like? What's the point of it all? Like, how does it actually affect people? That's my question.
Can I please hook on to that, because I think that's an interesting take to have on, an interesting question to ask him, because he spews so much of these alliterations and correlations, and for
Is that
it to
boy?
yeah,
What's up,
it's
boy?
Yeah, what's up? And for it to be a spell, there needs to be a language in which these words that mean something in English, or this combination of words mean something in English, should mean something in another language. And you should actually be able to produce some evidence for that. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And otherwise, it's just suggestion.
Well, that's what you say. So I say that Jesus.
Wouldn't you agree?
Well, no, I'm not. So I'm trying to refute that. Is
Sounded
Jesus
logical
spoke
to
in
me.
parables?
Okay, but does anybody else?
Okay, keep going.
I've tried to make sense of this, right? So if
I try to make sense of
if
you.
if the English language is a spell language, then if a kilo means a kilo, or an inch means an inch in English, what am I saying wrong there, right?
I didn't say you're saying anything wrong, but I'm saying that it most definitely is spells. It's like, and what do you call where you have a spelling contest? It's a spelling bee.
Okay, but what do the spells accomplish, Smith?
What do you think they do?
No, I'm asking you. I don't know.
Well, you're asking the question. What do you think they accomplish? Let's ask TML what he thinks. Let's not hear from me.
Well,
You're
you're the one proposing the information, so.
Yeah, I definitely am, but you interrupted me, so I'm saying go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I had a question. I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah, no, you definitely interrupted me. Go ahead. If you got something to say, go ahead.
No, it's just a question that I asked. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I get this pushback everywhere, and then I start saying, what is this government agency?
Pushback.
I'm not
It's
saying
just me
TML, but when I get
question.
spoke over on these panels and I'm sharing original information, then either have something more interesting or shut the fuck up. How about that?
It's
how
no
about
worries.
you answer the question, bro? Just tell me what you think this is accomplishing. It's an easy question for me to ask.
If you want to know the secrets to the universe,
I would agree with you. I mean, that's a very good question. That's a very good question too.
Okay, tell me how they're enslaving you in Australia. So if you want to know the keys to
I don't live in Australia, and I'm not enslaved.
Think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So what are words? What are words? They're energy, frequency, and vibration. In the beginning was the word was with God, the word was God. Whether you believe in him or not, it's everything. It's vibrations.
Okay, still you haven't answered the question.
I kind of did. They're casting spells through the vibrations.
And what do those spells do, Smith?
I don't know. We needed to drain the swamp, but that's what they did when they built the Magic Kingdom. Are you letting me answer, or are you talking over me?
You answered. You said you don't know. Thank you.
No, I do know.
You just said you don't.
Am I good at
I don't know what you're good at, Smith. You're good at talking a lot about numbers and words and all this, Kobe Bryant and all this stuff. But what does it mean?
Kobe Bryant, except you've never listened to it, dumb
Michael
fuck.
Jordan's the GOAT, number 23.
Michael Jordan's the first billionaire athlete making his money off the backs of slave labor in China. He's a literal bull in a China shop. Does that make sense?
Not be considered like anything.
Hey, TML, I'm not going to do this and have these
more like a
poetic talk over me.
It's more like a poetic attribute to the whole platform. We should look at when Smith starts to talk, just listen to it like it's music, because it sounds.
There you
like
go.
music.
There you go. I give the courtesy of just being quiet while you guys are talking, but you want to talk over me every time.
Yeah. Right. So thank you for offering that opportunity to me. Because we are actually here just to hear you talk, but since you're being quiet, thank you for letting me talk. Just look at what he has to say. Look at it as poetry, because I can't make sense of it, but it sounds good. So
Then maybe you should
I
listen.
consider it,
go back.
so therefore, I consider it poetry. What do you think of that, Mystic? Is that, I mean,
So Mystic,
Yeah,
to go
sounds good
back
to
to, you
me.
brought
Yeah.
up the Kobe thing, which I get this everywhere, but why I bring up Kobe is the world went to shit after he died, and Kobe is Jacob is Israel. Jacob is another name for Jesus. Kobe is Jesus. Kobe translates to the supplanter, or one who takes the place of someone else, like a false idol or an antichrist. Does that
You're
make
right,
sense?
boy. That's a beautiful poem that he just gave us. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense. What do you
You're
mean
a
the world
beautiful
went to
government
shit
agent fucking
after Kobe died?
distracting from the truth. What
Kobe
did you come up
died.
here to do, heretical
Kobe
mystic? Just a
died.
cupcake?
I came up
agree
here
with
to talk
everything
to
you say.
TML. I told TML I wanted to chat with him. I didn't know you were going to
I
jump
want
up
to
here with
chit
all this
chat.
nonsense.
I want to chat. Let's talk about
Yeah,
baking cupcakes.
yeah, it's nowhere. Yeah, yeah. Chill out and let heretical mystic talk to me real quick because it
No,
really was
it's all
that
good,
really was
TML.
the thing. No, it's all
It's
good.
all good, TML.
No, I just
No
wanted to
worries.
tell you that 6079 Smith is just you know
I know
he
Smith.
sometimes
I've
feel
been
like
I've been listening to your show for over 6 months, TML.
Oh,
I've heard
okay.
I've heard every live since your debate with the Crucible
Oh, okay,
Freemason.
for sure.
So
Yeah.
I've been listening since then. So
Oh, okay.
I've
Dope.
heard all of Smith's stuff. I've never talked to him. I've never jumped
Oh,
on
okay.
here. But
You've not
yeah,
heard it all though.
I've heard you looping over and over on this Kobe stuff. Okay, you say that America went to shit after Kobe. It wasn't shit before that. You're telling me like Kobe died and everything went to shit.
Well,
and
Kobe
Kobe's
died, and then
Jesus?
we had the first worldwide pandemic where they shut everything down and
The
destroyed the
first
economies.
worldwide pandemic.
Where they shut all the world's economies down and destroyed them. Yes.
Well,
First
maybe
one.
in our lifetime, yeah. But there was
1918 was not the same. No, it was not. They did not shut everything down. Thank you.
no, it was just Europe. It was just Europe because, it's
Yeah, it
the
wasn't the
hardest
whole
battle.
world.
Because, they tried to take Europe down.
the Spanish flu didn't affect America, or what they called the Spanish flu.
It didn't shut every economy down in the world like this did. So now we're debating on what happened over the last couple of years. Other people in the chat,
No, definitely
they
not.
know the difference. You're an idiot.
No. I agree with you. The last 3 years, man. The last 3 years have been something special, haven't they?
So you know why they call it a pandemic? Pan's the god of child
Yeah,
love.
the demon Pan. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Pan
not even
demon. Yeah,
important.
pandemic.
Let's brush over
Pandemon.
that.
My question is, what does that accomplish for them by calling it a
Holy shit.
pandemic?
Well,
Smokey is
because what
coming, guys.
happened with that guy in his small island?
Smokey is
Nothing.
incoming.
I missed that. What'd you say, Smith?
I said, what happened with that guy in his small island? Nothing. But then we have a pandemic. Oh, I get it.
So what's the yeah, I get it. Nothing happened with that, and now they just released names that everybody knew already, and
nothing will
nothing
happen
happened.
still.
Yeah, and exactly. But I agree. Nothing will ever happen. You can't
There's
change
no
the world.
justice.
We're
There's
not
just
here to
ice.
change the world.
There's just ice. That's what I'm trying to do.
We're
I'm
here
trying
to
wake
we're here
people
to
up.
transcend this place. We're not here to like fix it. It's not fixable.
Oh, okay. So we're just supposed to sit by and let evil happen. I get it.
I didn't say that either.
Okay, yeah, I am trying to fix this though. All it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing, bro. You're doing nothing.
Absolutely. No, but what are you doing in your daily life? Like online is not gonna. It's not gonna.
Oh,
fix
believe me, I share this stuff 24/7 in public everywhere I go. I say, hey, do you know the word mask translates to buffoon or mockery? It woke a lot of people up. I said, do you know Johns Hopkins University has the same motto as the CIA? The truth will set you free. That woke people up. I got gas station attendants to stop wearing their mask. I harass people in public. I give them shit. Yes, I do. People twice my size. I don't give a fuck.
Bro, I'm with you. I'm in Canada of all places, and I didn't wear a mask during the pandemic. I didn't take your jabby, but I'm an American living up in Canada for the last like 12 years, so that's probably why I didn't go for all that.
So, how do you think about coming back to America? Are you thinking about that, or?
I've thought about it a few times, but yeah, I probably won't be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking to buy a piece of land out here and just do my own thing. I'm not like Smith. I don't want to like wake up the world. I went through that whole thing 20 years ago when I first woke up. I tried doing that shit.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, well, fuck it. Just let it all happen. Oh, well. I know Canada's controlled by the Crown Jewels. It's called the Crown virus. You know what the #1 5G tower provider is? It's Crown Castle. It's probably a coincidence.
Oh yeah, Canada's a shit show, bro.
Well,
You don't have
let's
to convince
just
me.
laugh and let it happen. You know what I mean? Let's just giggle and let it happen.
How much power do you have, Smith? You have the power to fix things. Why haven't you fixed
I have
things?
the power to battle fucking government agents online and do it.
No,
in real
you're
life,
not. I
too.
mean, are we government agents?
Well, I think if people want to speak over the things
Are
that I'm
we
sharing
government?
sometimes,
Can
then it
you
makes me feel some type of way.
can you actually entertain the
Yeah, answer the
conversation?
question.
And give a simple answer.
Yeah,
Just give a
exactly.
simple answer
I
to a
just
simple-
did. I said if people want to speak over the things I'm sharing, it makes me think about it. It makes me think they might be.
So
Sure does.
people, anyone who interrupts you are government agents. That's great.
No. When they want to brush over the things that I've shared,
agent.
when they want to brush over the things that I've shared, you're a lawyer dressed like you should be on O Block.
Bro, it's
I'm
Sunday.
just looking for
Believable.
clarification.
What-
I'm looking
bro,
for clarification.
Hey, really,
That's all.
honestly, that's detracting from the conversation. Number one, like what I'm wearing shouldn't really matter. But I guess
Well,
I'll
you're no
address
lawyer,
it.
so that
Hold
goes
on,
to your
come on,
credibility.
Let me
You're
address
lying.
it. Let me address it. No pun intended. But yeah, I mean it's Sunday. But right, I wear a suit Monday through Friday. Why the hell would I not put on something that makes no sense at all? It's like, well, I'm a lawyer, so I have to dress like. And guess what?
Nobody
Sometimes
believes
when
you,
I
bro.
go to court, I'll wear this. And
No one
guess what? I'm a
believes you.
defense lawyer, so I have to actually connect with the people that I'm defending. And sometimes they dress like this, guys.
No way.
Yeah, kind of.
You're trying to tell me that criminals dress like that? I believe it. Is that
Yeah,
racist?
I
Do I
don't
care? You were up here spewing that racism bullshit.
I
My
am?
skin color, my racism.
What the hell? That
I
took a
thought
left
he
turn.
was
No, I don't think
identifying
how you view.
Irish.
I don't think how you view on people's dress is racist. No.
Oh, okay.
I'll answer your question.
So why is TML racist?
I didn't say he was racist.
You
I
told
said I
me
wanted
multiple
to
times.
admit
did,
it. I
yeah.
didn't.
You were trying to say he's racist.
I didn't say he was racist.
And I said you lost all
did.
credibility using the racism word.
I actually didn't. I said he was. I wanted to debate his extremist views. I said that I wanted him to address using the N-word when he's white as snow. I never said he was.
He's
a
not
racist.
white,
I don't
number
know him
one.
well. Wait a minute.
You-
Can I finish real quick? I don't know him well enough to know if he's a racist. You know what I mean?
Then why are you saying dumb shit like that? If you don't even know him, why are you saying all this dumb shit?
I didn't. I
You
said.
did.
I said.
guys,
I didn't. I said
Everybody
that-
heard it. Everybody heard it.
Whether we did or not, whether we
guys,
did,
guys, okay,
whether
fine.
we did-
If that's
whether-
the case, if that's what you guys heard, and if you know, again, I admitted I was fired up. I'm a Jew. Yeah, you're talking shit about Jews. Anyways,
Good.
you know, if I said that, that's fine. I mean,
Who wants to say this?
I apologize because I don't know him well
What?
enough.
Because you're a Jew?
Hold on, can I finish?
I would
didn't
Did you
apologize.
apologize because you're a Jew?
No, I didn't apologize. I just listen to the whole.
I mean,
response,
well, you know,
my friend.
I
Listen
mean,
to the
I'm
whole
gonna have to
response. I would
think
never
about that.
apologize
But you know,
for
it's
being
the
a
first
Jew,
time.
man.
It's the first time that somebody of that.
I would never apologize for being a Jew. No, that's not what I just said.
Oh, you
No,
should
not at
though.
all.
You should. You really should.
Yeah, that's not racist at all.
He threw the
That's
cloak
not
on.
racist at all.
No,
He
that's
threw
just
that liability
That comment,
cloak.
not
no,
racist
that's
at all.
just cultural.
Hey, Smokey, here's an honest question.
Okay.
Is it racist to say that Black Lives Matter, just not black babies, because there's more murdered
I
than
do.
born every year?
Yeah, I do. Actually,
That's
I've
racist?
always said I'm against the Black Lives Matter movement.
I'm just wondering if that's
It's
racist
not-
to say because allegedly their lives matter, but there's more that are murdered through Planned
I
Parenthood
just
than born
answered
every
the
year.
question, bro. You're debating. You know, at this point, you're debating. I agree with you. I again will say it. I think that is a very, very, very. I don't want to. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
I'll say it. It's like they did it to divide us.
There you go.
Yeah, we all know who
definitely a
Margaret Sanger
divisionary
is and
tactic.
Planned Parenthood
I
and all
think
that stuff. Yeah, for sure.
I think it separates. It's a mean of separation, you know, which they've been doing for a long time. I think, you know, bottom line, man, I think we're gonna find we probably agree on a lot more things than you think. You know what I mean? There's just some.
That's what it's
I'll be honest,
seeming
just
like
real
because
quick.
I haven't really talked to you that many times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like we agree on a lot of shit. And you're welcome on the show if you want. I don't know why you came at me like that. I think it's
Yeah,
because
and that's what I wanted to address, bro. For real.
Yeah, it's all good,
I'll
yeah.
just like lay this out on the table because I got, you know, I on the chat, I'm like, you know, whatever. What happened was, right? I was just on YouTube. I saw, I think it was titled like The Secret Stream or something like that. Caught my attention. I was like, Secret Stream, right on. You know, I want to hear the secrets, right? So I click on The Secret Stream, and the very first thing I saw was just playing music, right? So I backed up the stream to the very beginning, you know, and the Mitchell guy came in, and Mitchell and you first started debating. It was like when he first entered, you guys were debating. It was he was talking about like your extremist, or I'm sorry, your father, I believe, or the old man. I can't remember what you were referring to him as, but yeah, he was like saying, you know, basically addressing that, and you were like, yes, I understand that the old man has some extremist views and
Yeah,
blah blah blah.
but see,
But
that
that's not
wasn't me
my
that
view.
was talking. Here, hold on a second. This is where you're getting confused because that
Right.
actually wasn't me that was talking right there. It
Got
was
you.
another person on my panel called
Oh, okay.
Recreational Argument
Got you.
Network Television. So we were just playing his stream, and then he was actually the one arguing with Mitchell.
Got you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
That makes sense. Yeah.
yeah,
So that's
so
why I was all fired. I was like, wow.
yeah,
okay.
because my dad actually doesn't come online. He's like too old
Got
for
you.
that shit. But
So
yeah,
that
no.
makes sense now when we were in like backstage and you're like, my dad, I'm like, well, I just took it from yes, okay.
yeah, it's all
all
good.
coming
It's all
together.
good, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, you know, Rant is on the show a lot of times. So yeah, you know, when he is on the show, he'd be more than welcome to debate you. You know, for
yeah,
sure.
and dude, I have no problem. I mean, obviously I do it for a living, so I have no problem like, you know, just, you know, having a calm debate. You know, I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong, man. And you know, I came in fired up for sure. Shouldn't have, you know, I think every other word was a cuss word. So you know, again, I apologize, man. That's not how I want to, you know, come in to a stream either. It's definitely not how you win a debate either, right? So yeah,
So
I mean,
let's talk about the weather in Tel Aviv.
there you go. All right. It's bad. It's
Do you live in
bad.
Tel Aviv?
Of course.
What's up?
Do you live in Tel Aviv?
No. I'm in
I
California.
see they're talking about climate change, and the climate change is the political climate that's changing.
That's funny. That's funny.
They're done even trying to pretend like they're telling the truth. They don't care. They're putting it right in our faces. And they're like, what are you going to do with it? Did anybody just see they just elected somebody to the cabinet? I forget what cabinet. And she has Down syndrome. They're fucking mocking us, people.
Yeah. See, I don't know about that. And you know, I'll be honest with you, I'm a Democrat. Again, surprise, right? I'm sure probably
I'm
somebody
sorry
about that. Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
no
so,
surprise
hey,
there.
listen,
You said racism and you're a Democrat.
But listen, I'm so against this administration. It's unbelievable.
Hey,
right?
Smokey, is it a coincidence though that the Democrats have been pushing masks since 1865 with the KKK?
Say that what? I didn't hear
Democrats have been pushing masks since 1865 with the KKK.
I would have to question your.
Well, the KKK wore masks.
I don't
Democrats are
believe
pro-mask.
that's true. And listen, I don't believe that's true. I'm not saying you're a lie. I would just have to see some research back.
Well, do you know that the KKK wore masks over their head?
Of course.
Okay, so do Democrats love the mask? They do.
Oh, because you're doing okay. So you're literally tying in the Corona mask that happened for this short term with the KKK hood. It's not a mask, by the way.
Tell me you're vaccinated. You're vaccinated, aren't you?
I'm vaccinated. Yeah.
Exactly. The Corona mask.
Do you know why?
Mask translates to buffoon or mockery. Did you hear me share that?
Can you ask? Do you know why? Because in the state I live, you can't get a job unless you're not vaccinated.
Unless men stand up.
Which state is that?
Stand up.
I live in California.
Oh,
Men
God.
stand up. California's a hellhole. They can cut that fucking country back off and make it the island it once was.
It's a state.
It can be an island again like it once was.
No, you said it was a country, and you said
Well,
you cut that country off and make it.
They can make it its own country. No one fucking wants to be in California.
Yeah, one of my friends was telling
Land
me
of the
about
fallen
that. But
angels.
I didn't know that was a statewide policy. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean it's and obviously that's not a you know, I mean, you can get a job. I'm sure you can. There's some places, some private companies that'll hire you. You know, not any well-paying. Definitely no any. You know, you're not going into a courtroom.
Hey, Smokey, do you know what kind of wood they use to make magic wands? The Hollywood. The Hollywood.
I knew that one was coming.
They're casting spells.
Hey, just FYI, I gave you that one. I knew the answer to that, and I just wanted you to have that.
No, you didn't have to give it to me. I was going to share it either way. That's the point. They're casting
I know
spells.
that's my point too. Rather than me answering and ruining your joke, I let you tell it on your show.
The joke's on us. There's no joke. The joke is on us. I'm never any fun or jokes when I go on panels. I want to share truth. I want to wake men up. You said that California can't get a job. That's because there's no fucking men there. There's a bunch of
there's a lot of
bitches.
us who stand. There's no way. Wait a minute. There's a lot of us. I mean, you know, that stand up. But there's a fight to be had. The fight's not in the street. You know, in my opinion, you may think it is. You know,
it is. The fight is not online.
I don't think it's online either. I think it's in the courtrooms. But bottom line, and who we elect. You know, so you know, and that's where we're different. But listen, man, I'm a gun owner, right? I'm a Democrat. I'm a Democrat who believes in gun ownership. Okay, I'm a gun owner myself. I believe in
Huh? Buffer?
Yeah, I think he froze up here. Yeah, Smokey. Yeah, but
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
dude, Smokey's turning out to be an all right guy. He's chilling, but yeah, I think he doesn't like Bunny too much. But yeah, it is what it is, you know.
Who's Bunny?
Bunny's a recreational argument network television, and AKA Intelligent Imbecile, AKA Mikey from Staten Island, who's been on this show a few times, and so is his dad. So
Is that
he,
Pops?
yeah, Pops, yeah. So he
Okay,
thought
I
that
just
that
found
was.
Pops the other night, and I went in there and shared a little bit. They were.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
They weren't completely unreceptive to it. But yeah, I get this pushback everywhere I go. So I would like, and I'm not trying to make this about me, but heretical mystic or voyage, because I don't see TML coming at me or anybody in the chat, which I can't read right now. What's the issue with the Kobe thing? Do you guys not see the correlation? Do you got your head in the fucking sand?
Smith, I don't have an issue with you, and I wasn't trying to come at you. I was just asking like what it all means. That's all.
Well, and then I explained it, but you talked over me, and I'm not trying to be rude, but Kobe is Jacob is Israel. Kobe is Jesus. It's the false idol, the supplanter, or one who takes the place of someone else.
Yeah,
How does that not make sense?
No. I heard what you said. That part makes sense. I understand what you're saying, but like, who decided to name him Kobe? His mother, right? So like, did she know that? Like, I'm trying to understand like how it all works.
That's a great
The
question.
I don't
point of
know.
it.
It's like the Mandela effects. How does it all work? I don't know. It's the prince of the power of the air. It's the Lord of this world.
Okay, so you don't know how it works, but knowing about it should help people in some way.
To
Is what
see
you
that
think?
reality is fucked.
Oh, I agree, but I don't need like all of that to know that. Maybe some people do.
Okay.
Maybe it will help some people.
Yeah, I think it will. I
All right,
just
more-
went in
more
the chat
power
this
to you,
morning.
Smith.
They
I
had
don't have a
40
problem with
there,
you.
and they could not handle. All they wanted to talk about was the Detroit Lions. And I'm like, I'm here to burst your fucking bubble. It's bread and circus, you idiots.
I do want to ask you one thing though, because you went at the Democrat thing. Serena, hold 1 sec. You want to stir it? You stir the vegetable soup. Okay. Sorry, guys. So do you think that Republicans are better than Democrats? Do you think they like don't all work together? Like
No, they
it's
do
two
definitely
wings
work
of the
together,
same
and
bird?
they do, and they're it's meant to divide us. But I think just like with Trump went to the small island, just like our current president. At very least, and yes, it is kind of like picking the lesser of the two evils. Who is picking an openly disgusting, degenerate president that we have now? Has people not seen him sniffing kids, groping them, everything else? Yeah, Trump also went there. He's not so open with it. I mean, what's our choices? It's either we elect one of these two, we don't vote. You know what I mean? It's like this is, I don't know. These are our
That's
choices.
my choice. Is the don't vote. I
Yeah,
think
don't participate at all. Just don't
when
care.
you vote, then you're consenting to whatever unknown thing this person does.
So
He's now
let's
your
say we have the
representative.
2020
He can
let's say
represent you anyway. See, now you're interrupting me, Smith. I was still talking. People talk over each other. That's it happens in conversation.
ahead.
I'm okay with it. No, go ahead, Smith.
I was just saying. I forget. Go ahead.
No, I forget where I was too. That's what happens when people
Okay,
talk
so
over each other.
2024 election, nobody votes because nobody believes in it because we all know it's a sham. There's 3 million votes and they all go to Biden. Perfect. We're consenting to it also that way.
No.
What we
Only
do
those people who voted for him are consenting. None of us are.
Okay, but it's still going to happen then.
He'll still be president, yeah. But what does that mean?
I think we're screwed either way. But I think the best thing would be to do is for people to vote and then for people to go express their concerns about, hey, this is not what we stand for. Whether you like this person or that person, hey, we're not standing for sending $130 billion to Ukraine while they still haven't taken care of East Palestine. It's a Christian persecution. Where was the first Christians from? Antioch, East Palestine. Get it? East Palestine. Train derailment.
Oh, I remember that. Everybody forgot about that real quick.
So you know what's in the movie White Noise that was filmed in the city of East Palestine about a train derailment?
I saw that.
There's the 2 keys in the hotel. What are those 2 keys? They're number 8 and number 4 that are missing. When's the eclipse? It's on 8/4. In the rest of the world, it's on 4824. In the rest of the world, it's on 8424. Whose birthday's 8424? It's Obama. It's Obama and it's Kobe.
Okay, so that lets you know right there, if there's anything to this, Smith, that it's metaphysical, right? Because people couldn't arrange that kind of stuff when someone's born and when an eclipse happens, stuff like that.
100% exactly. I don't fuck with Gematria. I got nothing against people who do. I got a couple good friends on YouTube to do it. I don't do it. I count our days. God has numbered our days, so I count them. You don't want to believe in God. You don't want to believe in Jesus. Whatever. There's still day durations.
I believe in God, but probably we might disagree on who that is.
To each their own. I'm not pushing any beliefs on anybody. I'm just saying the stuff I presented is irrefutable. And people want to pass over it or say, yo.
I think people just want to understand, like practically what they can do with that. I think that's all people are looking for. That's what I'm looking for personally.
Is to wake people up and know that there's a destruction that's coming. It's X marks the spot. X is 24. It's the X marks the spot eclipse. It's Make America Great Again. It's the Great American Eclipse. It's Babylon the Great.
So what do you think is going to happen on that day?
On that day, I don't know that anything specifically is going to happen on that day. I think it's this year. I think every year is election year is a leap year. It's a great leap forward. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for enslaving mankind. What did Mao Zedong call his revolution? The Great Leap Forward.
The Great Leap, yeah.
Yeah, Great Leap Year.
Mm-hmm.
Like Goodyear. The blimp with the wing foot from Akron. Who was the greatest? Who was the greatest warrior? It was Achilles. Kobe tore his Achilles. Who's the second greatest warrior? It's Ajax. Ajax is a comet. They got a fake comet, fake 100-pound hailstones planned. They're mocking the Bible, but it's not real. Don't worry, guys. It's not real, but they do go to extreme lengths to mock it.
You don't believe in any of the Bible?
No, I 100% believe in it, but I'm throwing it out there for other people that it's not real. But why do they go to such extreme lengths to mock it? Jesus spoke in parables. Here's some more etymology for you. Para means descending or falling from the heights. And Luke 10:18, I beheld Satan as Barack Obama or lightning from the heights. Is Barack from Chicago? No, who knows where the fuck he's from? He's probably from the pits of hell, but he says he
never said he's from Chicago. He said he's from Hawaii.
The parables, the descending bulls, lightning from the heights. Gatorade, be like Mike. It's gay, tor, aid. Tor is a bull. Does that make sense?
No.
Be like Mike Robinson. I mean,
it's
Michelle
not Tor,
Obama.
bro. It's Toro. You got to finish it. It's Toro means bull.
No, look up Tor. Just Tor. T-O-R is the root for Toro. It's the Oro Toro. It's
the root,
square.
but it's not
the key to the universe.
It's the root. It's the root, but it does not mean what you just said. It's the root.
Oro Toro, the tenet square.
Yeah, Toro is bull, not Tor. It's the root to the word. That would be like saying, I mean, you could never mind. That's the root to the word, my friend.
Tor, like the veil has been torn from top to bottom. Madonna first.
Also listen
to this. This is a good
there.
one. This is original, like all my shit.
Missing a few letters.
Are you going to listen? This is
I
a
am
good
listening.
one. It'll take about 20 seconds. Madonna first performed on MTV wearing a veil. Her birthday, 81658. That's the zip code of Veil, the material girl. The devil wears Prada. You reap what you sow, Toro. When you're reaping something, when you're burying it into the sand to plant something, it's bury, sow, Toro.
Dude, now that you're talking about Princess Diana, okay, let me tell you something about Prince, okay? Prince Roger Nelson, the artist formerly known as
who died on the Queen's birthday.
Dude, I would die for you was like one of his hits, right? I would die for you, spelled in the way with the cipher, with the number 4 and then the letter U, right? Okay, and the 4th month, right, is April, right? And the 21st letter is U. When did he die? He died on April 21st. I would die for you.
The Queen's birthday. Prince dies on the Queen's birthday.
Well, there you go.
It's Purple Rain. It's
all
Purple
ties
Rain. The Minnesota Vikings are the purple people eaters. Purple like the crown. And Vikings is VI. or six. It's the six kings. They're the king of the
See, I'm
six.
starting to get this. I'm starting to get this.
What did Prince Philip say he wanted to die and come back as?
A
A deadly virus.
A deadly virus to the human race. Yeah.
I think he accomplished that. It's a mind virus.
Well, I think language, if anything that we consider like a virus, if anything like that could be real, it should be language.
It's
language lives inside you and starts growing, nothing else. Everything that goes inside.
You don't think numbers transcend language?
No, I do. So it's a spelling.
No, I was asking the gentleman who was just talking.
Well, yeah, I think numbers should be considered language too. Different though, but yeah, it's also a language. So
yeah, I believe more in numerology than. I mean, listen, man. I think you're tying a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna, I actually believe. I heard you talking to somebody. I completely concur with you. I would never tell anyone how to believe. I hope, right? I mean, obviously, we all get pissed and say shit, right? I'm not gonna say never, but I would never preach. But I think, in my opinion, I think you're making. I think some points are valid, right? I really do. I just think you're stretching on some. I don't understand the Kobe thing. I don't even understand how you would tie Kobe in. I think you're just grasping at certain things. It's no.
I think you haven't heard it all
by this.
No, but I think you haven't. I think you haven't heard it all. In the rest of the world, they say the day of the month first. So he died 26-1-20. Look that up. It's the zip code of fucking.
Where does he tie into this? It doesn't matter. You could tell me 19 million things that are like,
but that's his
like,
thing.
well, how does Kobe tie into the whole picture of your?
That doesn't matter, Smokey. He just has like certain acts, certain gigs that he does.
But there's billions of people.
He has certain.
You could pick anybody.
He has some poems that he throws out there. And these poems are out there to inspire people.
You said it doesn't matter.
Hey,
Smokey, it doesn't matter. So think about that, though.
You asked me a question about Voyage. Let me rebut to that.
Okay.
Why does it matter? I'm not picking one of 7 billion people. I'm picking Kobe Bryant. I'm picking Michael Jordan. Were they worshipped? Who has the most selling shoes of all time?
I don't think that's a worship, though. I don't think that's
the first billionaire athlete?
That's branding. That's marketing. That's
billionaire athlete.
Best basketball player in the world.
You're not letting me answer. First billionaire athlete. You're not letting me answer. Known for their all-mocking tongue. Their name means who is like God. That's Jordan. He's born 5,666 days before Kobe. What does that mean? It's the number of a man. That's what it means.
Is that
it's
how
false
I sound?
Idol worship. Charlotte, named after Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg, whose coat of arms and flag are a golden bull.
Yeah, again, man. I guess my question would be, like, how does this all tie into the world as we see it now?
Well, where was Sodom and Gomorrah?
Again, I believe in very little of the Bible. I just want to make that clear. I stayed my belief pretty clear on that. I think it's the biggest game of phone.
Okay, I'm telling you though, if it's phony, why do they go to such extreme lengths?
I didn't say it's phony. I think it's the biggest game of phone. I think there's certain parts of the Bible that is true, but just like the game of phone, when you have, in this case, billions, but if us five got in a fucking line that we couldn't hear each other, and I told you something, and then you were supposed to relay that, by the time it got to the last person, it's going to be so fucked. You know what I mean? I would love to. I believe in some of the Bible. I just don't think. I think it's the biggest.
As a Jew who has made this statement concurrently, I would love to have a conversation with you sometime. On these topics. I usually stream. Every Wednesday night, Friday morning, and Saturday night. But yeah,
Saturday night.
Come by anytime. I hold the open panel after
debate on the Bible, man. I mean, I'm fairly knowledgeable, so yeah. And I'll state my facts now, so you can do research. I believe, just like most Jews, in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, right? The first 5. So that doesn't mean I think that there's some parts of the first 5 that are also perverted. I'm also not huge into organized religion, FYI. So
can I ask you a question real quick? Sorry to cut you
and
off.
I'm a converted Jew too, by the way.
You're a
And I'm
Jew. Can you tell me your thoughts on the
converted
Talmud?
Jew.
That's
I'm
disgusting.
converted. So okay, go ahead. What? I sorry.
I
What?
just said sorry to interrupt you. You said you're a Jew. Can you tell me your thoughts on the Talmud? Because that's disgusting.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's not a religious Jew. So
No, I am a religious Jew. I'm
Oh.
a converted religious. That's what I just said. I'm converted. So I was so my I won't go into my childhood, but I just don't know a lot of my my background. So as far as I could do the 23andMe and all that, but I just,
So you
whatever.
practice-
Anyway, it
so
doesn't
you
matter.
practice, like,
I believe in Judaism from the religious sense. I actually started with something called Kabbalah. If you're familiar with Kabbalah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's huge into numerology. If you're so but yeah, so I converted to Judaism. I was raised. I was in a couple of classrooms, but I was raised a Christian, so I'm knowledgeable. I can actually
we talk about
rattle off all of the New Testament right now if you wanted me to. You know what I mean? So
that's dope. That's dope. Yeah, we need somebody like you on this panel capable of debating biblical topics and issues, because we talk about theology all the time on here. We've talked about Jews, Christians, Muslims. I actually did an 8-hour stream on Islam and modernism, and then somebody porn bombed me. So
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. Even though, like I said, I think we're going to agree on probably more than we don't, more than we disagree. We're going to definitely disagree, right? I mean, that's normal. But yeah, I would love to be a part of it, man. And again, I want to say, again, I apologize for coming across.
No, it's no worries. No, it's no worries. It was a
bro.
misunderstanding. I get it. Yeah.
But I'll tell you, man, your chat has your back, bro. I got everything from you're a drunk to, you're on meth, to fucking coke's a hell of a drug to
Yeah, we've been growing. We've been growing for a while out here.
Hope for a real thing on YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. I like the community. I actually even said that. If you look back in the comments, I was like, hey, man, I actually respect that you guys have each other's back. So again, I got to get going, but I really like you guys. I really apologize. Coming across these sideways.
Yeah, dude, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all, dude. I understand it gets heated and you have conflict with people, and sometimes you don't see people because of the avatars and shit. So yeah, it's
exactly.
Yeah,
Hey, Smokey.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened. I love you, brother.
Dude, Dave, much love to you guys too, guys.
For
Seriously,
sure, bless,
real.
bro.
Humans are fascinating, man.
I know, right? trippy how that all turned
Choose
around.
communism, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, that's true right there, man. That's true.
He's with the Talcott. Yeah, for sure, dude. Bless, brother. Yeah.
Hey, but much love, you guys. Have a great day, okay?
Yeah, you have a blessed one. Just come back.
Right, man, I'll connect with
Hey,
you.
bud. Hey, Smokey. Nice to meet you. I just want to let you know, the truth will set us free.
Hey, I 100% believe that, brother.
There's only
Can't
one
argue
truth.
with
There's
that.
no such thing as my truth.
Yeah, that's true. 100%. I think
buddy.
we're all on the search for the truth. I completely agree with you. There
And
is
it's
only
us
one
against
truth.
them. So if you're not them, then you're not part of the disgusting people trying to control us.
Right. And I think the good people are literally doing what we're doing. Debating, trying to find the truth. I completely agree with you. So much love.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Bless you, man. And prayers
Hey,
to
bless
you
you guys.
and your families, man. And prayers to all the people here, Jews and Gentiles. Thank you for joining us all. And, I bid you adieu. This was an impromptu panel I opened up. I will re-premiere this on Wednesday night. So Wednesday morning, look out for this. I sadly have to private this stream because of the incidents earlier and all that type of stuff. But
What happened earlier?
I got porn bombed after I did like an 8-hour stream, so I'll have to re-premiere that later today. So look out, guys. I mean, I'm gonna take like a 3-hour sleep or something like that, just so I could like have some sleep.
Yeah, I just looked back, man. You've been going, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been going for
Yo,
possibly,
TML
13 hours here. Yeah.
They live and we sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me share you one real quick, and I'm going to jump off of here for you fucking people who refuse to see the numbers. The star of They Live, born 2,666 days before Obama, on the day the movie They Live premiered, he was 12620 days old. Can somebody tell me what day Kobe died? Was it 12620? It was.
Oh shit, that is a weird coincidence for sure.
Rest in peace, Roddy Piper.
Nobody's going to look these numbers up.
Nobody's gonna look
That
your
is true
summers up,
too. Yeah,
but
you
it
can throw
sounds
those out,
impressive,
bro, and we'll
right?
all
It
accept them as
sounds
true.
impressive.
It's funny.
Yeah,
And
that's
even Smith admitted to that. You know,
Yeah,
he
we
asked
still
us, "Don't
going.
look these numbers up." You know,
Still going from last night, and I just really just opened up this panel because of heretical mystic. But yeah, Voy, you got anything to lay on these people? I'm gonna re-premiere this on Wednesday. If you got anything.
No, not necessarily. I thought it was funny. You know, it's always a good time on your streams. You know, when it's not too much drama, but it can be a bit edgy, and that's okay.
Yeah, it gets there, and plus the porn. Every now and then you get to see some porn.
I didn't come here for the porn.
You get the
I totally missed out on that. By
It's
the
like
way,
a bonus. Yeah. It was.
but
Yeah.
I missed it. You know, it's been
The last two porn attacks were pee based, but yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, urine. Yeah.
See you on the next one, Mo.
Yeah,
Ciao.
bless you, brother. Yeah.
And nice to meet you, Mystic.
Yeah, bless you, Mystic, man. Thanks for being here.
Nice to meet you, boy. Thank you. Bless you, Mohammed.
Yeah, I got you on a conversation soon, my friend. I see you in the Discord too, so we're definitely gonna chop it up many times, man. Thank you so much for watching the show. I didn't know you were watching for so long, but yeah, you've seen it all. You've seen it all, yeah.
Yeah. I've
Crazy.
seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah, you were there when my wife left, all that shit with Drew and all that stuff. Good.
Yep. With toilet bowlers and Drew and EBT. Yeah, all that shit, man.
Oh, good Lord. So, yeah, you might know me better than some of my family at this point.
That's how it gets, right? When you watch like a lot of people, like you watch someone online for a long time, you start to feel like you know them, but they don't know you, and it gets weird, right? That's why I want to jump on and kind of say what's up,
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm just a normal person, so really, I'm lackluster in every way, possibly other than the little studies I've done. But yeah,
yeah, you're a humble dude, that's for sure.
Yeah, I gotta be, otherwise, I get caught slipping out here,
Yeah. I want to talk about this AI and technology stuff with you sometimes. My thought is that they can't, they can't create AI, like real AI. But my thought is all these occultists coming up with this technology and all this stuff, I think they're creating an infrastructure to house something. And that will be what they call AI, but it won't be artificial. Just the body, the vessel that it uses will be artificial, created by them,
Yeah, it seems like I think that there is a sort of I think technology has a lot to do with the concept of the Antichrist, in my personal opinion. I think it's like something that is pervasive yet deceptive, yet in control, yet elusive, hard to define, yet totally visceral in its expression in every way. So I think that it has this sort of dominating nature that's kind of very underwritten. So I think that it has the ability, and I think that the fact that we see what a machine does, but we're not able to reproduce its effects. That right there, that's how evil works. It'll stick something onto something good. That's always how it works. Because falsehood can't just exist. Like pure falsehood does not exist, in my opinion. It would just be non-existence. So I think for falsehood to be based on the truth, it has to exist based on a truth, and I think that is what technology is. It usurps actual subsistence, actual will, actual human creativity, through this kind of aspect of mediation, and that process of mediation, that is the really the devilish component. I think that that is the most devilish component. Because deception is the greatest form of evil. If you see what deception is, all you see, like I was telling somebody the other day, it's like Macbeth, where it's like, wherever you see evil deeds committed, there go some lies, to cover up the evil deeds. It's just always,
Absolutely, yeah. That would seem like the root would always be deception, right?
yeah. And like, what's more deceptive than just, something that, you rely on, but you don't know how it provides what it can for you. So in other words, it's like how I heard put that, is there something wrong with somebody who can give you what you want, but first removes your defenses? Like that's pure evil, because they're taking away your ability to kind of fend for yourself. It's like the opposite of like teach a man to fish or some shit like that. It's like fucking pure evil.
Absolutely. Yeah, but forget about computers. Most people don't even understand how the electrical wires that bring the power to their house work, you know?
Yeah, and that's kind of how I explain all these problems, but it's really the same problem. It's magical, it's in framing, it's emergence, it's mediation, it's rule of experts. All of these things are, don't look behind the curtain, because something's going on. That's the thing, is that it's in framing is basically that. It's that you get to see the results, but you don't get to see how it came to its end. And I think that that removes, that sort of lack of restraint. It removes a layer of like morality and ethics that's very, important. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And the more there's arbitration, the less there's responsibility, and like the more there's arbitration, the less there's accuracy.
That's true.
So it's like there's all of these components to it, where just philosophically speaking, logically speaking, practically speaking, and in terms of spirituality and conscience, it just the basis for morality, the basis for justice, these things kind of, go to the end thing. And also it's more about science, and programming with science, and how science and innovation, they don't take over, through this precautionary aspect. They're always utilitarian. So since their methodology is one of utility, they don't take into account what happens before you do something. Ethical concerns are usually before you start doing something, not concerned with the end results.
Yeah.
So it's like based on principles, and you can't focus on principles if all you're focused on is the process or the end results of that process. It kind of saps the moral and ethical there. And when I read,
Anything goes, yeah. When you're just looking at the end result, anything goes to get there, right?
pretty much, and that's all that technology will give you. You see the images on the screen, but you don't know how to produce them. You open up the machine and you see almost a little city in there. Well, you don't know how that works. So you just accept what it shows you. I mean, that's really what the problem is. It's that simple and that complex at the same time. You know what I mean? And I do have an idea about how that relates to nature, creativity, and the demonic realm, and
Yeah, I'd like
usurping
to hear
art.
that for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got your back, on the creative aspect, because I think I think, like I said, it's sapping a key aspect of our creativity, and our ability to dream, and that is what most people see is, with their interactions with machines. It's more of the sense of boredom and kind of the mental fog, that they have, where technology functions as a sort of mental aids, you know?
Absolutely. At this point, it definitely does. I mean, people don't even know their own phone number, let alone their wife's phone number or anything like that. We use technology as a total crutch, and you just lose the ability to, process anything on your own.
Yeah, and that part of yourself is a spiritual component, that is what your spirit is, so it's totally taking that away from you, and that's why these people seem so dead. You see people in a psychosomatic detachment and a spiritual malaise, in terms of they're totally spiritually, emotionally, and metaphysically castrated. They have no thoughts on those things.
Absolutely. Their spirit cries out for it, but they've been taught all their life that they don't even have a spirit. So they just go on from the next material thing that they want to accomplish or gain, instead of working on that spiritual stuff. 'Cause they've been told not to believe in it. It's just stupid. It's fairy tale.
Yeah, and that's also where it ties into nature. I think nature has a living spirit, and that spirit is 100% related to you know the manifestation of godly and angelic intelligence, in this realm. And I think that once we try to um you know sort of transmute that, into the human aspect of creativity, through technique, especially, then it really gets, it's like, we are getting into this process of entrapping spirit in matter. And the process is psychologically damaging us in a most fundamental way. It's spiritually retarding us, and it's psychologically scarring us, because we are taking things that are meant for life, where how life serves life. And that's a key part of the teaching of the spirit. But when it goes to nature, we don't understand that. Why? Because of our methodology, because of our understanding of nature, because whether it's in Christianity or atheism, they blame nature. They say the salvation of humanity is within man himself. It's not in nature, and as an extension of man, they see technology, when technology is an extension of nature and not man.
Well, you could say that, yeah, but man, the belief that man is outside nature is completely flawed already. So,
oh yeah, yeah.
To separate it and say that we're at war with nature, nature wants to kill us, instead of nature's there to take care of you. Like, I agree with you on the spirit thing. I think God is all things, but no thing is God, if you understand me.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is exactly what the Testament of Faith actually says. It says, la ilaha illallah. There is no God but God. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's like, yeah, the physical realm, you look around, like, yeah, there is no God, but there's God. And it's everywhere. You know what I'm saying, right? So really,
Absolutely. Exactly.
yeah,
You got me.
yeah, for sure, brother. But yeah, it's been a brilliant little small conversation I have to offer you, my friend, this morning. But yeah, many more to come. I can already tell you're a beautiful brother and an intelligent soul, man.
I appreciate that, Mohammed. You as well. This was a really nice conversation we had. I look forward to more. And, I'm praying for you and your wife, and hope things, improve for you in that way.
Bless you, brother. That means a lot to me, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
bless you,
sure, man.
brother. You have a
Yeah,
good
thank
day,
you.
all right?
Yeah, you too, man. I'm praying for you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, for sure. I got your back, dude. Yeah.
All right. Take care, buddy.
Peace. And yeah, thank you guys for joining me. I'll re-premiere this. A big goodbye from me and the heretical mystic for you guys. Thank you for checking out the show, my dear. Oh yeah, and I'll be re-premiering this portion of the secret stream on Wednesday morning. Okay, but the one from last night, the stream from last night in its entirety will be posted back when I wake up. So 8 hours on Islamic modernism. You do not want to miss, which will be continued on Wednesday. Thank you guys. Bless you guys. Signing off from this show here, The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Bless you guys. Don't play this back. Get up out of here. Have a few hours of sleep. Thank you.
Carry a carcass, I cross threshold. The masses won't know when that could quite possibly be their person. Bursting the final answer light. The lie feel once again seems so natural. Action, sight clear. This mind's eye blur, the beautiful haze, kaleidoscope smile. The locusts lie dormant too, within their own hazy web, waiting to feed upon your firstborn. Torn between breath and death, parts mouth the black lip compressed to fill his chest with precious life once again. So blessed to leave in time for the mind. Overstrolling amongst the riots, wondering which politicians shall play role upon this pilot. From those who spill your life's blood to appease the sun. Why the streets fall before you ever acquire speech your first tongue. First tongue, first tongue, first tongue, first tongue. From slums radiate the laminate above the storm. The brightness of the days remind me how heavy grew my shadows. As before, they always narrow my statue. So-called similar men wielding death in palms. As I chronicle beds, the tattered books with ink so tense. We will remember them as they remember friends. Falling to every same cycle. This typical hell holds our children hostage. Ironic, the shining prime time role models follow past the ignorance, even with the quiet riches. Because wisdom never enters this picture. Picture of wealth and wisdom is one bit in such so hands. Keep the human lands. What's been diagrammed and plans is much more grand. Much more grand. So now I see the cliffs and true dangling, managing to run up on power, brass power plays incorrectly. You sent me thoughts of flight, recite my last rites, endlessly sipping Hennessy. For 30 seconds past, contrast the light and sword, I could to conform up shadows from tag walls. Broken pen, please be my voice. Metal review frequencies of white noise. It's my house. The key to some abuse. I'm out of lies. I'm out with the truth. Child side clues to calculate too. I choose to not be sure not for the front of discontent. Allow me to vent. All you may have wished for pain. I'm on the picture.
What up?
Send us the blast round the world among us.
Yeah, fuck sleep. That was a good quote. DML, what up, dog? Let's talk.
What's up, Smith?
What up, man?
Yo,
You brought me back. Hey, good to be back. Thanks for having me.
I know, Holmes, but I gotta shut this down for real.
No, I want to debate you real quick.
Come back on Wednesday. Yeah, I got you on Wednesday.
This will take 5 minutes. Let's debate on
All
my
right, all right, I got you. 5 minutes. Go ahead, bro.
Let's debate on my mental illness.
You're not mentally ill, Smith. You're chilling.
I'm not.
Bro. Yeah, you're not, man. You're chilling, bro.
I mean, does it seem like I'm out here trying to attack people?
Yo, don't listen to what people say, bro. Just
No,
don't
I'm
give
just
a fuck.
throwing
what
that
these
out there
people
to
think.
people who, because
Yo,
whoever.
fuck what these people think, dude. These people are. This is the peanut gallery, dude. You know, like nobody's
gallery,
gonna
that's
figure out that
coincidence.
weird shit, Smith.
Hey,
Nobody's gonna
I love
figure out
weird
that.
shit. I love weird shit. So you have the peanut gallery.
That's why we got you here. Exactly, man.
So that's why I'm here, because I'm mentally insane. You have the peanut gallery.
No, man, you're not mentally insane, dude. Dude, I've talked to mentally insane people. Like, dude,
Here
like
I
I
am.
lived with a girl for 2 years that has schizophrenia, bro. You're not
Hey,
mentally insane. Trust me.
Just
You're
to
chilling.
throw this out there, I forget what her name is. God bless you, sister. He misses you. So I want to throw
Yeah.
this out there that Mr. Peanut sacrificed himself right before Kobe Bryant died. Peanuts are from the legume family. A bean is also from the legume family. What was Kobe's middle name? It was Bean. It was Kobe.
No
Bean.
way. Kobe
Yes, it
Bean
was.
Bryant? Oh
Yeah.
shit, dude.
And beans are from the legume because they're lying to us. They're pulling the leg of you and me. Legume. You know what I mean? I'm different, bro.
Shit, son.
I know. You know what I mean?
And then they gave the beans to the fucking, that's what what's his face? Esau gave, gave him the legumes, red
Yeah.
lentils,
The Beantown.
It's the
Kobe Bean
deception,
Bryant.
The deception is in the beans,
Holy
because
shit.
that's what Esau gave to Jacob,
The
Think
winners
about
will
that.
eat steak and the loser eat beans.
Exactly.
Beans,
Crazy
beans.
shit.
Hey, listen to this though. Beans, the magical fruit. I'm not going to go on the rest of that, but it's Kobe Bean Bryant, and you have, what was that, Jack and the Beanstalk, and what's that about? A magical bean? It sure as shit is, and Giants. And I don't know what the fuck 5G is, but 6G, the Giants come back.
And think about it. What did he sell to get the beans? The heifers. Crazy shit, bro.
Ooh, heifers,
See that?
them fat asses, a heifer. It's all about the battle of Jehoshaphat. I want a fat hoe. And all I know is not over till the fat lady sings. And all I know is Lizzo is popular. She's the fat lady singing.
Yeah, real talk, bro.
Yeah, dog.
It's about to end. Game
It is.
over.
Game over. I love it. Lil Flip. We're flipping the script.
Lil Flip, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Lil Flip game over. Exactly, bro. The Flippinacci sequence.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I love it.
The Flippinacci sequence and the Nigganacci frequency. Right?
Oh, you can't say that. That's racist.
Yeah. It'll be
know?
okay. I'm pretty much brown as fuck. So I
don't even care what color my skin is. I just see the division that they're pushing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to have a real talk with people. I want to not be talked over. It's not about me. It's not. To be honest, when my brain works the best is when other people are refuting it. And that's all. And what I want to do is have a chance to rebut that. I'm not shit. I always tell people that I ain't shit. It's not about me.
I ain't shit that you can rebut.
You find another channel like mine who says I ain't shit, who says fucking shit on me, I'm shit. I'm not. I ain't nothing. It's not about me. I do one of my favorite things is my my avatar right there. What's yours though? You're not buying into that, are you?
I mean, I don't. It's just a random picture I stole from like a music video or some shit.
No,
I don't know.
it's not a knock at you, but do you believe that Werner von Braun got a job?
Nah, dude. That's no.
It's
I don't
weird.
believe.
You look at
No.
his tombstone.
I just like it because it's purple. Really, you know.
Purple, the purple leaders.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real.
So
Dude.
I'll let you jump off of here, man.
For
I'm not
sure,
out
dude.
here.
Yes.
I just can I get a 1 minute closing statement here?
Hell yeah, bro. You know
I'm not
it.
out here to hate on people. What I am out here to do is to share truth with people. That's all. I just want to share truth. I want to share correlations, and I want people to take their own deductions from that. That's what I'm trying to do. If you can't see the correlation between Kobe and the false idol worship and the golden bull worship and the golden calves worship, because damn, those motherfuckers can jump, and the first billionaire athlete is Jordan. Where was Jesus baptized? In the Jordan River Valley. Where was Sodom and Gomorrah? In the Jordan River Valley. Does that make sense to people? I don't know. Can people not see the golden bull, golden calf worship, that they need to step away from it? That God didn't damn it, but a company from Beaverton, Oregon did? That company is Nike, the god of war. They want to push division. They want to push this racism. And so that's why I got no issue with that guy that was on here earlier. Nothing but love to you, bro. I don't know you. But what they're pushing is division, because the birthplace of Father's Day is Spokane. They're the children of the sun. They're worshiping the wrong son. They want to hide the son of God. So am I saying be like, fuck no, don't be like me. Whatever you do in life, don't be like me. Be a better person. So I don't know where I'm going with that. It's fucking 7 a.m. and I'm drunk. Because being well-adjusted to a profoundly sick society is no measure of good health. I'm not well-adjusted to how the world is going. Men should stand up and be men and not be lovers of themselves and not be distracted with sports and everything else. So that's when I push this Kobe Bryant and whatever else. I'm trying to push people away from sports, away from the toxic rap music. And it's not because I'm racist. It's because it pushes a toxic message. That's all. That's it. So let me sign off here. Nothing but love to you guys. Peace out.
Bless you, brother. Yeah, bless you, brother, and your family. And yeah, I'm praying for you, Smith. Yeah, come back on Wednesday. We'll have some more talks, man. Thanks, man. You know, well, there it is, guys. 6079 Smithsonian. We're gonna come back on Wednesday. Thank you guys, man. Bless you guys, man. You know. And the video from today will be back up. If you're just watching this tonight, you know, you have to restream that shit. Unfortunately, the fucking other shit will be back on Wednesday. This conversation here with Smith. So thank you guys for being out here, man. You know.
Is this? For I am the only one who can master lyrical power. For now, I shall put fragments of power into paper, and the paper shall come after you, and you shall understand. I'm an advocate of thought, my cerebral supreme, as I sit and get down with my lyrical assault. Ain't no time for your run, cause your leg gets lost, your tongue gets tossed. You know I'm the boss, On the eve of destruction, days of the damned. You have no idea, unaware who I am. Pen plus paper and pens equal punishment. Lyrically dazing, amazing with astonishment. Yes, it's mental, spiritual. This is no boom, also freaking ass wrong. If your ass a brain tumor, once that hits, is an operation that can save. You become my mental slave. I'll lead you on, and you'll just follow. You made it today, but you shall die tomorrow. Paper cuts. No, sucker, I didn't know that paper could kill. Paper cuts. Word is too poppy. Paper will only kill if the legs are real. What the best with this device, precise in my position. Any who test should be done with the head on collision. Collide with this colossal and socialist and trussle. Kill us, get it on, speak that cup as a fossil. Eliminating light, sending out crucial calls. Sticking in pin, and these hands like voodoo dolls. Face the step, hold pain and intrigue. Going to hell, be the get in my dead league. One hits me high, the other hits me low. I hit them at the same time. I guess it does not slow. Warrior of darkness, never believing in Jesus. Don't you come in as a whole, I leave it in pieces. Contain the pain in my brain. It's just reality to be a hardcore. Oh, wow, that's my mentality. Seen in the wrong sight, held in the wrong light. You try to push me in, I'll push back with a strong fight. Paper cuts. No humans. I didn't know that paper could kill. Paper cuts. Word is too poppy. Paper will only kill if the legs are real. Yo, Infinite Evil. Yes, what do you want? Hey, can we let out the screamer? You want to scream on paper? Yeah, let him scream. Hey, yo, man, back him up. Yo, get him away from the mic. I got shot. One part of the rapture. Paper chops up. And I got to let y'all know. Flowing out of lyrical beam. Lyrical styles that cut and kill more than guillotine. Acid burn your skin. Let me see your sin. Enter. Cause I come colder than a winter. On type of glaciers. Feel my style that tastes yours. Now I come over. Strongest to kill the weak. And rhyme all the time and scream on top. Let me just rip your ass with hip hop. Don't stop, people. It will destroy. Cause I got more mine within paper. And this is true. I done flip faces on them from a flip faces on you. Paper cuts. No, sucker. I didn't know that could kill. Paper cuts. Word is too poppy. Paper will only kill if the legs are real. This is Infinite Evil, the new mutant. And none of you shall ever beat me in anything that I do around my world. The world of music, the new world of rap. For all those who are not creative shall die. 6 feet, I'll be mailing you something down to the devil.
House, like it was a huge box. Like I didn't even know what it was. I was like, sure, I'll get the Zohar because my teacher recommended it, and he sent it to me, man. Like I was so amazed. It's like huge. It's like that thing in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, the briefcase.
Yeah, they open it and their faces are shining. I was like, wow. But yeah, it's Kabbalah Center is where I got it, man. It's,
All right. Can you give me a brief synopsis of what's in the book? It can't be because it struck you like that. It's apparently a big book, but Jack, you got a short version of what it is?
Hold your question, if you will, please, or hold the answer. Either way. We got another guest. He's ready to join.
That's who to ask. Machine Lies will know about this shit. That's a perfect cat.
Someone's knocking at my door. Just
go
good.
Go take care of you. Go.
Yeah. Machine. First, the gratitude shit, Jack.
Yeah.
You want to do the gratitude
Please.
first?
We're starting with gratitude, brother. Where are you at?
Oh, with the gratitude. Well, I'll just go with an expansion of what I said yesterday. You know, I'm thankful that you know, I'm in a chosen position here, that God has put me here. You know, and that you know, I'm thankful for the gift, the beautiful gift of nature. You know, that's totally free. You know, that nobody ever had to work for. You know, and I'm grateful for you know, the people that are here. I'm grateful for humanity. You know, I'm grateful for the human spirit, you know, and what it's accomplished, you know.
Well, St. Laz, I want to ask you, what do you know about a book called somebody help me, Zora something?
The Zohar.
Zohar, yeah. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have some of the Zohar right here. The Book of Radiance, as it's called. You know what I mean?
Tell me a
But
little
yeah,
bit about it.
it's an expansion of the. It's the expansion of the. And that's why I stepped away for a minute, because I wanted to go and grab my copy over there so I can expand on some of it. But there's so much in the book that to try to explain, because it's volumes.
Can you
upon
give me?
volumes.
Is it like a Bible, Eastern Bible?
It's an expansion of the Kabbalah, as Josiah was explaining. You know,
All right, I missed it. I was actually okay.
Yeah,
I'll stop.
so it comes handed down from the Kabbalistic rabbis. I think you're muted.
Yeah, you're
Josiah.
muted, Josiah.
But yeah, because I think
Yeah, man, it's commentary on the Bible in its simplest form.
Yeah,
and
very good.
Rav Berg says the biggest mistake people make about the Zohar is they think it's a book. It's not even. It's like it emits a frequency of hertz, a sound vibration.
Through the words?
The letters.
What letter, what language? I don't want to get all weird here, but what language were they written in?
Aramaic, the language Jesus.
So I'll only vibrate if I speak it in Aramaic.
Yeah,
it's logical.
It's made with the Hebrew letters. It's basically Hebrew.
Yeah,
like this is my daughter's Hebrew with vowels.
You get where I'm going with this, right? If you're telling me, if you speak it, the words, the tones that are formed from the words make you achieve a certain vibration. It seems like I'm damned and doomed now, because I'd had to learn Hebrew and Aramaic.
It happens above logic, beyond logic. It's not.
I dig it. I dig it. I could take beyond logic. I'm okay with that.
How about this concept? And I'm not sure I understand exactly what he's saying, but if it's that bountiful from the wisdom of God, just in its nature of being, it's going to have an energy that will bring forth change.
I'm gonna assume that Machine Lies is going to, not directly, but he is going to tell us or show us that the words that's in there cause you to have that vibration when you understand the words. Now, he's not thinking that, but I think that's what his conversation is. 5-10 minutes. Machine Lies.
Let's see where we go.
Well, it's interesting because you know, in the you know, Zohar, I guess what a lot of the mystical notions that we've become accustomed to, you know, hearing all the time, they actually emanate from the Zohar. For example, the difference between the spirit and the soul. You know, it says that once the soul becomes refined, it becomes the throne of the thing, which is the spirit. So it makes a distinguishing factor. Jack, you're muted. Oh, he's talking to somebody else.
No, I was processing your words. When the soul becomes refined, it becomes the throne of the spirit.
Yes. So it makes a distinguishing thing, and it does this linguistically speaking, because it refers to the soul as the nafish, you know, or as the self, and it refers to the spirit as something that's handed down down through God. So these distinctions within the levels of the soul, and actually it comes from a earlier concept from Maimonides about the hierarchy of the soul. You know, because these guys had already explained, like in the Mishnah Torah, and all of these types of things, in the 1100s. And then when they expanded on the Kabbalah, they were expanding on mainly some of the notions in the Babylonian Talmud, which was like in the 500 AD. So it's so it's fascinating stuff. It's based on all of these sources, historically speaking. But yeah.
I have so many questions.
The Hebrew word for pulse, for letter, the Hebrew word for the letters, or it means pulse or vibration, like a sign.
I will give argument to strength to your argument. That the letters, the words, you saying the words cause the vibrations themselves.
Yeah, like I can show you a picture here of the 72 names of God chart, or just look it up.
I had a picture that said years ago, the names, it would be qualities, That's what the names turn out to be. The qualities, not Bob, John, Ralph, they're qualities, mercy, forgiving, love, stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, it's like angels or something. The divine channels, circuits.
That's what we are. It kind of, if I jumped in accurately, we are divine circuits. That's who God made us into being.
I go for that.
And it's our memories and our thoughts. That's where we find our confusion. That's the only place that evil can really come into being. And our minds and our bodies are far, far more powerful than what this world has allowed us to believe. And I think listening to this wisdom, I'm very interested in learning more. The Zohar, okay, so let's come back to the conversation. The Zohar is like another expression that includes inspirations from the Bible and other ancient texts. But Kabbalah, that keeps coming up, and I'm not clear on what the Kabbalah is versus the Talmud, and where all of those pieces come together.
Well, the Talmud would be oral traditions based on the Torah, which are the first 5 books of the Bible, which they had studied in Aramaic. So they use an authoritative source that has Aramaic, as Josiah was explaining, and then on the other side, they have mystical explanations of those oral traditions called the Kabbalah. And then they have prophecies and predictions and unfoldings based on those mystical traditions, which are called the Zohar. And they also have laws and other books called the Haggadah and other scriptures as well.
You explained that very well, bro.
Look, every week of the year has a book of the Zohar, so it's astrological significance too. So it's like a cosmic navigator or something.
Guys, please, I'm overwhelmed with this impulse. There sounds like there is a perfection in this. So here's the deal. Let's give it up to God sincerely. Praise God. Praise God for your perfection. For your perfection is shown in all things, God. Thank you, God. Thank you that these things are coming to light. These ancient, I love how you said that one is built upon the other. And this is what I mean. There's layers and layers and layers to the truth that we have the opportunity to learn, to know, to discover. It's so amazing, dude.
2 things I want to go over. I want to go over the book. I forget the name of it already. I can't keep the name of it. And there are some, thank you, Zohar. I'll try to remember that. And there are some similarities. I think I can get this, guys. I'll save that. We're going to talk about the Zohar a little more, but I got something else I want to talk about too. I think it's going to be fun. I'd still like to hear some of the things, like, okay, I couldn't give a brief synopsis of the Bible, but I could tell you some of the things in there. Forgive the enemies, meek shall inherit the earth. The government is corrupt as fuck. Fight, fight, fight. In the end, Jesus will come. I can give you some bullet points or something. Give me some of that shit quickly, you slow talking bastards. Run off about 6 of them.
Well, I like what Josiah said earlier, which he said he forgot. You know, and I wanted to remind him what he said. You know, when I was signing in, that you said that the I wrote it down on my hand so I wouldn't forget. So, but it was fulfillment of
Was he going out or is that me?
We
The
couldn't hear.
fulfillment of desire appears before the desire itself is formulated. Like the answer is there before the question is even asked.
Yeah, the fulfillment of the desires is there before the desires, and then you said the fulfillment was the promise of the Lord, or something like that. You know, so I thought, I thought that was a very potent, I thought that was a very potent thought. You know, and so yeah,
Thank you for
very
that up.
very Christic in my opinion. That kind of explains a lot of the, you know, because you know, it's like getting what you want. You know, before you have to actually get it, you know, by knowing where you're headed, by what you're doing, you know. So I think
Puts
that
responsibility on you. It's out there. The responsibility is now on you. And I like that. I like being responsible for my own shit. I feel like I'm guiding my own ship. I like that. All right.
You get to earn it. You get to earn it. And when you have to earn it, you have to love your process. Because if you don't,
I like it. I
at the
dig
same
it.
time, you're going to be turmoil and chaos.
Hey, Josiah, can I do the 800-pound elephant? Are you intoxicated a bit, bro?
Nah, man.
Not even a little bit?
No, I had a brain injury about many years ago. That's why my speech is impaired.
All right.
I'll
I
tell
want to
you
jump
what,
to conclusions.
I am intoxicated, so I'll just put
It
that
makes
one
2
out
of
there.
us. You know,
I'll
I'm
just put that one
literally
out
getting
there.
intoxicated as we
All right.
talk.
Hey, okay, thank you.
It reminds me of the line, where your heart is, there your treasure will be also, like the fulfillment of the desire, you know.
Oh, I take it. Yes.
Before the desire itself.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, a couple of things real quick. Back to Joe's question regarding the Zohar from this link. Oh, yeah, I was going to share that too.
Yeah.
From Zohar.com. Revealed more than 2,000 years ago, the Zohar is a spiritual text that explains the secrets of the Bible, the universe, and every aspect of life. That's a pretty big claim.
Yeah, I'm interested quickly, right? I'm interested suddenly. Shit.
Well, hold on. I mean, that's a big claim, and tells me I want to go look at it myself. I'm very interested in this, and I'm excited for these conversations today. There we go. There's the other reason I wanted to interrupt. We got another guest who showed up. So I'm not sure if you're aware, when you first join, you're going to be asked for gratitude. What are you grateful for today? All right. So welcome, Cage.
Thanks, Jack. Welcome.
What are
I'm
you
grateful for a Talcott.
Hey,
I'm grateful for the Talmud and shit. I'm grateful for the Goyim. You know what I mean? Talk about the Zohar. I'm grateful for the Sephiroth. You know, I'm grateful for Malkuth. There we go.
I don't know what these
Thank
things
you.
are, but I'm guessing you'll be able to add to the
That's
conversation.
all the
Zohar.
stuff that the Zohar explains is the tree of Sephiroth and those you know, 33 you know, basically principles that are basically universal principles, and they end with the unknowable God, which is light upon light, you know, that cannot be described in positive terms. They you know, as
22. There's
Maimonides,
22, bro.
Please don't
what
interrupt.
Wait, what was that?
It's not
Okay, no,
33. Not 33.
22.
yeah, 22. Yeah, well, yeah, well, I'm glad that Cage interrupted because he actually knows the technical aspects of these things far greater knowledge, because he's got like the little technical things worked out in the tree of Sephiroth. He's probably looked at it dozens more times than I have, so I'm thankful.
I'm glad he changed it. Because 33, I was immediately holding in my head. Masonic shit.
Past, not 33. They're called emanations, right? And the past of the tree of life and the Sephiroth.
Give me some short shit,
and it has to
Cage.
do with the Hebrew alphabet.
There's 22 Hebrew letters that connect the 10th Sephirah, and that makes 32 paths of wisdom.
32. Oh, yeah, so the paths are 32. Yeah, so there's connections between the paths, and they form little I guess what do they call them, like energies or like frequencies and things, and they kind of have paths between them, and those have characteristics too, so those are named as well.
The term they use is emanations.
Emanations, yeah, which kind of comes from the philosophy of the pre-Socratics a little bit, from people like Empedocles. He talked about these things called emanations, which are sort of ontologically transcendent aspects of the creative spirit, essentially, but and they're kind of like archetypes, in a way. But yeah, these like the tree of Sephiroth, or the Kabbalah tree of life, and then they have the opposition of that, which is the
Kopoth. Yeah, Kopoth.
Yeah, and it's also got a time thing. The Zohar talks a lot about like time and that sort of thing. But how it said it's 2,000 years old, it's said that because it's based on the oral traditions, which although the earliest version we have on hand that's written down is in the Babylonian Talmud, which is 500 AD, it is claimed that it came from the same people who were the Pharisees at the time of Jesus. So it's like way, way old. It's like older than at the time of Gamaliel and all those people that are mentioned like in Acts that Paul studied under, and all these guys.
Moses received it at Sinai. Get the second tablet. I bet. That's a receiver. And that light of immortality is still shining today, man. And that's amazing. Sorry, I had to guess. He had to run out.
Hey, Josiah, do we ever get it together and we stop being a bunch of greedy pigs and work together as men?
Yeah, and to mention more, hopefully that can happen. But with Kabbalah, pretty much through these emanations, through these different spheres, right? So at the bottom you have Malkuth, meaning the kingdom. At the top you have Keter, meaning the crown, and in the middle you have something called Dat. And really, if you look at the tree of life, the only way it goes all the way from the top to the bottom is through the middle. Through the middle. It completely completes itself.
And the middle.
This is like, it's almost interdimensional, right? It's like as above, so below. You're like you're bringing some sort of reality, you're pulling it into what we call our observed reality through a specific process.
That's dope.
Of understanding.
Perfect reality.
The whole idea that they have behind it, and it's just symbology. It's just like a way of describing it. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's the right one to. But it's just a way of putting into words and language.
It seems like these things would be really pretty much undescribable and not fit for words. So it just seems like they're doing the best they can.
It's the ineffable name, really. Right? Can't put it to words.
Hey, that kind of swings back to that earlier quote I was thinking. Actually, maybe this is totally off topic, but my mind went here. So sorry if it's not. But
you are really distracted there. You got some pussy waiting or something.
No. God speaks through silence. God's language is silence. Our words are poor interpretation of God and God.
God's perfection, God's brilliance. So we do the best that we can. And all of these mystical teachings, what they were trying to get through to us is there is a divine connection that's found within. And there is a mystical experience to be had here during our time here on earth, right? Just rising above. And what Jesus was teaching was settling into the divine love, the divine presence, because that's what God is.
Zach, go to up.
So if we, if we allow our minds and our body and our being just to settle into the silence with the loving awareness of everything we know, everything we know, if we can join with them in our minds within in the silence with loving awareness, knowing that all those things are, but finding a love for all those things. And from that loving awareness, allowing the loving desires that emerge. Because if you sit silently asking within, what does my heart lead me to do? What is God's love? You know, where am I being pulled to do good?
I think I sit silent, and I think you don't really have to do a thing. They come to you. If you achieve that silence part, you don't have to struggle anymore. They come to you. The things come to you, and then keep shut silent. Don't start thinking about them. Keep the fuck silent and just listen.
And each moment brings us new opportunities. It's so amazing, this life we've been given, guys. The collective, and each of us probably in the past in different ways, we've been living wrong, you know?
Yeah, I shouldn't have been.
Here's something. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just gonna say a stupid joke. Or I shouldn't have been having sex with those dudes. So I was just gonna say something stupid.
Dang, I was gonna refer to that video in the description for some reason. Something you was talking about. Well,
you are distracted today, man. I noticed that when you and Josiah were when you and Josiah were talking, you know, he kept doing stuff. You was like, you know what? I was kind of, you know, my bad.
Hey, Joe, you don't have to bring up Talcott's military days, okay? That's in the past, man.
That's right. It's just out of concern, Cage. You know that shit. I want to figure out why, but I'll try and leave it alone.
This is what I wanted to remember is
I'm trolling a little bit.
I know.
We get to believe in love or hate. We get to choose, right? And we get to choose who we deny our love to. We get to be protected, right?
Kind of sort of.
So, well,
are your actions based on your emotions, Jack?
That's just it. We have the free will, and that's where each of us, yes, our actions, I'm
asking about you. Are your actions based off your emotion?
I'd say no.
Just be honest.
I think they might be, Jack.
Check it out.
Why would you say that?
We're just chasing the
it's a natural human thing.
Yeah.
Maximum pleasure, it's minimum pain. And if it's not that, it's an act of free will. Because
as breath into the wind. Were such things here as we do speak about? Or have we eaten of the insane root that takes the reason of wisdom?
I'm nice with the words on the mic, dungeonistic, majestic, dungeonistic. My rap's beyond Babylon when the data's on. The wise wonder, speaking a language that's broken. I'm nice with the words on the mic, dungeonistic, majestic, dungeonistic. My rap's beyond Babylon when the data's on. The wise wonder, speaking a language that's broken.
Warlords of the floods that rise to storm shadow. The sun is out when it is rainy and does shine. The voyager at midnight has found the description of his time. Remember the life of Marcel Marceau. Was he the greatest pantomime? Jukebox picture found inside divided minds. Blackwater guards fire unprovoked. The culprit finds his crime. Pan Pon, Filomeno Dendron, or Italian wind chimes. You die in the light, kind of find the hallway once for sunshine. The rocks and the hills have wanted for the Egyptian princes to incline. The Indians have come down to kill the children from the cliffs of wine. The angels are designed and lust for no concubine. Porcupine, he conquers spines on the days of Valentine's. The mist shows the zombies arose, led by some ghosts in the night. So then the crows fought the ravens and fell upon the tree's ice. The lion was a gift to ride, a ribbon curse before your eye. The time of the ocean has come, wherein the women do not die.
Doused in dragon stout, castle in the mind neglected. Sickness getting worse, infected, devils resurrected. Angels betrayed, how we slayed them, master mayhem. Sir Francis Bacon, Plato's Atlantis, slaves forsaken. Rules of engagement, moving stealth, mental patient. Sweet breath of the pipe, finesse, left bit of derangement. Small bones amongst the heavenly and manifest the destiny. I died with thy enemy and kept it how it's meant to be. Hidden kingdom, forbidden bleeds through my cerebrum. Black cosmic light, medieval nights, how of ancient England. Death star, my arrival, bloodline, Piscean age. Speech revealed in reverse, warriors to their grave. Bleeding eagle eyes, watchful, deceitful, wise and lethal. Go tell it to your people, Cyrus divided equal. Find the word of God, stay odd, blast into asunder. Lay under stone structure, time tunnels, half rupture. Active galactic battleships, stay warm, swarm with no warning. Templar, dragon, emperor, dark, cold cloak of morning. We sat above the clouds, torn shrouds and gunned down. Opposed the sound, set through burial ground, we do astound. Golden ray strands, DNA scribe inside the afterlife. The blood of Christ flows through my veins. Strange paradise, broken image, fallen seraphim, infinite divination. My skull cracked into fragments, lies in annihilation.
Pupil dilation, you locked in an iron maiden. I've been waiting to chop out the heart of Damien, carve him a name then. And there in this carcass, burst into a midst of ash, drift into darkness. Like catharsis, I purify, words conserve the light. Learn to fly, swinging heaven sword, I burn the sky. Dive down in a chariot, smash into the nearest dock. Me and 10,000 ghosts never cared a lot. For the underbond sun will shine upon a rainbow of the color red, reflecting off a battle painful. Cosmic Cuba Thanos, galactic superstructure. Made any wish come true, that was how I dust you. Infinity gems will continue to form within the soul. Implode the sky stars to a mass of blackened holes. Smoke a satchel, roam the astrals through projection. Lotus soulless virus, beware the infection. Roaming through vibrations in the binary code. Killing all devils in one shot, no need to reload or refresh the page. Bring death to their computer. Enter through your third eye, just like the mind of Buddha. Rhyme Bermuda Triangle, I'm able to disappear. No one can see me when I exit the chandelier. I travel steer down into electric wires. Spread through the walls, God, causing a deadly fire.
I'm nice with the words on the mic, dungeonistic, majestic, dungeonistic. My rap's beyond Babylon when the data's on. Wise wonder, speaking a language that's broken. I'm nice with the words on the mic, dungeonistic, majestic, dungeonistic. My rap's beyond Babylon when the data's on. Wise wonder, speaking a language that's broken.
Anyway, speakers, tell me more. Say from whence you owe this strange intelligence, or why upon this blasted heath you stop our way with such prophetic greeting.
Obscured origins, original sin brought back to the floor again. Tried and hung like dump from day one. You obsessed where my peoples come from. Built cultures and pyramids, kid. Y'all wasting millennia, fearing this shit. Are you hearing this shit? Really feeling this shit? Keep the vibes we transmit. Equipped with scrolls and Sanskrit and shift the hieroglyphics depicted in age of melanin magicians, mathematicians, the vastest wisdom. How you gonna ask if I've been to prison? All you had to do was listen. Now you rather force religion. Compassion's missing. You're not forgiven. Fuck your children, straight rap I'm spitting for the ones not living. You preach the vision of mass munitions, demand submission, raise suspicion, cause division, spark sedition. Now you wanna burn all the books that's written.
This nation is built upon greed, that's the latest. This nation is built upon greed, that's the latest. This nation is built upon the desolation. This nation is built upon the desolation. This nation is built upon the desolation. This nation is built upon the desolation.
Fed on truth like it's nectar, yo. Soy cantante like Hector. Mi gente's response can't be measured. Infinite texture, blood woven together. We timeless with pressure. Core to the architecture. Don't hush me when I speak. I scribe a lecture. The youth that we reach, they not attention. The history of streets will not be censored.
This nation is built upon the desolation of the local indigenous population. Therefore, its very rootedness is in murder, and that origin is a part of its very heart and soul today. Its social institutions, political and economic institutions are rooted on the violence that it perpetrated against Africans.
Where all the colors are ocean. The silent ocean knows you feeds your reality. Haven't been the same lately. Wonder could it be a lack of devotion? Sitting all upon what taught you emotions? What taught you emotions? Can you feel? Might be my colors disappear. The place we call our soul, ocean. The cyber ocean sees your dreams, your fatality. Dreaming into connections. Feeling in monochrome. Without you, emotions. Without you, emotions. See, can you see colors that the ocean of faith? Can you be something more than black, white, and red? Without you, emotions. Without you, emotions. Without you, emotions. Without you, emotions. Without you, emotions.